sir.
Yes, yes.
Hello, we are on start.
Yes. Good morning to all the participants and our guest speakers, Mr. Patodi Sahab, the chairman of the session, and speaker Sri S. Venkatramani, Chartered Accountant from Bangalore. This is the fourth technical session. The topic is joint development agreements under GST. So what we find is we don't have any other person other than Mr. Venkatramani to deal with this kind of topic. Even though we heard him several times on this topic, we find it everywhere. Whenever we hear him, we find it something new to learn from him. So with that background, I just wanted to, I request our friend Mr. BPR Kumar. He is secretary of 8P Tax Consultants and Practitioners Association. I request him to brief about their activity of their association and programs they are organizing. Mr. Kumar, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers on successful completion of first day of National Tax Convention, both inaugural and technical sessions. I also congratulate Sri Malla Srinivas Rao, Satyanarayana Garu and their entire team. I'm very much thankful to the chairman for giving this opportunity to our association and to me. Let us hope and try to make today's session also a grand success. Our association is very much grateful to be a part of this convention and address the audience of the meeting. Our APTPCA, Andhra Pradesh Tax Practitioners and Consultants Association, founded by A.V.S. Krishna Mohan and now led by Sri R.S. Ramraj Srinivas Rao Garu. We are also conducting various seminars, webinars because of due to this COVID situation. Many webinars we have conducted for the benefit of our members. We are also thinking of their welfare, their health, and we are going to introduce insurance scheme in this December month only. With this, I request all the participants to pay their attention to the speakers and acquire knowledge. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Kumar. Thank you very much. Now I request Mr. Amarendra to introduce both the chairman as well as speaker of the fourth technical session. Mr. Amarendra.
Yeah. Good morning, all.
Good morning.
I am very fortunate to have an opportunity to introduce the most senior member of this fraternity, and also a eloquent speaker from Bangalore, Mr. Venkatramani, who needs to actually, in fact, they don't need any introduction to the regular participants and the fraternity and senior members of this association. But for the sake of newcomers and youngsters, it is our duty to introduce, to motivate them with their biodata. Mr. Patodi sir, born on 4th August 1944 in a small village in Roteda in Bandi district, and passed LLB from Government College, Kota. And he started practicing much before the birth of so many young practitioners, that is on 29th January 1969. He is having an office at Kota and appearing before the various tax authorities and VAT and income tax and central excess officers, tribunals and High Court and Supreme Court. Sir held so many positions in these professional bodies, and I'm happy to say that Sir was a National President All India Federation of Tax Practitioners Bombay for the year 2010 and 11, and Secretary All India Tax Practitioners Bombay for 2002, sorry. And so apart from this, Sir is having any social activities, and he is a president of, vice president of Tax Lions Club of Kota, and also president of Kota Blood Bank Society, Kota presently executive member. Sir also authored important books called Works Contract Tax in Rajasthan and Sales Tax Incentive Schemes in Rajasthan, and also Rajasthan Value Added Tax in Rajasthan. Sir has played a pivotal role in contributing various papers and instrumental in organizing the lot of seminars, having a vast experience in publishing the magazines and the tax seminars. Sir is a retainer of various large industrial houses like SCC Cements, Chambal Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited, DCM Group, Ultratech Cement, JK Cement, and so many other big houses, big industrial houses. And also, important thing is, sir is a retainer and consultant for Narcotics Department of Government of India, Western Railways, Gas Authority of India, GAIL, etc. With this, I am presenting Mr. Patodi sir to this August gathering.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
And also, today's speaker is an eloquent speaker. Sir, as Mr. Venkat Ramana, a chartered accountant, basically started academic career as a science graduate, but shifted to chartered accountancy and excelled in his profession. And he was independent practice independent practice prior to the joining the Mr. Sangi Dev, and he is practicing in the field of indirect taxes since then. Sir also authored a lot of books, and one among them is Handbook on Value Added Tax, and the other one is Audit under KVAT laws and discussion papers on key institutional issues of proposed GST regime. Sir also served in various organizations. To name them, some of them, he is executive member of Karnataka State Chartered Accountants Association during 2002 and 3, and also co-opted member of Fiscal Law Committee of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And presently, Sir is a member of a Fiscal Policy Institute of Government of Karnataka, involved in structural designing and a course of curriculum for the officers of the Commercial Tax Department, and a regular faculty to Bangalore branch of SIRC of ICAI, and also so many major and important organizations, like member of committee to study and report changes in Karnataka Tax on Profession, Trade, Calling and Employment Act, and also state advisory. Important aspect is Sir is advisory committee of GST Government of Karnataka. With this, I am introducing a scintillating speaker who deal with the subject and coherently, especially the very important subject today, burning topic and all practitioners. Thank you, Mr. Satyanarayana.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amarendra. And now I request our session chairman, Sri Patodi ji, to commence the session, sir.
Thank you very much. I am really give a best message to the new elected body, and particularly to MS Rao, elected president, Secretary General S. Venkataraman, and all the office bearers elected from the zones as well as for the national. Mr. Satyanarayan, I know him very well, is already giving the articles earlier and every messages regarding the amendments and all this. So he is actively doing this work. The subject which has been chosen today, Joint Development Agreement under GST. And paper writer, what can I say, is an authority in India, not only in South, but he is in India. And nothing to be said about him. He is a thorough, gentle person, and the part of this subject, that is the business model, which we can say the three parts are there: landowner, builder, developer, contractor who undertake the construction. So all these partners are involved, and the tax liability is also involved of all the three partners at one stage or another. I think, Mr. Venkataraman, we will see, heard you, and that will be sufficient for our members today. I am again thankful to all the organizers, associations, and the office bearers, and particularly Mr. M.S. Rao and all the office bearers who give this opportunity to become the chairman of this session. Thank you very much. Mr. Venkataraman, can you start?
Yes, sir. Chairman, sir, do I have about 1 hour, 5 minutes? Say time now is 9:40. Can I go till 10:45, Chairman, sir, so that you have
As
some...
you like, no problem. As
Yes.
you like, no problem.
Thank you so much, sir. 10:45 by my computer watch, I will close. So I will have about 1 hour, 5 minutes to 1 hour, 10 minutes.
Venkataraman sir, sorry for the disturbance.
Yeah.
Only one thing I would like to add.
Yeah.
Sri Patodi sir is a very senior member from Rajasthan Central Zone and IFTP past president. And as well as he is a positive man in all the, wherever the problems comes to the AFTP, he is the only troubleshooter, first of all. Secondly, Mr. Venkatramani is known as more than 5 to 6 languages. All over India, he is visiting all over India. That is the credibility of S. Venkatramani Chartered Accountant. Yeah, but the AFTP is proud to be associated with him. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Satyanarayan sir or Vijay sir, will you help me share the screen, please? There is a PowerPoint presentation if one of you, or should I share it myself?
Well, Vijay will
You
do
can
it.
share
No,
it
you
yourself.
share it, sir. You share it.
No, you can share. If you have problem, then you can just WhatsApp it to Ravi. He will share it. No problem.
Ravi is already joined.
Yeah, I think I have shared. I think I'm fine. Correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, ready.
Thank you so much. All India Federation of Tax Practitioners. I'll start by congratulating our Srinivas Rao, a much deserved post. The kind of legwork that he has done, the kind of hard work that he has done over a period of last 20 years, when I have been moving around with him from city to city, town to town, I think he richly deserves this position. May God bless you, Srinivas Rao. And you take it from me that you will have our support all points in time in all your endeavors, in whatever little way we can, we will support
Thank you
you.
very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Satyanarayan sir, as Secretary General, I have been seeing you at least from 2003 onwards when I did the Hyderabad conference. I really don't remember whether I saw you before that, but 2003 Hyderabad conference is very, very clear in my mind. I have seen the growth of Satyanarayan sir over the last 17, 18 years that I have known him. Very hardworking, very humble, very polite, very suave. I think you richly deserve that position as Secretary General. May God bless you. Give you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for
So,
your
what can
greetings
I
and
tell about
blessings.
Vijay, my professional colleague? And he is the one who really looks at law, looks at constitution, come up with full stop, etc. Some bit of my learning, some bit of my understanding, the way he reads the law, the way he reads the constitution, I have picked up from him. Vijay, many, many congratulations as treasurer of the association.
Thanks.
Office bearers, to all office bearers who have been newly elected, my congratulations to each of you. May God bless each of you and give you strength to shoulder the responsibility of AIFTP. I cannot forget the hard work done by the outgoing, or probably over the next few days, the existing committee, President Nikita Madam and her entire team. They have really worked hard. And it's been a very hard year with COVID there. And to put AIFTP on top of the map has not been an easy job. And my sincere thanks to the outgoing team who have done an excellent work insofar as AIFTP is concerned. And to my chairman, what can I say?
Patodi sir was introduced to me by F.R. Singhvi, if I am right.
Yes,
Yes, yeah, by F.R. Singhvi in the year 1994.
yes.
After that, I have seen Patodi sir through his tenure and becoming the president of AIFTP, a very humble person, suave, the kind of knowledge he possesses. I think many times the association has fallen back on him. I have had the opportunity to interact with him on many occasions on some crisp legal issues. And the thoughts that you get from him are worth remembering. Thank you so much, my dear Chairman, sir. It's an
Thank you.
to be a speaker when you are my chairman, because I know I can leave a few things aside for you to close it out for me or help me in closing out those issues. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Let me start my topic today. One of the most difficult topics. You would have heard the chairman, sir, 5 minutes back telling there are 3 parts to a joint development agreement. There are 3 parts. Instead of saying 3 parties, I would want to say 3 parts, because the moment I say parties, our mind goes back to the landowner, developer. I don't want you to look at a landowner, a developer, or a contractor separately, because the cloth in which or the manner in which he can enter into an agreement may be slightly different from scenario to scenario. Now, in this era of very complex business, I will give you some examples of how difficult it is going to be for you to decide who is the landowner, who is not a landowner, who is a partner, who is a joint developer. I'll take you through a couple of examples in the next 5 minutes. Unless we understand that concept, we will not be able to decode the taxation of joint development agreement. I'm going to strictly stick to joint development agreements and its taxability. I am not covering real estate such as residential, commercial, affordable housing, and the other concessional rates of levy in respect of certain other projects. I'm not covering all that. I'm just sticking to joint development agreements and the taxability of these transactions. Now consider this case of how this landowner is clothed in today's business. Landowner, as a common man understands, is a simple person, is a person who owns a piece of land and the title in that land belongs to that landowner. It is as simple as that. But today, things have completely changed. This landowner can be a company. This landowner can be a partnership firm. This landowner can be co-owned by several individuals. This landowner can be a trust. This landowner can be a person who holds a power of attorney. It can be anybody who holds title in the land who can be called a landowner. It is as simple as that. Now, look at the taxability of these transactions in respect of the land that we are talking of. It is clear that there is no liability to tax in respect of land. There is no liability to tax in respect of transfer of land or transfer of title in land from one person to the other, or sale of land, because there is no levy of GST on such a transaction. So what is it that the government intends to levy tax upon? I can make it clear that title or ownership, my chairman will agree with me, is a bundle of rights. It is right to possess, right to own, right to mortgage, right to hypothecate, right to pledge, right to alienate, right to give easementary rights, right to lease, right to license, right to rent. It can be anything. Among all these rights, the government wants to levy tax on one single right called transfer of development right. They want to levy tax on what we call as a transfer of a development right. Now, when the landowner parts with a portion of the land, when the landowner parts with a portion of the land in exchange for getting a specified portion of constructed area, the government says that this one particular right in a bundle of rights, which is a subject matter of transfer, is called a transfer of development right, which will be a subject matter of levy. This is going to go to the Supreme Court. Let me make it absolutely clear, because there are several senior counsels, there are several advocates, there are several practitioners who believe that this right which emanates out of an immovable property is nothing but a right in the immovable property, and therefore it takes color from the immovable property. Therefore, it's an immovable property right. Therefore, an immovable property right cannot be a subject matter of levy. The government, on the other hand, says immovable property is outside the levy, whereas a right in the immovable property is a service which can be a subject matter of levy. So look at how the government and the taxpayers are fighting. The taxpayer says that this right is a right in an immovable property, therefore it has to be construed as a right transfer of an immovable property. The government says that it is a right in an immovable property, that right construes to be a service, and therefore that right can be a subject matter of levy. So there is a subtle distinction between the two understandings, and this matter, to my mind, will go to the apex court, and only then it will stand resolved. Land continues to be by the owned by the landowner, and the builder or developer has the responsibility of developing a project. This transaction, over the last few years, before the goods and service tax kicked in, was called a transaction of barter or exchange, because the landowner transfers the right for the purpose of development, or the development right gets transferred. For the developer to enter the land, put up a superstructure and give him a portion of the land. A portion of the constructed area. In exchange for giving a portion of the constructed area, the landowner was transferring a portion of the undivided share of interest in land. Now be careful. This entire land that we are talking of has two portions. One portion of the undivided interest in land which gets transferred to the landowner. Be careful. The undivided portion in land gets transferred to the landowner in exchange for a superstructure that is going to be built up by the developer. Whereas in respect of another portion of the undivided interest in land which belongs to the landowner, it is the right which gets transferred. That right is for a temporary period. That right is for a given number of years, where the developer can enter the property, put up a superstructure, and because the landowner is transferring one portion of the undivided interest in land, he gets a building. But the government wants to levy tax on both the portions of transfer of development right. One portion where a super built up area is given to the landowner, and the other portion which is transferred for a temporary period of time until the time that the developer puts up the superstructure. Both these parts are a subject matter of levy over a period of time. The Suraj Lamp Industries case is really of relevance. I don't have time, but let me look at this transaction and caution all tax practitioners, chartered accountants, and advocates that this judgment is going to come in a big way over the next few years. This Honorable Supreme Court dealt with a transaction relating to general power of attorney, or what we call as GPA. The Honorable Supreme Court said this entire industry, I am not saying, please be careful. The Honorable Supreme Court said that this entire industry of real estate is run by mafias, is run by people who have muscle power, and where there is a lot of illegitimate money that is involved in these transactions. Importantly, in transactions relating to general power of attorney, the Supreme Court said the general power of attorney would no longer be valid from the date of ruling of the judgment. So it gave it a prospective effect in order to save the agreements entered into by way of GPA prior to the date of the Supreme Court's decision under Article 141. So what is important to be remembered here is GPA, to my mind, is no longer a good arrangement to be entered into. But what option you have? I think councils here should look at that to figure out whether there is any other mode in which we can get a temporary right other than by way of a general power of attorney. I think it is possible under law. I don't have time to discuss that. Now, in respect of each of these transactions relating to a transfer of property, transfer of right in an immovable property, can it be said that the relationship, as my chairman said, the relationship between the landowner, the developer, and probably a contractor be called a joint venture? I don't have time to discuss the transaction between the distinction between a joint venture, an AOP, a BOI, or co-ownership arrangement. One may read the Honorable Supreme Court's decision in the case of Fakir Chand Gulati. But a joint venture may be commonly understood to be a transaction as an association between two or more persons, coming together to carry out an activity for profit. Now, how can you say that this is not a joint venture? The landowner and the developer are coming together. They are associating together to carry out a business activity for profit. Can you say that it is a joint venture? Importantly, it's to be understood that in respect of an AOP, it is with interest by way of contract, with intent by way of a contract, importantly by way of a written arrangement, but it can be express, implied, or oral, to carry out a business activity for profit. In respect of an association of persons, they contribute their property resources. In respect of these transactions, there is no such document. The document itself is called as a joint development agreement. Therefore, it came to be thus. But the test is whether this can be termed a joint venture arrangement or whether this can be treated as an association of persons. To my mind, no, because there is no contractual obligation between the landowner and the developer to carry on business together. It is only in as much as the landowner parts with a portion of his land to the developer in exchange for a portion of the constructed property. Therefore, to my mind, the concept of association of persons are being treated as a joint development arrangement or a joint venture does not, in my humble opinion, stand the test of law. Now, you may refer Fakir Chand Gulati's case to figure out what is this transaction. Now, let's come to this joint development arrangement per se. Now, GST is payable on landowner share of super built up area. GST is payable on landowner share of super built up area. Does not matter. Now, how do we arrive at this arrangement? GST is no doubt to be paid because that is the position of law, and you have FAQs, etc., etc. Now, in order to understand these transactions, the government tested the waters by issuing a notification called 4/2018. All practitioners know this transaction as 4/2018. Let me make it clear that there was no tax on transfer of development rights under the service tax regime. Under the service tax regime, there was a clear-cut circular which was issued in February 2012. In February 2012, the development rights would not be a subject matter of levy. Suddenly, the government thought that I think we are losing too much money, and therefore we should subject this transaction to tax as so far as the development rights are concerned. So the government said GST would be payable on landowner share. But my problem is not that. My problem is something different. Now I want my chairman to look at this transaction. Under the service tax law, there was no levy on taxability of transfer of development rights. It was exempt under the service tax law. Under the service tax law, went on to say, under the service tax law, the circular went on to say that development right is a right in an immovable property, and therefore it is not a service. Therefore, what has changed between 30/6/2017 and 1st of July 2017, the day the service tax law went out of the statute book and the goods and service tax law kicked in? What has changed? Nothing has changed. The contract remains the same. Parties remain the same, nature of agreement remains the same, the activity remains the same, the nature of the intent of the document continues to remain the same. Therefore, overnight, how can a transaction become taxable? till previous day when it was said to be a transaction of an immovable property. I can't understand this logic, but the government said, we will tax you. Now look at the difficulty here. The government did not enact the statute with effect from 1st of July 2017. The government kept quiet. Suddenly, a 4/2018 notification came on 25th January 2018, almost 7 months after enactment of the goods and service tax law. Now, look at the problem. Look at the problem. On 1st of July, we had no notification. On 1st of July, everybody, including my chairman, would have believed that the transfer of a development right is a transfer of an immovable property, therefore not liable to tax, falling back on the service tax legislation because nothing has changed. On 1st of July 2017, there is no notification that is issued. No notification that is issued. Therefore, everybody was under the belief that the transfer of development right would not be a subject matter of levy. However, by virtue of 4/2018, on 25th January 2018, the government came up with a notification. And what did that notification say? That notification, please look at it very carefully. That notification, let me just get to that notification so it's easy for you to understand what this notification is. Yes. Now look at this second one. Yes, this is the notification. On that notification which was issued, which said it notified classes of registered persons. It did not classify, it did not notify any other person. Chairman sir, it said registered persons who supply development rights. All of us understand that in most of the cases, the landowners are unregistered persons. The landowners hold the agricultural land or probably partially converted land. Now it said a person who transfers development rights or supplies development rights to a developer or to a construction company, builder, construction company, or any other registered person against consideration, wholly or partly in the form of construction service. Now look at the first part. A registered person who supplies development rights is clause A as the registered person. That means it says even a agriculturist who transfers agricultural land or supplies development right is required to be registered, in whose case liability to pay central tax what shall arise when at the time when the said developer transfers possession. Now in this whole notification, there is no valuation mechanism that is there. This whole notification of 4/2018, it says who is to register, who is the transferor, in lieu of transfer, what does the landowner get, and therefore what is the time of supply and the document based on which this supply would be a subject matter of levy. But this entire transaction does not speak of the valuation. Therefore, there are two settled positions of law. B.C. Srinivasa Setty's case and the S.R. Bansal's case of the Delhi High Court, where the Honorable Supreme Court in the Srinivasa Setty's case and the Bansal's case in the Delhi High Court, both of them have categorically held that when there is no mechanism for valuation, there can be no subject matter of levy. So when the computation mechanism fails, the levy should fail. Therefore, this notification became operational with effect from 25/1/2018. So what would be the position of taxability of these transactions prior to 25/1/2018? In my view, it would not be taxable. But the government says with effect from 1/7/2017 to 24/1/2018, I will levy tax under the residual entry of 997. Miscellaneous, not elsewhere specified. So I will go to 997 and I will levy tax at the rate of 18% on a forward charge basis. Assume for one moment that from 1/7/2017 to 24/1/2018, the transaction becomes taxable. Assume that it becomes taxable. Assume that it is taxable under the residual entry. then what was the need for this notification dated 25th January 2018? There was no need, because the government believed that it was always taxable. But we believed that it was not taxable based on the law laid down in the service tax regime. Therefore, this entire history of 4/2018 is fully shrouded in mystery. Why did the government come up with this notification? Having come up with this notification, why did they not bring in the mechanism for valuation in the notification? Because this is a notification driven regimen. Next, notification 23/2019. Now look at the irony of fate. 25th January 2018, government promulgated this notification or issued this notification saying development rights and construction services, transfer of development rights by the landowner and transfer of construction services by the landowner, by the builder, will become taxable transactions. On 23/9/2019, 23/9/2019. Yes, on 30th September 2019, notification 23/2019. 30th September 2019, exactly 1 year and 8 months later, the government withdrew this notification. The government withdrew this notification by stating that there will be no GST with respect. Nothing contained in this notification 4/2018 will apply from 1/4/2019. The government gave it retrospective effect, that this notification 4/2018 from January 2018 is valid only till 31/3/2019. Now, what is the position between April 2019 and September 2019? The government believed that there is possibly two levies that are possible. One, through notifications 3/2019 to 8/2019, there is a possibility that there can be a levy. Then we have issued this 25th January 2018, and we are telling there is a miscellaneous entry 9997, which could probably be which could probably used as a subject matter of levy. The government did not know what to do. I think it was fully confused. Therefore, it withdrew this notification dated 25th January 2018. Now, notification 4/2019, which brought in amendments to this 12/2018. It brought in amendments to notification 12/2018, right? It says the promoter shall pay the applicable tax on reverse charge basis. Now it says the promoter shall pay. That means the builder shall pay tax on the reverse charge basis on projects commencing after 1/4/2019 or in respect of ongoing projects which elect to go under the new rate regime. If you are going under the old rate regime, then old notification will apply. If you are going under the new rate regime of 5%, then you will have to pay tax on reverse charge basis. So the government hit the nail on the coffin by bringing in confusing notifications. They've created an absolute chaos insofar as this real estate industry is concerned and taxability of development rights. Now, as if this is not enough, look at the difficulty here. Look at the difficulty. The effect of entry in para 2A of schedule 2. This is where the government said that GST on occupation of land under easement or a license read with 4/2018 is a supply of development right by the landowner. This to be considered. Therefore, I think there is some confusion in the mind of the landowner that it can be treated as an easementary right or a license to the landowner, to the developer. And therefore, they can probably tax it under 2A, para 2A. But para 2A, to my mind, will not apply because easementary rights and license in respect of land are concepts which are completely different. Therefore, this para 2A cannot be a subject matter of levy. Now, look at this transaction 3. In case of construction of residential or commercial apartments covered under 6/2019, the government said development rights will be taxable. Development rights supplied by a landowner will be taxable. And supply of construction services by the developer to the landowner will also be taxable. And it shall be on the date of issuance of the completion certificate. So the government pushed the date of taxability to to the completion date. Completely painful position. Look at this position. If the landowner were to charge tax on the date of completion of the project, and the credit will come and sit in the hands of the developer, what will we do with it? Because the building is already over, it has become an immovable property, it will lie as unutilized input tax credit. Reverse is also true. If the developer is going to charge tax on the portion relating to construction services of the landowner's land, and he raises an invoice on the date on which completion certificate or occupation certificate is obtained, what will the landowner do with that tax? It will be blocked. Therefore, this entire thinking of the government is out of context. I don't think the government has applied its mind insofar as release of these notifications is concerned. Now, the word project that is used here shall mean real estate project. So I won't get into the taxability of these transactions with the definitions. I don't have the time to get into it. The term real estate project means the same meaning as assigned to it under the RERA regulation. So please be very careful. Same way, residential real estate project shall also mean a real estate project in which the carpet area of the property is not more than 15%. So we will skip this for the time being. Just keep it in mind that REP means 2ZN of the RERA Act. Residential real estate project, RREP, means as defined in clause 19 of 3/2019. So we will keep that these two transactions are as per the definitions under RERA. Now, in case of development of commercial space and on an ongoing project who do not opt, that means these notifications came into the statute book on 1/4/2019. If a person does not opt to pay tax under the new rate regime, then the developer will have to pay GST on the landowner by raising monthly invoices. Please be careful. Monthly invoices under 5B of Schedule 2. 5B, as if it is a works contract service. That is what it says. 5B of Schedule 2, read with Section 7 as forward charge, as continuous supply of service. All tax practitioners, chartered accountants, advocates, please note that any works contract transaction is a continuous supply of service liable to tax under 2 subsection 33. 2 subsection 33, and that is how it has to be understood, and you will have to fall back on rule 30 section 31 for the purpose of levy of tax. The developer shall pay GST on the owner's share and debit the owner. Now he has to charge tax on a monthly basis and debit the owner's account. This is the transaction that will be there. Now you look at the joint development. What is the rate? GST will be levied on landowner at 18%. Be careful. The developer will levy tax at the rate of 18% as determined as per the notifications or circulars. As per the notifications of the circulars, whether cost plus 10% as provided in Rule 30 of the CGST rules to be adopted. No, we cannot adopt. The mechanism for valuation after 1/4/2019 will be the launch price in respect of transfer of taxability of development rights, and will be the last price before the issue of completion certificate in respect of taxability of construction services in the hands of the developer. The point of levy on owner's share and transfer of development rights is absolutely contentious. It is a vexed issue. Date of handing over possession or the right in the super built up area by entering into a conveyance deed or similar agreement. This is what 4/2018 says. This is a vexed issue. The department is taking the view that the levy of GST will be when the area sharing agreement is entered into. Consider a case where there is no area sharing agreement that is entered into between the landowner and the developer. Then what will the department do? Will they not levy tax under 4/2018? Can they not come to a conclusion that 6/2019 will be inoperative? Therefore, when the computation mechanism fails, there will be no levy that will be possible. Therefore, this 4/2018 is a very, very jinxed notification insofar as my mind is concerned, because it doesn't provide for valuation mechanism. Notification 3/2019 to 7/2019 levies tax in respect of residential and commercial projects. Therefore, I will not deal with that. Now, there are two types of joint development agreements. One is an area sharing model, and the second is a revenue sharing model. What is an area sharing model and what is a revenue sharing model? An area sharing model is one where the landowner parts with one share of his land. Suppose he has got 40,000 square feet of land. The landowner will say, I will part with 20,000 square feet of land to you in exchange for 15,000 square feet of constructed area. That is area sharing. What is revenue sharing? Revenue sharing is one where the landowner says, you sell everything, you give me 40% of the total revenue, because on day one, the developer can sell at 4,000 rupees. On the last day, he can sell at 6,000 rupees. Therefore, the developer says, the landowner says, I want a share in the revenue collected by you. Therefore, both are slightly different. One is area sharing, where he parts with a particular area or a predefined area in return for construction of an immobile, in return for construction of specified area of constructed building. And the second one is revenue share, where he collects one portion of the revenue from the landowner. Now, what is this development right that we are talking of? What is this development right? Now, let's clearly understand. You forget all this taxability of transactions in respect of development right as the law is laid down by various courts. But will the government accept this? The government may not accept this. Now, under the CGST law, and so also right with the appropriate state goods services tax, section 7 says all forms of supply, which is the definition of the word supply, because the word supply is defined to be on an inclusive basis. Therefore, all forms of supply, which includes sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, or disposal, is a supply liable to tax under section 9 of the goods and service tax law. Therefore, whether a supply, because it is inclusive, whether the transaction relating to development rights can also be a subject matter of levy. The GST law says Schedule 3 transactions will not be liable to GST. Now, Schedule 3 has sale of land and sale of building. Therefore, can one take an argument that transfer of development right is a sale of an immobile property and therefore would not be a subject matter of levy? We will deal with that a few minutes later. Therefore, para 6 of Schedule 3 says sale of land, and subject to para 5b, sale of building is outside the purview of the goods and service tax law. Now, we need to understand this concept of development right. This concept of development right is very confusing. So let me try to make you understand of what is this development right that which arises in a joint development agreement that the government wants to levy tax. The property rights held by the landowner is over a piece of land, and it includes one right, which is the right to develop this land. The right entitles the holder to carry out development of this particular land. The development right, the development potential of the land is separated from land. Please be careful. The development potential of the land is separated from land and is transferred to a third party for exploitation. This third party is called a developer, and this transfer of right, this one specific right in a bundle of rights, is called a development right. And thus the transferee, that is the land developer, is allowed access to enter, develop, build, construct, exploit, and transfer an immobile property. Normally, advocates will understand this better. It is called profit a prendre. What is a profit at prendre? It is defined in respect of land, but when a person enters a piece of land to take some profit out of it, that profit is deemed to be derived from sale of land. It is deemed to be derived from sale of land. The Honorable High Courts of various states held that development right is embedded in the ownership of land. The development rights are benefits arising out of land and must be considered as transfer of an immobile property. The development right, that is the right to construct, own and sell a superstructure, is profit arising out of land and land development. Therefore, it is transfer of an immovable property. And therefore, these are benefits arising out of land. And the transfer of right to develop as amenities on a bare or a raw piece of land arises out of the right in land. And therefore, these are transfer of an immovable property. So several authorities have held that the activities of development of land by a developer on the land belonging to a landowner is a transfer of an immovable property. Therefore, it cannot be a subject matter of levy. Now, I have in this slide, which is in front of you, brought in some of these transactions where under the old law, it has been held that a transfer of development right is not a subject matter of levy because it is a right relating to an immovable property, and consideration received in respect of right of an in transfer of right of an immovable property is not a subject matter of levy under the goods and service tax law. Whenever you find time, you please look at these transactions. 4/2018, this notification I discussed sometime earlier. All advocates, chartered accountants, tax practitioners, and others, please be careful. To my mind, this 4/2018 was issued by the government, withdrawn in 14 months because the government was fully confused. They did not know what they were doing. Originally, they thought, I'm repeating this, originally the government believed that transfer of development rights would be taxed under the miscellaneous entry of 99973, 997. Therefore, it was subject matter of 18%. Suddenly, they realized that no, under service tax law, we have dealt with this transaction differently. Therefore, we will issue a notification. Somebody who issued the notification lost sight of the fact that this notification creates a charge. Be careful. For a levy to be sustainable, I'm sure my chairman will agree with me that for a levy to be sustainable, there are 4 legs it must have. It must have the subject matter of levy. There must have the person of levy. It must have a supplier and a recipient. It must have the rate of tax, 61 STC. I think it's a settled position of law. Now, in this, the value went missing. Please read this notification. I would be happy if anybody educates me. Where is the value in this notification? There is no value. Here, the supplier and the recipient are identified. The subject matter of levy is identified. The time of supply is identified. The rate of tax and the methodology of valuation goes missing. Therefore, to my mind, 4/2018 will definitely be struck down by the court. And it is under challenge. In fact, the Telangana High Court, it is the matter is before the Telangana High Court in RMC Properties case and several other cases. I am aware that these cases have been tagged along with Safari Retreats case and gone to the Supreme Court. But Telangana High Court has given a stay. Next. After withdrawal of 4/2018, this 4/2018 was withdrawn on 30th September 2019 with effect from 1st of April 2019. What happened? It was withdrawn on 30th September 2018 with effect from 1/4/2019. Government is completely confused. Completely confused. They did not know what was happening. Now you look at the transactions. I tried to figure out how the government will levy tax. Although my personal view, what this notification will be struck down if properly challenged. Now look at this taxability of this transaction. Here, in respect of a property not meant for sale, I am looking at a transaction where, let us say, S.S. Satyanarayana sir is the owner of a piece of land, and let us say Srinivas Rao Garu, our president, is the developer. Let us say he is the developer. Now what happens in respect of this transaction? Land is given by Satyanarayana Garu, development is done by our president, Mr. Srinivas Rao. Both these people decide not to sell. They want to construct for own use. That is the example here. Now here, the government says, who is that person liable to pay tax even after 1/10/2019? He says development charge would be liable to tax in the hands of the landowner, in the hands of Satyanarayana Garu, under forward charge basis, by relying on notification number 5/2019. and 6/2019, where they say is applicable for projects meant for sale. Now here he says forward charge basis, whereas there he says 5 bar and 6 bar is on reverse charge basis where it's project meant for sale. So for sale, if it is reverse, for non-sale, it should be forward. I wouldn't think that this is a right way of thinking. Time of supply, though the notification states that it shall not apply from 1/4, it would not be applicable up to 39 also. In such case, where the tax on development right has already been remitted, what happens to that case? In this gap between 1st April to 30th September, if a person has remitted tax on development rights, the only option is he has to go to the High Court for refund. In case where joint development agreement is entered into on or after 1/10/2019, 1/10, because 4/2018 completely exited, the supply would be the date of entering into the agreement. Because 4 bar is ineffective, we will have to be extremely careful in respect of taxability of these transactions. In respect of project meant for sale, the earlier slide talked about project not meant for sale. Here, the example is where project meant for sale and after notification 4/2018's withdrawal. Who is that person who is liable to tax? Effective 1/4/2019, promoter or developer, that is in simple terms, builder, would be liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Time of supply would be the date of issue of completion certificate or first occupation. So it is these two transactions which will be a subject matter of tax. Now let us look at the taxability of joint development agreements in case of residential flats and commercial complexes not meant for sale. Please be careful. Residential flats, commercial complex, not meant for sale. Meant for sale, we will take it up later. Now, I proceeded on the assumption that the supply of development rights in respect of a joint development agreement will be a subject matter of tax. If you want to take a position that it will not be a subject matter of tax, it is another matter. Here I have gone ahead to say that this is going to be a transaction which will be a subject matter of levy and proceeded to explain how these notifications will apply. So even after 1/10, what is this important date of 1/10/2019? Why is it not 1/4? Because on 1/4, 9 notifications relating to real estate came into the statute book. Why am I insisting on this 1/10? And why am I not going back to 1/4? Because this 6-month gap between 1/4/2019 and 30th September 2019 is absolutely crucial. Because during this period, my chairman will appreciate that 4/2018 was in force. It was withdrawn only on 30th September with retrospective effect. With retrospective effect, it was withdrawn. Now look at my case. If I am a case where I have entered into an agreement in this gap between 1/4 and 30th September, I would have already remitted tax based on 4/2019. But then the headache of new notifications also will come and sit on my head. Now, how is the government going to look at this is what I'm trying to explain to you in this slide. So even after 1/10/2019, the government will say development charges would be a subject matter of levy on forward charge basis. It would be a liability to tax on forward charge basis. Since notification number 5/2019 and 6/2019 is meant for projects meant for sale. So in respect of projects not meant for sale, it will be forward charge. In respect of projects meant for sale, it will be reverse charge. This is what the government will say. In fact, I am taking a completely different view that in respect of projects not meant for sale, there can be no liability at all because the government has not specified the time of supply. They have not specified. The time of supply is specified in respect of transactions meant for sale and not in respect of transactions meant for own use. Therefore, I am not in agreement. But what the government will say is what I am saying here. Time of supply in respect of joint development agreements entered into from 1st September to the 24th January. Why is 24th January one more crucial date? Because 4/2018 notification came on 25th January, the date on which area sharing agreement pursuant development agreement is entered into. So it is a forward charge. The date on which you enter into area sharing agreement, if the JDA, joint development agreement, is entered into, joint development agreement can be entered into on any date between 1/7 to 24/1. Area sharing agreement can be entered into 1 year later, because plan sanction, government approvals, all of it will take some time. Therefore, if these 6 months area sharing agreement is not entered into, the time of supply will be the date on which you enter into an area sharing agreement. If you have entered into an area sharing agreement in this 6-month period itself, then the date of JDA and the date of area sharing would be one and the same. Now, look at the second leg of transaction. When the joint development agreement is entered into between 25th January, be careful. This 25th January is a very crucial date. This 25th January is a crucial date because that is the date on which notification 4/2018 was issued by the government. Remember again, I go back half an hour before what I said. This 4/2018 notification that was issued by the government, be very careful. 4/2018 notification issued, there was no mechanism for valuation that came in there. Therefore, that, in my view, will be struck down by the Honorable High Court based on BC Srinivasa Setty's case and SR Bansal's case. But here, the government is likely to tell you, if you have entered into agreement between 25th January and 30th September, that 30th September is a crucial date because the date on which 4/2018 was withdrawn, the date on which constructed complex is handed over by way of possession. So here they will tell you, if your JDA is between 25th January and 30th September, pay tax on the date of handing over. They will say 5 and 6 will apply. 5/2019 and 6/2019 will apply. If the agreement is entered into prior to that, then they will tell you the date on which you entered into area sharing agreement. If the JDA is entered into after 1/10/2019, after 1/10, because after 1/10, 4/2018 also has been struck down. Has been withdrawn. Then they will tell you the date of entering into the agreement. The date on which you enter into the agreement is the date on which you will have to pay tax on forward charge basis, because the project in this example is not meant for sale. Please be careful. I had taken an example where the project was not meant for sale. This is the case that I have taken up, not meant for sale, is effective due to insertion of explanation to 23/2019. So the government either way will tell you, you do what you want, you pay me my tax. This is what they are going to tell you. What will be the valuation that they will adopt? Valuation. Now, in each of these cases, please be extremely careful. In all these 3 cases that we are talking of, there is no value. There is no value. 4/2018, there is no valuation. If the government says under 997 residual entry, there is no valuation mechanism. If they say date on which you entered into an agreement, in our case, Satnarayan sir and Srinivas Rao Garu, there is no valuation. All that Satnarayan sir says is, please take 50% of my 1 acre, construct 15,000 square feet and give me. There is no value in the agreement. There is no value. It is only the constructed portion. So when there is no value, the government will tell you, consider, when there is no value, the government will tell you, consider the cost of construction plus an element of gross profit or guidance value of the property or circle rates, what you can call it, of the property on the date on which you enter into the agreement, because it will be forward charge, and they will tell you pay tax on 99972. This is 9972 at the rate of 18%. I'm reminding all the tax practitioners again, there are a bunch of writ petitions filed on 4/2019 before the Telangana High Court. I am very clear in my mind that there are at least 3 or 4 entities, including one very large entity called RMZ, who have obtained stay from Telangana High Court. So you have a very, very good case to fight this. And I can also tell you that we have Advocate Ravi, who is fighting this case for this company. So those of you who are interested may really look at it. The second example that I have taken is residential property. Be careful. First one was residential or commercial not meant for sale. Here I have taken residential or commercial meant for sale. When it is meant for sale, how is the taxability of transaction going to happen. This also is a forward charge. The time of supply will be the date on which you enter into an area sharing agreement. In our example between Satnarayan sir and Srinivas Rao sir, if, for example, they've entered into a JDA, let us say in August 2017, but they entered into an area sharing agreement that I will take flat number 101, 704, 603, 504, etc. 1 year later, that is after 24/1/2018, then the date on which they enter into an area sharing is the date on which they will be liable to tax. The valuation principles will kick in. The date on which area sharing will be the time of supply. Valuation will be cost of construction plus an element of gross profit, say 10%, 12%, P&L method, or guidance value, municipal value. I suggest that look at the guidance value. I know for sure in Karnataka, we have guidance value in respect of constructed properties. We also have municipal values for the same, or take cost plus 10%, whichever is higher, please apply that rate if you want to pay the tax and don't want to fight. Rate of tax will be 99972. Once again, rate at the rate of 18%. This was in respect of projects meant for sale. Now let's look at a situation when the agreement is entered into between 25/1 and 31/3, 25th January 2018, the date on which the new notification came in and the date on which 4/2018 was withdrawn. It is taxable under forward charge because the notification says shall arise at the time when the developer, builder or construction company or any other registered person, as the case may be, transfers possession or right. The earlier one was, the example that we took was not meant for sale. Because this is meant for sale, you have to apply the clause that is there in the notification, which talks of transfer of possession, or as the case may be, transfer of right in the constructed complex. Then the date you enter into the conveyance agreement will be the date on which it will be liable to tax. Valuation, no change. Rate of tax, no change. It will be at the rate of 18%. Next, you take the case of joint development agreements entered into on or after 1/4/2019. On or after, be careful, on this day, 4/2019 did not exist, but 4/2018 existed because it was withdrawn with retrospective effect on 30th September. Now we are talking of 4/2019. There is an exemption from transfer of development rights in the hands of the landowner, and the developer is a subject matter of levy. Be careful if you're constructing residential or commercial apartments, construction of residential or commercial, and it is meant for sale, then the landowner would be liable to tax. I'm sorry, the developer would be liable to tax, or the builder would be liable to tax. Promoter or builder would be liable to tax on reverse charge basis. Time of sale shall be time of completion certificate or first occupation. Value will be 2A. What is explanation 2A here? He says the valuation will be value of the apartment to the total amount charged for similar apartment from independent buyers. From independent buyers closer to the date of issue of completion certificate. Be careful. For the purpose of levying tax on developer, he says closer to the date of issuance of completion certificate. But for the purpose of levy of tax on Satnarayan Garu, who is the landowner, he says closer to the date of entering into the JDA. Be careful about the valuation. The apartment value when you enter into a joint development agreement will only be 5,000. But the apartment value when you get the completion certificate could be 9,000. Be careful. If it is forward charge, you pay tax on 5,000. If it is reverse charge, you pay tax on 9,000. There is a clear discrimination. Advocates can look at this transaction, whether we have a good case to fight in court. This is the method of valuation. I am not going to spend time on this valuation because I have something else to talk about. Now let us look at commercial properties meant for sale. Now what is the taxability of these transactions in respect of commercial properties that are meant for sale? Now we still continue to have the same 3 tax periods. When the tax period is between 1/7/2017 to 31/3/2019, we are talking of commercial projects meant for sale. Commercial projects are generally meant for own use. Now, in this example, if Satyanarayana Garu and Srinivas Garu enter into a transaction, they put up a commercial project, both of them say, okay, let us sell it off whenever we can get a buyer. It is in those cases the taxability and joint development agreements is under forward charge and in the hands of the landowner. Be careful. In this example, Satyanarayana sir will be liable to tax because he is the landowner. He has to pay tax on the date on which he enters into area sharing agreement. Be careful. What will Satyanarayana sir and Srinivas Rao Garu do? Satyanarayana sir has a 1 acre property. He says build 45% constructed area. That constructed area will not be earmarked. Therefore, the date on which they enter into area sharing, date on which, now this 45% also, they may come to the arrangement that this 45% the builder will give you only after plan sanction, only after obtaining licenses, only after obtaining RERA registrations, because that percentage of constructed area, the landowner and the developer will come to an understanding only after obtaining all the licenses and construction commences, because they may load TDR also in respect of these projects. Therefore, the date on which you enter into the area sharing agreement is the date on which the time of supply kicks in, you will have to pay the tax. Be careful here. Valuation will be cost of construction plus an element of gross profit. Satyanarayana sir, this is forward charge. Therefore, it is cost of construction plus an element of gross profit. The date on which you enter into an area share. Now, suppose you enter into an area sharing agreement on the date on which you enter into a JDA. How will you arrive at cost of construction? Now, in respect of these cases, cost of construction is an estimate plus an element of 10%. Rate is forward charge. Rate of tax will be at 18%. Now, the JDA is entered into after 1/4/2019 onwards. 1/4/2019 onwards. What will be the position in respect of these transactions? In respect of these transactions, the promoter is liable to pay tax. Under reverse check, promoter, we have to understand as builder. In respect of these transactions, promoter is liable to tax as builder. Commercial projects meant for sale, all the 3 different dates are given. Mechanism for valuation is also given. Mechanism of explanation 2A, where the value of the apartment, be careful, because the moment the taxable event or the time of supply goes back to issuance of completion certificate, the rate will be closer to the last sale and not the first sale. One has to be extremely careful in respect of taxability of these transactions. Construction by developer to landowner. Now, construction by developer to landowner. The developer is considered to be a contractor for the landowner. The developer is considered to be a contractor for the landowner. Therefore, the construction activity carried by the developer to the landowner is classified as a composite supply of works contract under 2 subsection 119, levy tax under 3 clause 12, 312 of notification 3/2019, liable to tax at the rate of 18%. And this is a continuous supply of service. Be careful, all tax practitioners, because it is a continuous supply of service, invoice is required to be raised on a month-on-month basis by the developer on the landowner in respect of construction services. Be very, very careful. You can't raise it at the end of the year. You have to raise it on a month-on-month basis or at least on milestone basis, depending on how you enter into joint development agreement. First slab, second slab, third slab, fifth slab, painting is over, plumbing is over, electrical fittings are over. That basis or on a month-on-month. I would prefer that every builder raises an invoice on a month-on-month basis, for one to take advantage of the tax provision, and because this is a continuous supply of services. Now, effective 1/4/2019, the residential complex and its valuation becomes crucial. It becomes crucial to my mind, because they say that tax is payable on reverse charge basis on the date on which occupation certificate is obtained. Then the last value or the last apartment that is sold, that price ought to be taken. Look at the difficulty here. Satnarayan sir is transferring land 3 years before, but he is subjected to tax 3 years later on what price? On the value of the last apartment sold. To my mind, it appears to be very harsh. I think this has to be a subject matter of challenge before the Honorable High Court. Before the Honorable High Court. I think we have a good case to fight here. This entire scheme of taxation, they have made a mess of the whole thing. Next, the effectiveness of the taxability or the effective rate of tax, valuation of commercial complex, cost of construction. Suppose it is warm shell, cold shell, warm shell, cold shell. Cold shell means only pillar, no wall. Warm shell means pillar with wall, nothing else will be done. Everything else you give me advance, I will construct and I will give you. These are built to suit apartments. Valuation will become a very, very big challenge. Time of supply is on a percentage of completion, and on a continuous basis you have to keep paying tax. 18% tax, input tax credit is available in the hands of the landowner. But what will you do with the input tax credit? If it is not meant for sale, it will accumulate. 17(5) restricts the input tax credit, therefore it is no use. Assuming that you sell the constructed portion, it is restricted if you don't sell. Assume that this commercial project is meant for sale, then the credit that is accumulated, unless you sell the entire commercial complex, you will not be able to set off. Therefore, you have to be very, very careful in respect of this transaction. Now, in respect of plotted developments, I have my reservations. Each of you on the other side, you are free to have your thought process. You are free to have your method of understanding these transactions. In plain and simple terms, if I were to tell you that development of plots, there are two advance rulings I have taken. Both are contradictory rulings. Please be careful when you take this. You read it when you have the time. Now, in respect of this plotted developments, now look at this transaction where Satnarayan Garu is a owner of a piece of land which is 1 acre and Srinivas Rao is a developer of this land. What is this transaction? There is no transfer of development right from the landowner to Srinivas Rao. All is entering into an agreement here is, my lord, sir, I have 1 acre of land. Please develop this into plot size of 60/40 with road, water tank, etc., a children's park, and you take 10 sites out of it and give me the balance. This is the arrangement that Satnarayan Garu will enter. Satnarayan Garu will also tell him, you only go to Hyderabad Development Authority, plan sanction, municipal corporation, all of this, and then I will give you 10 sites. Now, what does Srinivas Rao do? Srinivas Rao go to GHMC, he applies for the development rights, he applies for what can I say, plan sanction, then he develops roads, he develops culverts, he develops bridges, he puts up a superstructure, he puts up an association building, there is a water tank that will be built, telephone line, water supply, all of this. But we have to remember one thing. In respect of development of land, all the development of infrastructure that Srinivas Rao does goes to the municipal corporation. The ownership does not belong to Satnarayan Garu. The road which he builds within the property, the pipeline that he puts within the property, the telephone cable, the water tank, the stormwater drains, the sewage pipes that he puts in from site to site to the externals of the property belongs to GHMC. Therefore, there is no transfer of property in goods in this transaction. Therefore, there can be no levy of tax as works contract under 2 subsection 119. In simple terms, development of a plot of land, in my humble view, would not be a subject matter of levy. But exactly contra advance rulings have come. In both the advance rulings, PDP advanced living spaces, they have held that the developer is a contractor for the landowner. Developer is not a contractor for the landowner because what he gets for the purpose of consideration is developed land. There is no cash. Therefore, there is, my humble view, there is no liability to tax. It is a simple exchange of an immovable property, not a subject matter of levy. Look at the second case, Marquee. This is Karnataka's appellate authority for advance ruling. Here, they say that in respect of revenue sharing arrangements, what is revenue sharing? If Srinivas Rao and let us say Satnarayan sir, develop this piece of land. They said we will sell it together. Developer will get 25% and Satnarayan will get 75%. Karnataka has held that it is liable to tax. What is wrong with this government? There is something wrong with the advance ruling authority. What the two of them are selling together is sale of an immovable property. Sale of an immovable property. It should not be a subject matter of levy at all. But here, the advance ruling authority has gone on to say the title is transferred by Satyanarayan to the end customer and not by Srinivas Rao to the end customer, and therefore it cannot be. But let me tell you, the joint development agreement that they will have, Srinivas Satyanarayan cannot dispose of this land without Srinivas Rao being a confirming party in respect of this transaction. Therefore, this is a tripartite arrangement. Therefore, it is sale of an immovable property. Therefore, it cannot be a subject matter of levy, in my humble opinion. Now, they have also said that para 2A will apply. That means they have given as if they have done a great service. They have said in respect of this transaction, 1/3 they will give you deduction. That means, Satnarayan sir, when you sell your piece of land as joint development or plotted development, they're telling pay tax on that because by giving you 1/3 deduction. What is wrong with this government? I think there is something wrong. We will have to be extremely careful. In my humble view, both these advance rulings are incorrect appreciation of law. Chairman sir, I have ended just on time, or maybe 3 or 4 minutes I have taken extra. I have done my bit. Yes, I understand I could have been a bit faster, but this is the only way I could cover the concepts. In fact, there are a few concepts which are left out. If I had 1 more hour, I could have probably elucidated on those concepts even. Because today we have a completely different way of looking at these transactions. I haven't looked at the transactions. Thought. In respect of all these transactions of Satnarayan sir and Srinivas sir that we took, consider a case where they develop jointly and they have an arrangement for rental sharing and not revenue sharing. Rental sharing. Then what would be the impact of these transactions? We will have to be extremely careful. Although I wanted to give my views on that issue as well, I did not have the time. Thank you, AFTP. Thank you, Srinivas Rao sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vijay. Thank you, all the participants having patiently heard me. Thank you, Chairman sir.
Thank you so much, Venkatramani sir, for giving a very excellent presentation as usual. Now I request our Patodi sir to give closing remarks. Patodi sir, unmute yourself, sir. Unmute yourself. No, unmute yourself, sir. You are not audible.
Hello,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now you are audible. Please go on, sir. Go ahead, sir.
we have heard S. Venkataraman, and he has dealt with the applicability of the GST on the TDR. Very well explained the situations, tax implications, rate of tax, reverse charge mechanism, and the scope where there is a litigation. The litigation is always in every law, but GST being a new law, we have to go with the steady and we have to test also. Valuation itself is a problem. Rate of tax is also a problem. Reverse charge is also a problem. So all these things will remain and it will be solved as and when some courts decided or the matter will come up. I think whatever the subject matter which has been explained by Mr. Venkataraman is a thoughtful process and give a understanding to all the delegates that how this subject is to be dealt with. And I heartily appreciate his presentation. And also I heartily appreciate the organizers, particularly Mr. Rao, and the Secretary General, and all the office bearers, and all the John who has taken this opportunity to hold this convention in Hyderabad, and with the help of the all officials, it has been successfully done. I heartily congratulate and thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Chairman sir, can we take one or two questions, Chairman sir?
If you
Yes, sir, please.
There are 3 questions in the Q&A.
Yes, where is it?
In Q&A,
Where do I
bottom
find
you'll
Q-
find it.
Where do I find?
Satnanji, you can read the
I'll
question.
do one thing, Venkatraman sir, I'll read it for you.
Yeah.
Sir, can the landlord, if liable under forward charge, claim input tax credit on the construction service charged by the developer? Further, if area sharing agreement was done in JDA, the liability arises immediately. Then how to claim the input tax credit?
This is exactly the problem. Excellent question. Whoever has asked that question, be careful. Now, while the landowner, in our example, Satyanarayan sir is permitted to claim input tax credit, no difficulty. But look at the problem. Satyanarayana sir does not have input tax credit on the date on which he is raising the invoice, which is the JDA date, Joint Development Agreement date. You don't have input tax credit on JDA date. You are getting input tax credit subsequently. There is no refund. When will you get refund? You will get refund only under 2 circumstances. When you are an exporter or when you have made a zero-rated supply or you are an exporter. No other case you have refund. So what will Satyanarayan sir do? He has to pay tax on day 1, that is date of agreement, but credit will accumulate on a subsequent date. He can do nothing about it. The only way he can set off that credit which accumulates by virtue of developers charging invoice on a month-on-month basis is if Satyanarayan sir decides to sell his portion of constructed property before OC. But in 2 examples that we took, he cannot, because in one case we said meant for own use. The second one we said is meant for renting. In those 2 cases, he will not get input tax credit. But for subsequently he will. But in those cases, what will happen is that the tax that will be paid on date of completion of the project or date of obtaining OC. Again, credit will accumulate in Satyanarayan sir's hands. So the government has done a beautiful job of restricting 18% either in the developer's hands or in the hands of the landowner. So 18% is gone. Whatever tax planning you do, you will not be able to get that credit. Sir, next question.
Sir, if 4 residential flats are constructed and 3 are given back to the landowner after 2 years of handing over of the land, please tell time of supply and amount liable to GST.
Yes. Now,
valuation.
Now, if we are looking at a transaction where Satyanarayan sir is the landowner, Srinivas Rao is the developer. Srinivas Rao builds 4 flats, but 3 is given back to Satyanarayan sir. 3 is given back. The date on which they enter into area sharing agreement. Be careful. Development agreement is different from area sharing. Development agreement is the day when Satyanarayan sir and Srinivas Rao enter into agreement for developing the land. Area sharing is when Satyanarayan sir and Srinivas Rao sir decide flat number 1, flat number 4, flat number 2 belong to me, flat number 3 belongs to Srinivas Rao sir. That is area sharing. The date on which they enter into area sharing, Srinivas Rao will pay tax on forward charge on development basis. What is the valuation? Cost of construction plus 10%. If that is not possible because it's partly constructed, then you will have to take guidance value. If you don't have the guidance value, then you will have to take the price of the last flat sold prior to area sharing agreement. That is the valuation per square foot into the square feet of constructed area to Srinivas Rao, to Satyanarayan sir. That will be the value of contractual obligation where developer will raise for construction services. Srinivas Rao, Satyanarayan sir will raise an invoice for the same value in respect of development charges or development rights. Both will get neutralized, but be careful, one will be blocked because there will be two taxes in Satyanarayan sons. Next.
No, probably the query is asking what is the rate of
18%.
CGST and SGST on residential flats and individual builders for developers.
Yes. A residential flat prior to 31/3/2019 is 18%. 8%. Residential flats after 1/4/2019 maximum of 5%.
5%.
But the development rights will be taxable at the rate of 18%.
Next question, last question. So
Yeah.
what will be the tax liability in case of residential redeveloped projects entered into between the society and developer?
Yes, I am taking a view that in respect of redeveloped properties, no liability to tax. Because what happens in case of redeveloped properties is, Satyanarayan sir, my chairman, Srinivas Rao, all are residing in that project. We tell them to vacate that premises. We develop the project bigger. We get higher FAR. We get more number of flats. And we give flats free to Satyanarayan sir and chairman sir. So this is a
Yes.
transaction of exchange, in my view, not liable to tax at all. Although it is a transaction of supply. Supply includes sale, transfer, barter, or exchange. Because this is barter or exchange of an immovable property, in my view, it will not be liable to tax. Where new flats are given to the existing flat owners. However, the additional flats that are built and subsequently sold will be liable to tax
Will be liable.
or 18%. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot.
So,
Thank you.
So there is one question, but it's a very peculiar question. Whether activities have been, various activities have been given in the definition of works contract under section 2, subsection 119.
Yes, 14 activities.
Construction is one of them, and it is part of works contract as per section 2, subsection 119.
Yes.
Why construction is being separately deal and not others?
See, what happened was 2 subsection 119. Please look at the activities that are listed there. There are 14 activities that are listed in construction. Please underline each activity and read. You will find only 14. And look at the way that they have narrated these 14 activities. It is in one beautiful descending order. If you go to 2 subsection 119, just 1 second, 2 subsection 119 will read. Works contract means building, construction, fabrication. Look at how it is coming. It is building. Can someone say works contract means building? Works contract does not mean building. Works contract is the activity of building.
Yes.
Work contract is an activity of construction. That is how you will have to read this. Therefore, why construction and building are delineated? Because construction can also mean construction of plant and equipment. Construction can also mean construction of an immovable property, both. But if you look at the latter part of this, here he says building, construction, etc. of any immovable property. You go back to your VAT law and see, it will tell you construction of a movable or immovable property. That is the subtle distinction between the two. Satyanarayan sir, the question that also is probably trying to point out why these two activities are separate in works contract and not elsewhere else as an activity. There is no other place where they can define. Because when they go to 5B, they have defined 5B as works contract services, whereas under 17.5, they have included construction to mean renovation, alteration, etc., etc. So that also includes construction. The definition of the word construction as explained in 17.5D should also be read together here. That is the reason why they have used the word construction, not for anything else. Thank you.
So, sir, with your permission, I'll take one last question, sir.
Yes, please.
What about the GST collected on JDA before 31/3/2018?
if you have collected, the only way you can do is pay it to the government, because you can't return it to the assessee. You can't keep it for yourself. If it is collected, return it.
You have to deposit it.
Yes.
Thank you very much,
When
sir.
you say
Thank you
return
very
it, pay it
much.
to the government.
Yes.
Now I request our Mr. Amarendra to propose hearty vote of thanks to the chairman as well as speakers.
Thank you very much, sir. We had a very interesting. Sir has dealt with the subject very extensively, and as expected, he need not say anything about subject. He is eloquent and speaker, and he can speak without any this thing. So thank you very much, sir, and I also thank Mr. Patodi, sir, for gracing the occasion and
Thank you.
making the program very lively. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all once again. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Now we'll take a break for 10 minutes, sir, and we'll reassemble at 11:15 a.m. Next session, fifth technical session, will start at 11:15.
Staying in Delhi, but we are also trying for you in Chennai. That is the problem for us.
Then you can start.
Yes.
I'm all over the place. This year I have not traveled at all much, except 2 visits or 3 visits after COVID to Chennai, to Delhi from Chennai. Mostly I was in Chennai during COVID.
Yes, I heartily welcome you all for this fifth technical session. The topic for the day, for this session is Indian economy, need for structural reforms. The speaker is none other than Dr. M.R. Venkatesh, Advocate, Chennai. And our chairman of the session is our Guru, Sri Ganesh Purohit, Senior Advocate from Jabalpur. He is a past president of our association. Welcome you, sir. Welcome you, both of you. Welcome to both of you. And I request our Mr. Srinivas Rao Garu from is a president of AP Tax Practitioners and Consultant Association to brief us about the activities of the association. Over to you, Srinivas Rao Garu.
Good morning to all. Ours is the association established in 2014 after bifurcation of the state. We are doing much more to our fraternity. We are conducting classes, webinars, and we are also advising the department in several GST matters. Our people, our members are taken for redressal committees and some other committees formed by the department, central and state.
No, sir, please introduce both.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Speaker and chairman of the session.
I'm happy to introduce such a legendaries in the tax fraternity to this today's seminar. One is the chair. First, I introduce the chairman, the Ganesh Purohit, past president of AIFTP. He is born in the family of tax practitioner late Sri Krishna Purohit in the city of Jabalpur. Completed education BSc LLB from Rani and Durgavati University, Jabalpur. First class in the University for Law Final. Published a book on leading cases for law students as editor and co-author under Auspicious Law of Society, University Teaching Department. Registered as an advocate with the Bar Council of Madhya Pradesh on 10/10/1970 and was designated as a senior advocate by full court of the Madhya Pradesh High Court in 2006. During the course of study in law, he joined the Chamber of Purohit Malosaria and Company in 1967. At present, mainly practicing before the Madhya Pradesh High Court and Income Tax Appellate Tribunal at Jabalpur. He has also argued tax matters before Supreme Court and have completed 50 years of practice in the field of taxation on 10/10/2020. Actively involved in academic activities and organizations, engaged in the development of professional tax advisors at large, submitting papers on various subjects of direct taxes, conference, and chaired several sessions. He worked for management of Ekal Vidyalaya program run by Friends of Tribal Society, established the Jabalpur chapter of FTS as organizing secretary in 2004 and still involved in Ekal Vidyalaya program. Held the post of State President of Madhya Pradesh Marwari Sammelan, trustee of Samanvaya Parivar Trust, PAMREC Society, working for terminally ill cancer patients. I am very happy to introduce Sri Ganesh Purohit Garu, today's chairman of this session. Now I introduce the speaker, Dr. M.R. Venkatesh. He is an advocate based on New Delhi, practicing criminal laws, economic offences, and serious financial frauds. He is an acknowledged expert in the field of anti-money laundering laws, anti-black money laws, direct taxes, and related regulations. He is a designated partner in Agastya Legal LLP and heads advisory and litigation related to the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, Prevention of Corruption Act, Income Tax Act, Black Money, Foreign Income and Assets, and Imposition of Tax Act, SEBI Act, FEMA, and the Fugitive Economic Offenders Act. He was awarded a doctorate for his thesis on evaluating the impact of minimum support price and input subsidies on the farmer sector in the 4 southern states of India, Shastra University, Tamil Nadu. In addition, he had authored and published several books, including a handbook on anti-dumping, which was released by the former Prime Minister of India, Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, in 2001. And a monogram on capital account and convertibility, which was published in July 2006, as well as one on inflation, which was published in 2007. He is also a regular panelist for prime time shows on national television and a well-recognized columnist in leading media publications in India. Now, I hand over the session to our speaker and the chairman to continue. I'm very happy to introduce them to this session. Thank you, sir.
Sir Ganesh Purohit, sir, please unmute yourself.
Welcome to both of you, sir. Unmute, sir, unmute.
Yes, sir. You're live.
Thank you, Dr. Ramaraju Srinivas Garu, for giving introduction of both of us. Unmute myself. Okay. Am I audible now? Audible?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Friends, I would like to first of all convey my thanks to the South Zone for organizing such a convention, even in these hard times. Holding virtual convention of AIATP, it shows the zeal and agility of human nature to combat all odds and get over the difficulties. The COVID-19 pandemic also could not dampen the desire of educating the fraternity. The members of the entire South Zone deserve applause for the same. Friends, the topic for this session is the need of hour and a brainstorming issue to find out how and in what manner we can save our economy and rise as fastest growing producer, exporter, service provider and consumer in the world of economy. The slowdown in economy was felt in the middle of 2019, when it was predicted that our economy is going to be slow and it will be at 4.9% as against 7.6% of the immediately preceding year. Thereafter, we were hit by the COVID-19 pandemic that shattered the entire world. Our GDP was supposed to go into negative, and it was predicted that it may be minus 4.5%. RBI took immediate actions and reduced the repo rate, which now stands at 3.35%. This is to increase the cash flow in the system. we were doubly hit by man-made disaster. The disturbance on our eastern border and the attack of COVID-19 as a pandemic. Thereafter, natural calamities also hit our nation due to floods, cyclone, and labor migration. It is a difficult time for the Modi government. However, the government took several steps and offered many economic packages to balance and counter the situation. My learned friend, Dr. M.R. Venkatesh, shall deliberate on those issues. I only want to stress upon two aspects, that is reform in judicial system and revamping of implementing agencies. If we are able to decide legal issues on the fast track, it will help the business to grow and save time, money, energy that is lost in long-drawn litigations. Friends, we have experienced in our professional work that incentives are announced by the government to boost the industry and economy, normally through tax laws. And various incentives, benefits are offered. But when it comes to actually delivering the incentives, then the administration, sorry for the disturbance, then the administration puts a lot of stumbling blocks and they do not permit the beneficiary to take advantage of all the incentives those are offered. And that results into litigation. The accountability of the implementing agencies is very important. In our nation, we have seen that the administration is normally not accountable. And in that respect, what happens that unscrupulous entrepreneurs, they take the benefit of incentives by manipulating the records and with the influence and help of their influential politicians. They eat away the advantages and the real deserving person does not get the advantage. It is due to above situation, we could not get much benefit from shifting of manufacturing industries from China. We have recently seen that there was a dispute between China and America on business transactions. So many of the industries were shifting from China to other countries. And we were hopeful that we shall be able to get the larger share of cake. But it proved to be wrong. Only 3 major industries have come to India, and the maximum beneficiary of this was Vietnam and Taiwan. Friends, we require change in labor law. In India, there are frequent strikes, political unrest. This plays vital role in dissenting the industries from coming to our country. The government has recently taken steps in amending labor laws. They have even amended the 3 farm laws, those have been changed. And we are seeing that there is a great unrest going on. This puts a question mark, basically, on the intention of the government at some time. Because if they have amended the farm laws, why could not they guarantee MSP also in that? While amending farm laws, they have not guaranteed the MSP. That is what is creating problem. And we have experience of the sugarcane farmers. Those were supplying their sugarcane produce to the sugar industries. And we all know that more than 12,000 crores is still due to the farmers that is not paid by the sugar mills. So naturally, it raises a suspicion and an unrest in the mind of the farmer that by changing this law, though no doubt these are highly beneficial laws because the entire India has become one market, and the binding of going to Krishi Upaj Mandis is totally done away with. But then the government needs to clear the fear in the mind of farmer that he will get the benefit of MSP or not. Similar are the other things, like our country is one of the youngest countries in the world. 30% of our population, rather 38% of our population is less than 30 years of age. But the question is, how and in what way we are planning our human resource? We need to train the human resource and to make them available to the industry as a trained labor. The experience of industries shows that the labor output in India is very poor as compared to the China and Vietnam. We have also experienced practically that IITs has been established even in small villages. But what is really happening? The ground reality is that people who are running those industrial training institutes, ITIs, they only fill up the register. They do not really impart training to the incumbents and take away the government's money. So what happens that in spite of best intentions of the government and allocation of large funds, there is no real benefit to the public at large, and especially to the industry and the businessman. I can give one example that how unscrupulous business people take advantage. In our area, they have put in so many plants for manufacturing coal briquettes. They have taken all the tax advantage, but they have never manufactured anything. Whatever coal they got allotted was sold in the black market. So these things, the public also has to be true to the government. They have to work honestly, and we have to get over the corruption that is prevailing in the administration. Because if there is no corruption, this could not have been done. And the most unfortunate part is that the greatest reform that is required is in the judicial system. Because if judiciary gives a fast judgments, then corruption and other things automatically go away. The corruption takes place because I am afraid that I cannot get a fast judgment from the court. So I have to succumb to the pressures of the officer who is looking after my work or who is administering my work. So we have to have a great judicial reform. We must devise some such system that a dispute is settled within 6 months to 1 year at the most. We have in our practical profession seen that once the case is admitted in the High Court, then God only knows when it will be finally heard, because lakhs of cases are pending at the High Court level. And unfortunately, government is not paying any attention on this direction. The number of judges is not being increased. And even if it is increased, we find that many posts of judges are vacant. They are not filled up. For an example, we have in Madhya Pradesh the strength of 50 judges. And right now we are more than 12 judges short in Madhya Pradesh High Court. This similar situation prevails all over India. And unless the number of judges is increased, infrastructure is provided to the judiciary, we cannot expect the judiciary to deliver quickly. So these are the issues. And friends would not like to encroach upon the time of learned speaker. And I am sure the learned speaker will be covering all these issues and will throw light on these issues, as in his introduction I have just heard that he has done doctorate in respect of some form issues or something like that. So we have a lot of hope from Mr. Venkatesh. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Over to Dr. M.R. Venkatesh, please. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you, especially to Ramraju Garu and Srinivas Garu. after the chairman has prepared the ground for me in his rather sagacious approach to the subject. He did dwell upon two important things about judicial reforms and, of course, the administrative reforms, which have been pending for such a long time. And I don't think so. This would have been anything different when Mr. Purohit entered the bar. I think that was in 1970. And I did not even enter the nursery school at that time. So when he entered the bar, I was not even at the nursery school. So for the last 50 years, I think the standard statement, anything to do with economics, has been that we require judicial reforms and administrative reforms. And probably for the next 50 years too, we will be lamenting about it. And I don't see any intention of any powers that be, whether at the state or at the central level, to deal with this issue in any manner whatsoever. But I will come to the topic of the day, which is far more interesting, about economic reforms. I would like to spend the next 30 minutes of the time, leaving the last 10-15 minutes for question answers. I would like to say that it is not only that we require economic reforms. Economics is also in requirement of reforms. The subject of economics is probably now in a confused and a diffused state. For instance, The Economist in 2009 observed that Robert Lucas, one of the greatest macroeconomists of our generation, that we are making ancient and basic analytical errors all over the place. Harvard's Robert Barrow, another towering personality in the discipline of economics, says that economists are making truly boneheaded arguments. And economists concludes that the past 30 years of macroeconomics trainings at the American and the British universities were a costly waste of time. Paul Krugman and William Buter of the London School of Economics indicated that the world economic crisis is a crisis of economics. Krugman caustically observed that most of macroeconomics of the past 30 years was spectacularly useless at best and positively harmful at worst. Now you must understand why and how this has come to be. These were all made in the light of the 2008 economic crisis. But if I ask you one question, was 2008 an economic crisis or was 2008 a financial crisis? I think most of us will get stumped. World of economics has been taken over by the world of finance. And world of economics, which was the larger set of the world of finance, is now a subset of the world of finance. It is finance now which controls economics. It is not that the economics controls finance as it was the case, say, 30, 40 years back. So we need to understand that is happening in India also, in a significant sense of the term. So once we set right this equation between economics and finance, we will know whether we will have to carry economic reforms or finance reforms. Because now we are now on the first week of December. In another week or so, every Delhiite will turn into an economist, because budget will be around 45 days from now. And then everybody will profess what is to be done, what is not to be done. And everybody who has given some soundbite to some channel or pink paper would then go on to proceed whether the finance minister's budget was to be ranked 11 out of 10 or 12 out of 10, without understanding that world of finance has subsumed the world of economics, and world of economics is not in any way functional in the manner it was, say, 30, 40, 50 years ago. So the first thing we have to understand here is how did this come about? The answer to this probably lies in a fantastic Oscar movie, which was awarded in 2009. It's about the insider's job. Now, why I'm drawing something totally different from the world of economics into world of movies to explain my point is that insider's job was how America collapsed or how American economy collapsed, how the financial markets collapsed. It was a documentary movie. It's not a typical movie. It was a Hollywood, not a Hollywood or a Bollywood movie. It's a documentary movie of around 3 hours, and it's a must-see for anybody who wants to understand the world of economics and world of finance. Now, what does that show? That shows that we have come to a stage where the world of economics, which has a GDP of around $80 trillion. At that time, it was around $65 trillion. Today, it's around $85 trillion. The derivatives market alone is around $600 to $700 trillion. So you can understand, if the derivative markets collapse, what could be the concomitant impact on the world of economics? I'm only talking about the world of derivatives and how it impacts our world of economics. But what are we trying to do? We are trying to merge the world of economics into finance. And every single association with the world of economics with finance is touted as some sort of a liberalization, some sort of a welcome move, some sort of things that will cause reforms. Now, I have an objection to the word reforms, because when we use the word reforms, we concede that there is deforms. And when we concede there is deforms, it calls for an introspection as to how and why the deforms happened in the first place and how we need to come about and rectify it. Now, on this, there are three issues. As learned chairman rightly pointed out, there is need for judicial and administrative reforms. Enough has been spoken about it. I'm not going into that for the day. But there are two other issues on which I would like to dwell upon. One is the role of the state qua the individual, and two, regulatory capture. Now, I will deal with the second point first and then deal with the first point. When I talk about regulatory capture, you would be surprised to know that the 2008 financial crisis was one of the biggest financial crises in the world. It devastated America. But if you ask how many people went to jail, how many people were prosecuted by the Americans, you can say Indian judiciary is bad, Indian administrators are bad, this political party supports that particular corporate and hence no action was taken. We can lament about ourselves. But what is it in America which we always believe has a robust judicial and administrative system? In fact, in the last 12 years, they have just jailed one person for 30 months, that too a low-ranking person, when the entire financial system, not only in America collapsed, but also caused a global distress. So for all this, we have held one person responsible. When Obama became the president in 2008, he vowed that he will take action on all those who ensured or caused the distress. And then in 2012, he was re-elected. He said, I'm still taking some action. Nothing happened. Then Trump came. Trump said, I will take action on those people who had caused this 2008 crisis. And nothing happened except for that one gentleman. For the last 12 years, two political parties, one Democrats, one Republicans, have been ruling the entire spectrum of, or I can say the entire political spectrum has represented itself in America for the last 12 years. And only one person has been jailed. Why? Because Goldman Sachs vice president or president moves as Treasury Secretary in one regime. And then from there on, he becomes once again the vice president or president of some other company. In between, they go and capture the administration. So this is something that is happening worldwide. In our country, it was not a case of a failure. It was a case of regulatory capture. Now, let me take the classical case of, say, somebody like Raghuram Rajan. In 2003, he was awarded as the best banker or a financial expert by some award, Blackfisher Award or something in America. And if you go through the Wikipedia page of Mr. Raghuram Rajan, you get it. But the point here is the world of finance chose him as some sort of a superstar right in 2003. And 2005, he makes a prediction about the fall of American economy in 2007 or 2008 thereabouts. And he is hailed as some sort of a superstar. And he does predict, and 2008 America collapses. But 2007, he comes to India and is co-opted by the Planning Commission, and he brings about a report which says that 100 small steps to reforms. Fair enough. 2008, he becomes an advisor to Dr. Manmohan Singh, who was then our Prime Minister, economic advisor to the Prime Minister. 2012, he becomes the economic advisor to the Finance Ministry and pens the 2013 economic survey. 2013, he becomes the governor of RBI till 2016. So between 2007 and 2016, Raghuram Rajan was part of our entire system. Hats off. We have an Indian achieving so much. We are proud about it. But between 2007 and 2012,
His net connection has been
Disconnected, yes.
Friends, kindly bear with us. There's some technical issue at the speaker's end. We are trying to sort it out.
Yeah, he's joining, he's rejoining. Yes, he's rejoining. Venkatesh sir, please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Yeah, unmute yourself, sir.
okay. No, it's okay. It has come. So when Mr. Raghuram Rajan becomes the governor of RBI, he comes out with this issue about non-performing assets. He says there is a huge problem. But the same problem was created when he was in the helm of affairs for the last 10 years. And he's hailed as a rock star economist. He's hailed as somebody who is a superhero. He's hailed as somebody who is in the know of everything connecting to the world of finance and economics. Now let me take another example of this in our situation. I will give you one other example. In 1990, I'm going a bit, doing a time travel. I'm coming to a late 80s when India was still a closed economy. And one of our most respected economists was elected to be the Secretary General of a little known private think tank called South Commission. And its chairman was one Julius Nyerere. And the South Commission report notes a prominent feature of the last 2 decades. This is in 1990. A prominent feature of the last 2 decades has been the increasing globalization of the world economy, particularly of production and finance. The role of transnational companies has grown. Takeovers and merger of companies across national boundaries have multiplied, helped by the explosive growth of international private flows. And then he says the spread of the deregulation of financial movements and electronic trading in developed countries has opened the way for massive transfers of funds, trading in securities, stocks and shares, bonds and other financial instruments among the major financial centers, as well as facilitated flight of capital from the south. Private financial flows have become substantial multiple of world merchandise trade. These very large cross-border movements of assets tend to cause more frequent shifts in exchange and interest rates, affecting the competitive position of individual countries. This was in 1990. Can anybody name the person who wrote this report in 1990? And do you know the person became one of the most important influential persons for the next 30 years in Indian politics? It is Dr. Manmohan Singh. Dr. Manmohan Singh warns about so many things. In 1990, as a Secretary General of South-South Commission, and 1991, he becomes the Finance Minister of India and draws about the plan for deregulation of the Indian economy. So you must understand, today, apart from what judicial reforms and administrative reforms that Purohitji spoke about, we need to talk about and get worried about is what we call as regulatory capture. Regulatory capture, and when we go to the courts, all of us, most of us here are lawyers and chartered accountants. When we go to the courts and we challenge certain things done as an action of the regulator, we find ourselves increasingly being boxed into a corner because nobody wants to question the regulator. The regulator seems to be some sort of a demigod. So as RBI's action or SEBI's action or IRDA's action virtually doesn't interest the judiciary for a simple reason. They believe that it is built with experts. My foot. They are not. They are equally fallible. There are enormous literature to suggest that people like Raghuram Rajan were sleeping at the wheels when the NPA crisis started in this country. And when the NPA crisis exploded, it went to 10 different, the entire loan from 2.6% in 2007 to 13% in the year 2012. In 5 years, 5 times it had multiplied to only 10 corporates. GMR, GVK, Anil Ambani Group, SR, Lancor. These are the 6, 7, 8, 10 companies. Today, we all know that they are either before NCLT or ED or CBI. But the loans were given then. And Raghuram Rajan now pontificates us about what is happening and what should be done. Same thing with everybody. I have nothing to do with Raghuram Rajan. Raghuram Rajan is only a case in point. It can happen with anybody and everybody. I'm only bringing out to your attention how people are getting sponsored, how people get pushed, how people talk about certain things, because the discipline of economics is all about indiscipline of economics. The discipline of economics has died. Today, there is nothing that survives except that we talk about it in terms of how market cap goes up, how stock markets is reacting. That becomes our sole benchmark. It is reduced to one number, whether the GDP is showing positive or negative and whether it goes up or comes down. We don't talk about other things like Human Development Index. How is it that the ease of doing business has stumbled? How is our hunger index? How are we doing on hunger index? There is so much of debate on agriculture and MSP, which the chairman alluded to also. We are not talking about how after 1965, our per capita consumption of food grain per day, per head, has marginally increased by a few grams. And even today, we are still lower than 500 grams per day per capita. And in 1880, not in 1980, 1880, when the Britishers were ruling us, they had a famine commission. And for the first time, they saw famine in India. So they had a famine commission. And that famine commission said that if India has to be fed during famines, a minimum of 500 grams per day per capita is required. We have not reached per day per capita famine requirement during British, which subjugated us. So there is so much amount of things to be done. So to believe that that will be done by the government, which comes to my third leg of my presentation, is that I am really astounded that we still believe all this will be done by the government. We want government to do everything. That sets that we need to discuss the equation between the individual and the state. And this was best exemplified by the Constitutional Assembly debates between Ambedkar and Pandit Nehru. Ambedkar did not want India to be a socialist. And he said that we cannot lay an economic policy for generations to come as to what they would like their relationship with the state on economic affairs. Pandit Nehru wouldn't have anything of that sort. He said, I believe in socialism. He pushed for the word socialism in the preamble of the Constitution even as early as 1949. And it was all rejected. But by a quirk of fate, Pandit Nehru became the Prime Minister. And since 1955 Avadi Congress, the Congress party started to ensure that the government occupied the commanding heights of the world economy or the national economy. And after 25-30 years, when bank nationalization happened and every other thing happened, we found that socialism or the socialistic pattern of governing ourselves was not working. And we gave socialism a burial, and we moved to globalization. And today, when we move to globalization, we do not know whether globalization is with ZATION or SATION. So we started saying anything from abroad is to be welcomed. Any system from abroad needs to be welcomed. Now we have swung to the other extreme again. We said Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we are asking Ernst & Young or McKinsey to prepare a plan for Atmanirbhar Bharat. As if there is no consultant in India, and as if there is nobody in India to guide us on Atmanirbhar Bharat. So there seems to be a confusion as to what should be our idea of economics. What should be the idea of reforms? What should the individual do? How should the individual take on himself as a citizen? What should be the role of a citizen? To that, I have consistently been championing one view, that part 3 of the Constitution, which talks about fundamental rights, needs to be counterbalanced with fundamental duties. If fundamental duties don't form part of part 3 of the Constitution, it is an imbalanced Constitution. It is sublime in parts, but not in totality. Unless we bring about this fundamental change, where we try to assimilate the thoughts of our forefathers who had given this land the greatest sloka, Karmanyavadhikarasya, where the entire land believes that we have to do our duty without any expectation, without any wait for the end results. Whereas as a citizen of India, we always talk about our rights. As a citizen of India, we always talk about what is due for us from various parts of or various arms of the state. But as normal human beings, as Bharatiyas, we always talk about our duty. So this brings in a fundamental conflict as to what should be the right duty balance. And if that is done, you would be surprised. Then only we could have ever thought about what is the exact taxation policy or taxation mechanism that we can bring about in India. In fact, on 17th November, if my memory serves me right, on 1947, there was a committee called Nandini Sarkar Committee, which went into the taxation for the entire country. How should the taxation policy be? And Article 265 follows subsequent to that committee's recommendation. And that committee in turn takes the entire taxation model, especially Part 7, Schedule 7, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3 from 1935 Government of India Act, and gives its report within 21 days, that is on 6th December, exactly to this day in 1947. So Nandini Sarkar, which decided the entire taxes, direct and indirect taxes, was based on what should be the share taken by the center, what should be done by the state. They never bothered about how much to tax, why to tax, and when to tax. In fact, when I started my career as I was still a student, I wouldn't say a career, in first year BCom, the Kelkar committee was not even born. And that was the time when MODVAT was introduced in the 1986 budget by VP Singh. And after 30 years, it actually had its destination point in GST. It took 30 years to transform ourselves from an indirect tax regime, bringing reforms in an indirect tax regime, and culminate in GST, which is still, in my view, an embryonic stage, which has so much of problems, so much of issues to be sorted out. But it took 21 days for the entire constitutional mechanism to bring about the taxation for this country, and that has stood the test of time for 70 years. So my problem is not that you shouldn't tax. My problem is not GST. My problem is not direct taxes. My problem is if the fundamental rights of the government and fundamental rights of the individual are counterbalanced by fundamental duties of the government and fundamental duties of the citizenry, then only you can decide on what is the right vis-a-vis the duty of citizens qua the center or the state. And only then you can fix the taxation system. The taxation system in this country needs a complete rehaul on what should be the rehaul on Part 3 of the Constitution. You can't diverse Part 3 of the Constitution with your taxation model. It needs to, taxation is the umbilical cord between the citizenry and the state. And unless we fix this first up, then only we can move forward. So the tax reforms, whenever people talk about tax reforms, I laugh to myself because people invariably end at saying that we should have a TDS rate of 5% instead of 4% or 3%, or that it should be 10% instead of 5%. Taxation reforms must start first with why to tax and how much to tax. Then we can decide on the modalities, methodologies, rates, and other things which can follow subsequently. Till we do this, rates of economic reforms will be a non-starter. Ditto with regulatory captures. Ditto with our personalities in various places. Whether it is NPA norms, which have been borrowed from the Bank for International Settlement, Basel, which have dictated that these are the norms you have to follow, and this is the 30-day norm that you will have to follow, 90-day norm, my apologies, 90-day norm you have to follow. And we have taken it from Basel and straight away implemented without realizing that America doesn't follow Basel norms. China doesn't give a two-hoot to these norms. Japan doesn't follow these norms. When the world's 3 or 4 largest economies don't follow these NPA norms, why should India commit, RBI will be ready to commit sati for NPA norms. RBI lives with these NPA norms, dies with these NPA norms, without realizing how is it possible when state government enterprises, central government enterprises don't pay you within 90 days. Forget assuming that your order is today, you are able to produce and serve the government today itself and send some product to government today itself. Sometimes it takes 2 months, 3 months, 6 months to get payment. State governments take enormous amount of time, but you are supposed to pay the bank 90 days. So the range of economic reforms that we need to do is right from understanding economics, the way economics is taught in our colleges, the way government understands economics, the way we put people in regulatory and in political sphere managing economics, the manner in which regulations are drawn about borrowing from outside world, whether it is BIS or whether it is WTO, how it impacts us. All these require enormous amount of overhaul. And I have forgot about how your consultants get appointed. In fact, for everything to do with GST, you should have an international experience. When GST was brought in the year 2016 to advise government of India, you require international experience of 30 years. And that 30 years will be available only with foreign consultants. So this whole scheme that we are talking about in economic reforms, much needs to be done. And we are only tinkering. We are tinkering deliberately because we don't want to do original work. We are tinkering because we don't have the gumption to do original work. And I am sorry to say that many of our institutes, many of our associations are failing in their duty in warning the government. And if they are doing, I'm sorry to say then that the government is turning a deaf ears to the well-intended advice of such institutions. So economic reforms encompasses a wide range of it. I'm sorry, within 45 minutes, it will be very difficult to capture every single dimension. But my idea was merely to flag off to you on several dimensions that requires, for instance, administrative reforms. People talk about tax reforms. You can't have a complicated income tax system or a law and a very simple income tax form. I had challenged once whether the CBDT chairman can fill up his own income tax form in 45 minutes. I would challenge the CBIC chairman to fill a GST form, get it uploaded within 30 minutes. And yet we talk about reforms. So we need to make our tax law simpler. And if we are going to model ourselves on something else that has been a remnant of the British or what is available in the outside world, without doing an original work, without trying to write something de novo, without trying to bring about a complete overhaul of the entire mechanism, my view is that we will be failing big time, and we are failing big time. Reforms per se are not important unless we design or decide how do we reform, who will reform, and who will monitor the reforms. With this, I will thank you all for a very patient hearing, and I think I have a few minutes for any questions that may flow from here. Thank you very much.
Sir, as of now, no questions, sir.
Okay.
Rohit sir, would you like to give your closing remarks
Thank you, sir.
for 5 minutes?
As very rightly pointed out, and I would just like to add that when we became independent, we adopted the British system of administration and British laws. Whereas our own laws, they were much better. Like Chanakya had said that you should take the tax as the bee takes from a flower. Those principles were forgotten. Our own economists, our own administrators were much, much better. But since we were taught English, nowadays what happens that if you go home and you ask your child, what is 59? He will know what is 59. But if you ask him to tell 59 in Hindi, he won't be able to tell you unsat. So that situation has cropped up in our social system. And another thing is that we did not change the designation. We have controller of exports, but we don't have facilitator of exports. So why can't we change those designations and so their mindset changes? As soon as the word controller is there, he's get some authority to put stumble blocks, to put difficulties in your work. But once his designation is facilitated, then his entire mindset will completely change. So as rightly pointed out by Mr. Venkatesh, that we not only need to change the concept and thinking, we also need to change that we as a citizen should know our duties, and we must perform our duties and then call for our right. Whereas we only talk of right and we never talk of duty. That is the most fallacy in our system, basically. In our social system, our education system was systematically destroyed. When British came to India, they systematically destroyed the Indian education system. Our old system was very, very good, but I fail to understand that how many people would be really knowing that what was our system. Because we are now totally learning the British system. And well, that has given us benefit also, that because we are acceptable all over the world, because we know we talk and we speak English and we can write English. That advantage is also there. economy is really, really very, very complex. And on economy, each and everything has its own share of effect. The Chinese aggression itself has a great effect on our economy. We are spending now billions of millions of dollars on purchasing the hardware and other things for defense, which is definitely required. But it is going to put pressure on our economy. And ultimately, the government will get money from where? Government will tax us. We have never bothered to expand the tax base. Our tax base, especially in income tax, is very, very limited. In a country of 130 crores, there are only about 4 crore taxpayers. So do we think that the people don't have even 5 lakhs rupees of income per annum? Even a sabji wala and pan wala is having 500,000 rupees income every year. He can easily pay tax, but how many people are paying taxes? So he is rightly pointing out that we are failing in our own duty, first of all. We must ask a question to ourselves that as a citizen, are we really performing our own duty as a citizen? And that is where the question lies. Very nice deliberation by Venkatesh ji. I congratulate him. It was very well researched and very well executed. Thank you very much. And thank you, Satyanarayan ji, Srinivas Rao Garu, and all for giving me this opportunity to be the chairman with my learned friend, Shri Venkatesh ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to both of you. We could have given much more time for our attendees, participants to get benefit out of you. But unfortunately, due to paucity of time, we are not able to give much more time, sir. We apologize for that.
No, it's okay. I think it's more than sufficient on a Sunday afternoon.
Yes.
Any bigger dose of economy is injurious to your mental health.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your understanding, sir. Now I request Ramaraj Garu to propose a hearty vote of thanks to both the chairman and the speaker. Unmute yourself.
Raju addresses. I will just ask one question to you, Mr. Satyanarayan. What is the meaning of word Garu?
G.
Garu is
G.
a respectful word, sir. Value.
No, it is Ganesh Purohit G.
Oh, it is suffix for respect.
Yes.
All right.
Only value. Value for the person.
Yes.
And
Okay.
yesterday
Without GST.
also.
Value addition. Value addition.
Value addition.
You must be very clear about
Yes.
it.
And sir, yesterday governor's also speech like this only. When the persons are in a honest mode, automatically taxes will be increased. That is also one of the issue I would like to share with you.
You all were using the word Garu, so I also use the same without understanding the meaning. I presumed it is something good.
There is one question before Ramaraju ji starts. There is one question just I would like to answer because it's a very interesting question. It says 3 or 4 structural reforms that be required to be carried out on an immediate basis next 3 years among financial, banking, medical, educational, finance, trade, etc. Just I will flag off 2. And that's more than sufficient. I think we require an oversight body to all our regulators. Today, 10 years back or 5 years back, it was Malaya scam or Nirav Modi scam or some other scam. Then it migrated to State Bank scam, Lakshmi Vilas Bank scam, Yes Bank scam, and it will be RBI scam. So to oversee RBI, we should require some sort of a regulator. Otherwise, RBI is now the biggest supervisor. It's ditto with SEBI, ditto with PFRDA, ditto with IRDA. All these regulators are going berserk, and that is why we require a super regulator to ensure as some sort of an oversight body into their functioning. This is one point. Another point I would like to say is mandate anybody who is working in government to send their children to government school. These 2 things I will recommend. Whether you like it or not is up to you, but this is my answer to that question.
Mr. Venkatesh, I would like to add to this. There was a king and he had an elephant. So he appointed one of the Mahavats to look after the elephant. So that Mahavat, he was also taking out his food from elephant's food.
Yeah, yes.
Then some minister reported to the king that this Mahavat is taking out money from elephant's food. So they said we should appoint an inspector on him. Then that inspector was appointed. that inspector also took his meal from the elephant's food. So the elephant became slimmer. He was not getting full diet. So if we keep on appointing regulator over regulator,
Sir,
the business is not going to
no,
stop.
no. I never said regulator. I said oversight body, which will look into the function.
Not regulator. I used a wrong word.
Oversight body.
Supervisory body.
Oversight, not supervisory. No. Supervisory body will have its office, committee, commission, everything. I'm not into it. I'm saying a supervisory body once in 3 years sits down and looks into the functioning of RBI and suggests mechanisms. Look into functioning of SEBI. And at that time, a public hearing can be held. Some people can go and that's all. And it should close within 3 months. Yes. And it should not be a permanent body that will, as you said, then committee, commission, sab aa jayega. So we don't want that to happen. This oversight, because otherwise judiciary is also not, it's reluctant to look into the functioning of SEBI and RBI because they feel that regulators are doing their job, let them do their job. But regulators have become a regulatory risk and that is becoming a huge economic risk. That's the point I'm making.
And it should be a time-bound thing.
Yes, I agree with you.
That's right.
Thank you, M.R. Venkatesh Garu, for this wonderful session. On behalf of AFTP and APTPCA, I must say thanks to today's speaker and today's chairman, Sri Ganesh S. Purohit Garu, for his wonderful analysis on the speaker's speech. Thank you for both of you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Complete.
Thank you all. Thank you. Friends, our next session is about to start. There is an event that is not on time. Our Honorable Dr. Justice Anita Sumant, the Judge, Madras High Court, is the chairperson of the session. The speaker is Sri K.K. Chaitanya, advocate from Bangalore. I welcome both of you for this very important session on latest judicial pronouncements on business income under Income Tax Act. We are on time, sir, even though we were under the impression that we are running late by a few minutes, but we are thanks to M.R. Venkatesh and Ganesh Purohit, sir, being on time. Thank you. Thanks, so kind of. I request Mr. Srinivas Siddhamsetti is Vice President of Telangana Tax Practitioners Association. I request him to give insights of the activities conducted by the association.
Thank you, Sir. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on becoming a General Secretary of the AFTP and Mr. Mallari Srinivasrao Garu as incoming President. And also I'd thank to the Convention Chairman, Sri Subbarao Garu, and Dr. Murthy Garu, our godfather of the AFTP and present Chairman of South Zone, Mr. S.N. Prasad Garu, and Mr. Nikita R. Badeka Garu for giving us the opportunity, and all team members who are involved in getting this convention, successful convention. Even though the situation was, we were not able to meet physically, but we were all together across northeast and southwest of India. Thank you. And an opportunity has been given for me to speak about our association, Telangana Tax Practice Association, which has been formed in the year 2002 as Twin Cities Tax Practice Association to come up with the problem. There was an audit issue. Audit has been raised in the then General Sales Tax Act, and subsequently it has been, opportunity was only given for the chartered accountants, but in fact the tax is to be monitored and guided by the tax practitioners community. So to overcome that problem, the unity has been formed in the year 2002 with the founders, and now it has grown to the extent of 400 members who are only tax practitioners and advocates who are on the original side of the practice, where the no chartered accountant are not degrading any profession, but it is an association only for the tax practitioners without any professional qualification, but with the professional knowledge. And the organization has been started in the year 2002 and subsequently acquired a self-owned property in the center of the city at Abbage. Subsequently, for the benefit of the members, a family benefit scheme has been formed to overcome the situation where in any case a demised member who is contributing to the benefit of the scheme is made, then the family will be supported within 3 days of the demise in that family member, demise of the member, with a cash rupees of 1 lakh rupees, which is we are able to support the members. Now the scheme runs with almost 100 members, where we could able to support any member who demises in the association. And next, the association runs a welfare committee with a welfare fund of almost 12 lakh rupees, where the member is not demised but not able to practice, not able to earn the money, has lost capability because of physical health conditions or something going wrong into the family. This one, so that is also being done with association. And also, this is not not just like a professional body. This is like a family association. We conduct our family get-togethers annually every year, and conduct the family get-togethers. Also, to run the profession perfectly, we are operating a group in Telegram where it is dedicated only for the professional matters. This is how the association runs. Thank you, Srinivas Satyanarayana garu, for giving me the opportunity. And
thank you very much. Thank you very much. I welcome our Madam Honorable Dr. Justice Anita Sumant, Judge, Madras High Court. Madam, welcome you, Madam. Namaskar. Our Speaker, Sri K.K. Chaitanya, Advocate, welcome from Bangalore. Welcome you, sir. Madam, we have published your profile and our Mr. Chaitanya's profile in the souvenir, but as a customary, we wanted our Mr. Siddeshwar, Vice Chartered Accountant from Bangalore, to introduce both of you, with your permission. Mr. Siddeshwar.
Thank you, Satyanarayana sir, for giving me this opportunity to introduce the chairperson, the speaker of the 6th technical session. I would introduce the chairperson. Chairperson Honorable Justice Dr. Anita Sumanji is a Bachelor in Arts English Literature from Women's Christian College, Madras, Bachelor in Laws, Master in Laws in Constitutional and Public International Law from University of Madras, and has been awarded PhD by the National Law School of University, Bangalore on International Taxation E-Commerce. Honorable Justice Dr. Anita Sumanji joined the Chambers of Senior Advocate Shri V. Ramchandran upon enrollment and practiced extensively before the Honorable Supreme Court, Honorable High Courts, Honorable Tribunals, and other appellate forums, as well as the Authority for Advance Ruling. Her Lordship specializes in direct taxes, indirect taxes, and corporate laws. Honorable Justice Dr. Anita Sumanji held the position of Special Government Pleader Taxes in the Honorable Madras High Court since June 2014. Honorable Justice Dr. Anita Sumanji was appointed Permanent Judge of the Madras High Court in October 2016. I welcome you, ma'am. Now I would introduce Advocate Chaitanya KKG. Shri Advocate Chaitanya KKG is Bachelor in Laws, a Chartered Accountant, and a graduate in Commerce. Advocate Chaitanya ji has been a rank holder in academics. He was a rank holder, 8th rank holder in PUC 2 Commerce, 1st rank in BCom, Mysore University, 47th All India rank in CA Intermediate, and 15th All India rank in CA final. Chaitanya Sirji practiced as a chartered accountant for 14 years, specializing in taxation matters, and thereafter started practice as an advocate. He is currently an advocate in Karnataka High Court. Chaitanya Sirji has given lectures at IIM Bangalore, MDP of ICI Delhi, MDP of ICI Bangalore, and conducted trainings on indirect taxes of Income Tax Department. He has presented papers on income tax and VAT subject at various metros and other cities at forums of ICAI, BCAS, CTC Mumbai, IFA, Society of Auditors, AIFTP, and BCIC, and many other forums. He is a member of study group of ICAI for framing guidance note on transfer pricing. Chaitanya Sirji has co-authored 2 books, Tax Holiday under Section 10A and 10B, published by Wolters Kluwer, and one more book, Decoding Section 5, published by Oakbridge, and authored a book on Special Economic Zone. Chaitanya ji is a country reporter for India for IFA Seoul Congress 2018 on withholding taxes. With this brief introduction, I hand over the session to the chairperson and to the speaker of the day. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam, kindly take over.
Good morning to the respected office bearers and the members of the AIFTP family.
Madam, your volume is
Volume is low. Volume is low. Requested to raise the volume.
I'm on full volume.
Yes, it is audible.
Yes, now you, madam.
I will wish you once more very good morning to the respected office bearers and my dear members of the AIFTP family. It's a pleasure to be a part of this forum, and I think that introduction, the very kind introduction that was given by Mr. Siddeshwar, is redundant, at least to this group of people, because being members of the family is really not necessary for an introduction, but thank you in any event. I'm going to keep my opening remarks very, very brief because we have a very erudite speaker. And I noticed from the synopsis that was circulated to me that...
Madam, sorry for interrupting you. Kindly come near to your mic, madam.
Yes, am I clear now?
Yeah, now it's okay. Yes, please go ahead.
I was only saying that I'm going to keep the opening remarks as brief as possible because we have a very erudite
Network connection.
Yeah, network connection problem. Yes.
Bandwidth problem.
She's online. Madam is live. Yes. Yes, madam. Please go ahead. Yes, madam.
I was just on the topic of the conference. Do I have to repeat myself or was I audible?
No, you are audible, madam. Yes.
Okay.
No, in fact, madam, we lost you. I guess there was a bandwidth issue. So we didn't catch on to what you said in the last 2 minutes.
I was only saying that the topic of the conference is extremely appropriate and apt insofar as I saw that it was Medho Madanam, which is basically translates to intellectual brewing, I see. And intellectual brewing is something which I think we are all in the mood for, given the fact that we have substantial time on hand to hone our intellectual resources and learn as much as possible before the happenings of the day settle down and we get back into the thick of things once again. So congratulations on the choice of the topic itself. Now, Mr. Chaitanya's session is the last but one session.
Yes,
and always remember that truth comes last, truth comes towards the end. So we better perk our ears up and pay full attention to Mr. Chaitanya's speech. He has, as I said, chosen about 11 cases to highlight the nuances of interpretation of the Act as far as business income is concerned. Just one thing that I would request him also to bear in mind when he makes his when he gives us his lecture is that in a few conferences that I've had the benefit of attending or participating in, I have found that people always say, this was the position pre-COVID. And what is going to be the position post-COVID is really not within our control or not within our domain of knowledge. So business itself has been defined very, very widely under the Act. And we do have a lot of settled principles insofar as interpretation of this head is concerned. But Mr. Chaitanya, when you give us your, when you share your expertise with us, do bear in the back of your mind as to whether the goings on at the moment in terms of how COVID, how the times that we live in now have affected business. Is it going to be long-term? How do we see it in the context of business going forward? And would that have a very overarching effect on how business is played out? Or is this going to be a sort of, and I hope that I would be right in saying this, is it going to be a sort of a capsuled thing, which is going to come and go? And then we can get back to business, pun intended, as we know it. Over to Mr. Chaitanya now.
Honorable Justice Dr. Anita Sumanji, the organizers of this wonderful seminar, and my dear learned delegates. It's my pleasure to address this seminar, particularly when it's being chaired by Her Lordship. And I shall be grateful to her for having asked me to speak a couple of, points which I have on COVID-19 issue insofar as business is concerned. My gut feeling is that it's only a momentary issue, and very soon we should be back in our business in a very, very normal way, except that the normal is going to be new normal. And we would have learned the niceties of doing things differently and making it more conveniently, thanks to the IT-enabled atmosphere. The worth of it is more obviously seen now. And we would also have a possibly good mix of the office and the family time as well, because now attending to office on a daily basis as such may not be so indispensable as it used to be earlier, whereby you could possibly see your kids only on Saturday morning and to some extent on Sunday, and through the week you wouldn't possibly be even meeting them, because by the time you reach home they would have slept off, and by the time you get to office they wouldn't have woken up. So, and as regards the business aspect, as Her Lordship would know, the major backbone of Indian economy being agriculture, that as such has not been thankfully affected, because rural economy as such has not been affected by COVID. Therefore, the spending power of the rural economy, which drives, the business significantly, and would in turn assist the urbanites to also make money and spend, I guess should resume very, very soon. And according to me, it's just a matter of time, and we are all very, very, fondly hoping that the vaccine should be soon out pretty soon. And once the vaccine is out, as Her Lordship aptly put, it's something that has come and gone, and it's capsuled into what has come and what has gone. And with the new capsule in the name of vaccination coming, we should be able to conveniently forget this capsule. But the most important thing is that my daughters, don't go as much as they used to go out. They don't eat out as much as they used to eat out. We all spend good family time together. So that's the best part of COVID. And COVID has taught us that, just being busy 24/7 is not the life itself, and there is life beyond it. So, and with this, I may move on to the decisions which I'll have to be discussing today. I have added another decision which got just very recently reported, National Cooperative Society's decision in 427 ITR. And can organizers allow me to share the screen? Am I allowed to share?
Yeah, you can share your screens.
Yes. Yes. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
The most important thing, which of course the learned audience would very well know, that the decisions have to be read to the extent they are necessary and should not be overread and overused and abused. And many of us have a tendency of using the decisions to essentially do the tax planning. According to me, the tax planning has to be based on law and not only on the case law. So any tax planning based on case law would potentially be upturned by the decision of the higher wisdom, whereas as far as possible, when you would plan on the basis of law, as the judges essentially interpret law, their interpretation on law would largely remain, the same. And even if there are temporary disruptions, it would get settled if you have a very sober understanding of what the law is when you take your position. There are various decisions, and you would appreciate that in the time available, we may not be able to digest all the decisions, and particularly this particular head of income, as Her Lordship pointed out, has received enormous attention. And the kind of cases that flood in, these days, it would be rather extremely a tough call to be in the know of all these. That's why, as I'll repeat at the cost of repetition, that you have to be extremely conversant with the laws rather than the case laws, because case laws would support anyone who would have a proper understanding of the law. I would start with the decision of Supreme Court in 426 ITR 289, Sri Chaudhary Transport Company. So this is a decision in the context of 40-year, 1-year disallowance. It is the case of a transporter who is engaged in transportation of goods of somebody else, like for a cement company. But this transporter himself as such did not own any vehicles. So what he would do is, whenever there is a requisition that the client's goods will have to be transported, he will go to the yard. He means his people will go to the yard and identify the trucks which are stranded there waiting for business. And he'll negotiate with the truck owner, and the truck will come and they ferry the goods from the place to the intended place of destination. So what the assessee was doing here is he was not accounting the gross inflow and the gross outflow, in as much as what he received from his customer and what he was paying to the truck owner, he was not accounting them on gross basis. He was rather booking the net commission income, because he was calling himself as just an agent who would organize the transportation of goods on behalf of his principal. And he would book about 100 rupees to 250 rupees per trip as his income in his profit and loss account. You will have to understand that he is essentially accounting only the net commission income. He isn't treating the gross receipt as his, like a credit item in the P&L account, and the gross payment as his debit item in the P&L account. The net of about 100 to 250 rupees is what he was booking in his profit and loss account. But what the assessing officer found is this method of accounting is incorrect. And in fact, the taxpayer in the instant case is not just an agent. He is rather a principal to principal dealer insofar as his customer is concerned, as well as insofar as the truck owners are concerned. And accordingly, what it did was he redrew the P&L account and he identified the amounts which was paid to the truck owners, which have not suffered the withholding taxes, and he added back 57 lakh to the total income. Look at this. Assessee had returned only 2.89 lakh on net basis as his income, whereas by invoking 40A1A, the assessing officer adds 57 lakhs because he finds that the assessee was, splitting the vouchers and making them as less than 20,000 rupees, possibly to overcome the application of 194C, which the assessing officer did not agree because he considered that each goods receipt note is to be regarded as a separate contract in terms of Circular 715 of the department. And this, the treatment by the assessing officer found its imprimatur by the CIT appeals, the ITAT and the High Court. When the matter goes to Supreme Court, the counsel for the assessee took almost all the possible arguments, and all his arguments were rejected by the Honorable Supreme Court. The first argument with the assessee took is that, I never had any contract with the truck owners who are found in the yards. I don't even know them. I just go and randomly identify the truck which is available, negotiate, and put him in the task of transportation. Therefore, it cannot be called as a contract as such. This argument was rightly rejected by the Honorable Apex Court by saying that you cannot insist on a written contract. Under the Indian Contract Act, even the oral contract would do. So your argument that the contract is not in writing would not in any manner help you. And the Apex Court also echoed what the lower authorities stated, is that the privity of contract never existed between the owner of the goods and the truck owners. It rather existed between the assessee and the truck owners. And therefore, all the essentials of making a contract existed once the assessee engages a particular truck for execution of work. And what the Honorable Supreme Court said is, once the assessee's representative goes to the yard and identifies a truck, and then whether the truck is identified on a pre-identification basis or a prior agreement basis, or it's just picked on a freelance or a random basis, the legal effect is the same. And therefore, the contention of the assessee that there is no contract was rejected. Then the interesting question is as to, of course, this particular question was not vocally forthcoming, but it's important for us to know the niceties associated with this. Here is a case where assessee was accounting only on the net basis. As I indicated earlier, he wasn't accounting it on the gross basis. That means only the net commission, he was booking only 100 rupees to 250 rupees as the income per trip. What the assessee did, as I stated a little ago, that the profit and loss account was redrawn. He took the gross hire charges as income, and the hire charges paid to the truck owners were disallowed applying 40A1A on the premise that the tax was not withheld under Section 194C. The assessee had relied on one decision called Hardarshan Singh's case, and the Supreme Court distinguished the decision on the basis that in that case, the assessee was only an agent or a facilitator between the consignor company and the transporter, where a privity of contract existed directly between the consignor and the transporter. The assessee in that case was only a commission agent, whereas in this case, the assessee is having privity of contract with the lorry owners, and accordingly, the Supreme Court accepted the treatment given by the learned AO in restating the profit and loss account. So you would have to then keep this point extremely importantly in your mind, for the reason that many a times, we tend to go by decisions which have said that 40A1A, which will entirely disallowance, would apply only if in the first place you have claimed it in the profit and loss account. So there are several decisions to the extent saying that if you're not claimed in expenditure at all, so where is the question of disallowance under 40A1A? So this is the treatment which possibly the assessee was wanting to apply to his case on the premise that he did not ever claim it in his profit and loss account. But then the authorities went into the substance of the transaction. They did not go into a books of account as such, rather went into the substance of the transaction. And having gone into the substance of the transaction, they have understood that your profit and loss account has not been stated properly, and therefore the assessing officer redrew the profit and loss account. So therefore, it's extremely an important point for you to bear in mind that don't blindly rely on the decisions which have held that if you're not claimed an expenditure, 40A1A cannot be invoked. So it's only in those situations where you are not claimed the expenditure because it was not your expenditure. Then only where you are truly acting as a commission agent. In which case, of course, obviously the prime payments with the principal makes to the other person where you are only a conduit as an agent need not necessarily routed through your books of account, except those cases where the genuineness of an agency arrangement is acceptable. In all other cases, you have to bear in mind that it's open to the income tax department to redraw your profit and loss account. Now, one another point, which is again, it's very obscurely emerging from this decision, not vocally forthcoming. Look at this decision. If you look at one aspect of the factual position is that apart from making this 57 lakh addition, what the assessing officer did is he compared your net profit for the current year vis-a-vis the net profit for the past few years, and he found that your NP for the current year is on the lower side. So normally what sometimes the assessing officers would do is they don't accept your books of account and assess you on a GP or an NP basis. Like, for example, they would say that, you have returned an NP of only 6% as against 10% in the past, consistently past, say, 5-6 years. Sometimes, in which case, they'll reject the books of account and assess you at 9% or 10%. So whenever your assessment is made on percentage basis by rejecting a books of account, there are decisions, starting with one of the old decisions of the Honorable Allahabad High Court in Banwarilal Banshidar's case, 229 ITR 229, where the courts have held that if your books are rejected and you're assessed on GP basis, separate disallowances in terms of section 40A1A, 40A3, etc. should not be made. Now, this point wasn't argued, effectively, or rather brought out, at least in the decision as you read it, that because the assessing officer in this case compared the net profit of current year with the past years and made a lump sum disallowance of 20,000 rupees on the basis of lower NP being returned, the argument possibly that could have been taken is like, look, he did not accept my books of account. He rejected my books of account because I offered it only on net basis. And that apart, he also did a comparison of my net profit for the current year with the past years and made a lump sum disallowance of 20% to bring my net profit to what I was offering in the past years, which essentially meant that I am assessed to tax on GP basis or NP basis. And therefore, no separate disallowance under section 40A1A could have been made is an argument which, which is a potential argument that could have been taken, which it appears, at least from the text of the decision, that this argument was not taken. Then coming to other issue of paid versus payable, this was no longer res integra because in Palam Gas case, it was already held that this artificial distinction between paid versus payable wouldn't hold waters, because assessees arguments that 40A1A would apply only if it is paid. If it is not paid but shown as payable, it would not apply, is incorrect. It was already held, but in this decision, it was again argued that the decision in Palam would possibly require a review, which the Supreme Court did not agree, because they were in complete agreement with the decision of Supreme Court in Palam Gas case on this artificial distinction between paid versus payable. Interestingly, one more argument was made, which may not have received the proper attention of the Honorable Supreme Court in this case, is that when 40A1A was introduced, the bill used the words credited or paid. The finance bill used the words credited or paid. But when it translated into part of the act, only the word paid was used. So possibly an argument could have been taken, or rather the more forceful argument could have been made to say that the very objective of eliminating the word credited, which existed in the bill, as the bill translated into an act possibly meant that the parliament intended to affect only those where the payments have been made. However, the Honorable Supreme Court, as it appears from the judgment, that this part of argument doesn't seem to have been considered. Then one more interesting aspect emerging from this decision is that the assessee argued that this provision was brought into by the Finance No. 2 Act of 2004, though it is effective from assessment year 1/4/2005, it received the presidential assent only on 10/9/2004. So what the assessee argued is, see, till 10/9/2004, I could not have foreseen that whether it will get the presidential assent or not. So therefore, at least in respect of payments that are made without deduction of tax at source, up to 10/9/2004 should not suffer the disallowance under 40A(1)(a). Now, when this argument was taken, the Honorable Supreme Court looked into the precedent case law, which you are aware. One is the Eastmian Steamship Line 20 ITR 572 and the Karim Tharuvi Tea Estate 60 ITR 262, which have dealt with as to how and on what basis would you understand an act of parliament to be effective insofar as income tax is concerned. Now, this decision is important for the reason that there was one decision of the full bench of Patna High Court, very recent decision, 417 ITR 521. In Sri Loknath Goenka's case, the full bench of Patna High Court understood the ratio of Karim Tharuvi, that's 60 ITR 262, in a slightly different manner, where they said that except the rate of tax, all other amendments, for them to be applicable, they had to be existed in the statute book as of the first day of the previous year. So all our understanding has all along been that if an amendment is made effective from first day of April of a particular year, we meant it that to be the assessment year. For example, if an amendment is made with effect from 1/4/2005, it was understood as assessment year 5/6, and it would apply to the previous year 4/5. Loknath Goenka full bench Patna High Court understood it differently to say that except in the case of rate of tax, all other substantive amendments, unless they are available as of the time when the income accrues, in our case, it's a case of expenditure incurred. At that point in time, what law existed, that will have to be applied. This has been upset by the Supreme Court, quite rightly according to me, by saying that once the law is made effective from 1st of April of 2005, it would apply to the assessment year 2005/6, and therefore it would apply 2004/5. And the Supreme Court rightly said that the date of assent of the President is not the date of applicability of the provision, because the Parliament has the plenary power to make any retro law as well, and therefore, if the Parliament has intended it to be applicable from a particular date, the date of assent of the President happens to be different from the date intended by the Parliament, that would not defer the date of application of the statute. Now, one interesting aspect, possibly it was not argued, or maybe argued but not, forming part of the judgment, is the Article 21 of the 20 within brackets 1 of the Constitution. You are aware of this ex post facto penal law. So it's a case where 40A(1)(a) wasn't existing at the time when you possibly made the payments. And Supreme Court in J.K. Spinning 32 ELT 234, had held that there cannot be retrospective imposition of penalty. Now, if one were to understand 40A(1)(a) as penal or quasi-penal provision, because apart from you being treated as an assessee in default, apart from you being levied penalty in terms of section 271 capital C, interest under 201(1)(a), you're also liable to suffer the disallowance which got introduced, and therefore this argument possibly could have been taken, but it wasn't taken. Now, another interesting aspect is, as I mentioned to you, the assessee argued that it is brought in only with effect from 10/9/2004, and the payments till then will not have to be suffering disallowance. Now, Supreme Court, did not accept it. on the basis that the presidential assent wouldn't really matter because the parliament clearly intended it to be applicable from 1st of April of 2005, that is assessment year 5-6, and it would apply to the previous year 4-5. Now, this is please understand that this decision is in the context of 40A 1A. Now, could this be applied? Could the ratio of this decision be applied in the context of making you liable to deduct tax at source on a retrospective basis? So can there be retro TDS default? So you have the famous maxim called lex non cogit ad impossibilia. Krishnaswamy SPD versus Union of India 281 ITR 305. The Supreme Court has recognized it. On this basis, there are decisions. One of Karnataka High Court in KPTCL's case, and other of the Gujarat High Court in Creative Infocity case, and several benches of the tribunal have held that the TDS cannot be introduced on a retro basis. In fact, if you were to look at Parthasarathi Shom Committee recommendation, he also recommended that the TDS should not be based on a retro basis. However, my humble opinion in this regard is that the decision of Supreme Court in this instant case, which applied to 40A1A, cannot be also extrapolated to TDS provision for the reason that what the Supreme Court in this case said is, look, 194C did not change during the impugned year. 194C always existed. It is just that the 40A1A got introduced, and therefore the applicability of the 40A1A to the time prior to the date of receipt of assent of the president, or to the time even prior to you knowing that 40A1A will eventually come in place, this ratio should not extend to the TDS. Because in the case of TDS, it's always a vicarious liability. There has to first exist a primary liability on the income earner, and then your liability of vicarious nature will have to be specifically brought on to, because it's an onerous obligation which is cast on you. Therefore, in my humble view, this decision cannot be understood to mean that there could be TDS on a retro basis. Then, you would know one interesting argument that was taken here is the returned income is hardly about 3 lakhs. But look at the addition which is sustained by the Supreme Court is about 57 lakhs. It will completely throw out of gear your returned income. So an argument was taken that, with taking 57 lakh addition for returned income of 3 lakhs would be very, very harsh. Then the Supreme Court looked into not the entire amount was disallowed, only the amount which is paid to the transporters, which has not suffered the withholding alone is disallowed. And because you have failed to discharge your obligation, all through and all lower courts have held you guilty of failure to deduct tax at source, the Supreme Court said that the disallowance is to be sustained. And Assisi did not give it up. He, brought in his last argument. He prayed before the Honorable Supreme Court that Finance Number 2 Act of 2014, which was brought in much later, not even applicable to his assessment year, but it restricted the disallowance to only 30%. So if you would recall the amendment made to 40A1A by Finance Number 2 Act of 2014, read with the memorandum which explained it, they say that to remove the hardship and to ease of doing business, to make it better in the manner of ease of doing business, they are restricting it to only 30%. So what the SSC was arguing before the Supreme Court is, please apply Calcutta Export Company, which was in the context of an amendment made in 2010, which held that the 40A1A amendment will have to be understood as retrospective. Similarly, the SSC pleaded before the Supreme Court that the restricting the disallowance to 30% also will have to be understood retro. In fact, there are some tribunal decisions which have applied the 30% and held that it has to be understood as retro. And unfortunately, Supreme Court did not accept it. They said that it's a substantive provision. It is not just a procedural provision. So because the substantive provision, they said it would not be proper for us to call it as retro. So accordingly, the amendment of Finance Number 2 Act of 2014 wasn't accepted to be having the retro effect. So that's about the first decision. Do we have question answers on first decision before I move to other decision, or can I continue?
Please continue, sir. Please continue.
And what time I'm supposed to close so that I'll plan my
1:45.
1:45.
Yeah,
No, the
yes.
the Honorable Justice will have some remarks
Yes.
to make. So I will have to close at what time?
12:30.
12:30, yes.
Sorry, 1:30. 1:30.
Yeah, 1:30. The other decision is in the context of Union of India versus Exide Industries. This is reported in 425 ITR 1. You are aware that the landmark decision of Supreme Court in Bemel's case, Bharat Earthmovers case in 245 ITR 428, which spoke about the contingent liability and held that if you would make a provision in accordance with the accounting standard, then it cannot be called as a contingent liability. This was in the context of a provision made for encashment of leave salary. But then as soon as the decision was out, there was an amendment whereby they introduced section 43B, a new clause, which was inserted by Finance Act of 2001 with effect from 1/4/2002 to provide that whatever provision you have made for encashment of leave salary will not be allowed unless it is actually paid. The matter went to the Calcutta High Court on a writ, and the Honorable Calcutta High Court held this amendment to be arbitrary and violative of Article 14 of the Constitution on various counts. So one of the grounds on which it was held violative of Article 14 of the Constitution is the decision as such is intended to, or rather the amendment as such is intended only to upturn the ratio of the decision of the Supreme Court. Now the matter reached the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, in fact, did not agree with the decision of the Calcutta High Court. And for this purpose, it rather looked at Article 14. And in taxation matters, what is the kind of twofold approach that needs to be followed when the virus of this particular law is challenged on the teeth of Article 14? The Honorable Supreme Court said that you will have to first inspect the existence of enacting power and ascertain whether the enacted provision encroaches any right preserved in Part 3 of the Constitution. On this basis, it looked at the precedent laws available on this aspect, and more particularly looked at Rakesh Kohli's case, and it culled down the principles, and it stated inter alia a few things. Most importantly, it said in the field of taxation, the legislature enjoys greater latitude for classification. This is for the reason that it is considered that the parliament best knows what its people want and what is in the best interest of its people. Therefore, and it will have its fiscal requirement and merely because the amendment or a law brought in by the parliament causes hardship, that is not relevant in pronouncing the constitutional validity of a fiscal statute, and there is always a presumption in favor of the constitutionality of law made by the parliament or the state legislature. So after applying these principles, the Supreme Court finds firstly that the parliament does have the power to enact 43BF in terms of Article 245, and they have said that the legislature's wisdom to impose condition on actual payment as is enshrined in 43B is to be respected. And they've also gone on to say that the method of accounting which you choose under 145(1) is always subject to 145(2), which would in fact empower the central government to issue income computation and disclosure standards. And they have said that 43B merely operates as an additional condition for availment of deduction qua the specified head, and therefore it cannot be held to be it cannot be held to be a case of the parliament not having power. The assessee argued another aspect. He took the Honorable Supreme Court through various items that fell under 43B and found that 43BF, which dealt with provision for encashment leave salary, is an odd one item. It doesn't fit into the family. It's an alien. Then the Supreme Court rightly replied to it saying that, look, Section 43B, as it originally got enacted, had only tax, duties, cess, etc. But later on, it got extended to various aspects. It is not something which is having only the items which are similar to each other. It's a mixed bag, and it has no uniformity in the nature of deductions, and it cannot be considered to be restricted only to the statutory liabilities. So what the Supreme Court said is it's permissible for the legislature to have 43B to contain various varied items, diverse items. You cannot insist that only those which are taxes or similar to taxes alone have to necessarily come here. But one point which the Honorable Apex Court noticed here is that, look, 43BF is a pro-employee provision and it has been brought in to subjugate double deduction. What the Apex Court noted is that, look, an employer may claim it as a deduction in 1 year on the basis of a provision, but in a later year when employee actually makes a claim for encashment, he may refuse to do it. This, according to me, due respect, may not be the, rather it may not be the factual situation, because in case, for whatever reason, an employer refuses to make the payment, there is always section 41, which provides that if a trading liability, a deduction has been made to you in the past, and if there is a remission or cessation of liability, which would even include a unilateral write back, then it can always be brought to tax. So there is no question of double deduction in the case of 43B. Another argument that was taken is objection reasons for introduction of 43B did not adequately explain why clause F was introduced. Supreme Court said objection reasons, whether the presence or absence, would not have any impact upon the constitutional validity of a provision, as long as the literal features are very clear. See, you would have to take the aid of objection reasons, which are considered as one of the external aids for interpretation, only when your literal reading would not yield you the right result. So what the Supreme Court said is, if your literal reading would clearly convey as to what is the intent of the Parliament or the legislature, then there's no need for you to travel to the external aids of interpretation like objection reasons, and therefore whether the objection reasons existed or not would not matter as long as the law is very clear. It's only when there's an ambiguity, then possibly you could go into it. And another aspect that was argued in the Supreme Court is the whole objective of bringing in clause F is to undo the decision of the Supreme Court. Does the Parliament have the power to undo the decision of the Apex Court, which has become law of the land in terms of 141 of the Constitution? So this is no more res integra. While the Parliament doesn't have power to undo the decision of the court, it can definitely remove the basis upon which the decision would have been rendered. Because the honorable judges interpret the law. If the very law itself is amended on a retrospective basis, in respect of it, the Parliament has the plenary power, then the basis upon which the Supreme Court has taken a particular decision itself changes. When the very edifice changes, then the law becomes, as declared by Supreme Court, may not be holding waters. So on this ground, there have been several decisions, and Supreme Court only reiterated it to say that as long as you remove the basis of decision, that should be perfectly within the powers of the Supreme Court, the Parliament rather. And one more argument was taken, very interesting argument was taken, which wasn't considered. So if you look at 43B, what it says is, it's only when you pay, you will get the deduction. As long as you just incur, but you don't pay, you will not get the benefit of deduction. SSC interestingly argued in this case, unlike in the case of taxes, etc., here is a case where it's a provision for encashment of leave. And even if I want to, I could not have paid it in the previous year. See, all other items like bonus or commission or taxes or the interest on a loan which you have borrowed from the financial institutions or the commercial banks, all these are potentially, could have been paid by you if you wanted to. It is just that you follow accrual system and you decide whether to pay or not. If you wanted to pay, you could have paid. But in the case of encashment of leave salary, unless and until the employee makes a claim, which claim itself he wouldn't have made during the year. He would make much later because he's allowed to accumulate his leave, up to maybe 3 years of leave or 4 years of leave or whatever. And then one fine day when he finds the need for money, he may ask for encashment. So it is not that you could, discharge your liability even if you want to. So therefore, to place it under 43B is quite inapt because 43B would have items which If I want to pay, I could have paid. This is one provision which even if I want to pay, I could not have paid. So it's a very interesting argument which I felt, but it has unfortunately not impressed the Honorable Supreme Court sufficiently enough for it to give a decision in favor of the assessee. So that's about the Exide Industries case. And next we'll move on to the decision of Supreme Court in Maruti Suzuki's case, which is reported in 421 ITR 510. So this is a very interesting case. This could even have ramifications in the GST regime. So we'll have to see as to what extent it would apply, and its implications on Section 145 capital A, which mandates like inclusive method of accounting, also will have to be examined. Because the relevant assessment here, when this decision was rendered, it didn't have like 145A type of provisions. The relevant assessment here is 99-2000. The previous year is 98-99. Here, the assessee had unutilized input credit, or rather SENVAT credit, if it MODVAT credit as it then existed, as well as the sales tax recoverable account of about 3 crores of sales tax recoverable and about 70 crores of the MODVAT. So what the assessee did is, so it's a balance sheet item. It is in respect of inputs which it had bought, and its vendor would have charged these taxes. Because these inputs are to be used by the assessee as its output, it had taken it in the balance sheet as an asset. But it claimed it as a deduction. It claimed it as a deduction on the basis that it has paid this amount to the vendor, who in turn has paid it to the department. So therefore, this has to be treated as paid in terms of Section 43B of the Act. The assessing officer said, no, you have not paid these amounts as tax. These amounts are paid as tax by your vendor. As far as you are concerned, these amounts are paid by you to a vendor as contractual obligation. The primary liability to pay the excise duty and sales tax is on the person who has manufactured goods or who has sold the goods. And in your case, they are all the vendors. As far as you are concerned, you are manufacturing different goods and you will have a different excise duty liability when you make your cars. And therefore, AO did not agree with this proposition that the 70 crores and 3 crores will have to be allowed as a deduction. Now, the Supreme Court looked at the provisions of 43B. It also examined the scheme of MODVAT, and it finds that the objective of Section 43B is to allow deduction when a sum is payable by assessee by way of tax, duty, cess, and had been actually paid. So it in fact is affecting the first item of 43B, which dealt with tax, duty, and cess by whatever name called, which is payable by you and would be allowed only when you actually pay. Now, what the Supreme Court said is, the unutilized credit in the MODVAT scheme cannot be treated as sum actually paid by you. It is like your cost of raw material which the vendor would charge. When you pay the price to the vendor, you are paying it to the vendor. It cannot be said that like you have paid the duty as such. You are not paid the duty. Duty is considered to have been paid by that person on whom there is a basic liability to pay. That in this case is the vendor and not for you. So therefore, whatever unutilized MODVAT amount you have, it would not qualify for the deduction. Now the assessee brought out one interesting argument. Assessee said, okay, fine, you don't treat it as paid by me. It's treated as paid by the vendor, fine. So it is unutilized, it's lying in my balance sheet. But in the very next month, that is April, next month of the following year, I manufactured cars, I had to pay the duty. And when I had to pay the duty, I set this off, whatever MODVAT credit which is available to me, which meant that at least then I had to be treated as having paid it. And because I have paid it on or before the due date for filing the return of income, because under 43B proviso, it says that even if you are not discharged your liability by end of the previous year, but you discharge it before the due date for filing of return of income, that will have to be allowed as a deduction. So assessee took this argument to say that in April, very next month, I manufactured cars. I was liable to pay excise duty as well as sales tax. I utilized the sales tax recoverable amount in the Modvar credit in April itself. So at least I have paid it in April. Then Supreme Court looked at the scheme of 43B. It says that, look at the proviso to 43B. Firstly, it says, in respect of the previous year in which the liability to pay such sum was incurred. So in the previous year, 98-99, did you incur the liability to pay? You did not manufacture your cars in respect of this particular Sanvat credit. You manufactured cars only in April. So liability devolved on you in April, which is not during the relevant previous year. Therefore, 98-99 is not the previous year in which the liability to pay the sum was incurred. Therefore, we will not accept your argument that the Sanvat credit adjusted in the month of April against your manufacture of April will have to be treated as subsequently paid. For you to get the benefit of proviso of subsequent payment, it is imperative that the basic liability as such should have arisen in the relevant previous year, and you would pay the same on or before the due date for the filing of return of income. In your case, the Supreme Court said the first condition, that the basic liability to pay tax did not arise at all, and accordingly you will not get the benefit. Now, so what is the takeaway from this decision? Very technically, what the Honorable Supreme Court said is perfect in terms of section 43B. If you look at the starting words of 43B, it says, notwithstanding anything contained in any other provision of this Act, a deduction otherwise allowable. It's extremely important. See, what is that they are going to bring an additional condition of payment for it to be allowed as a deduction is that it should be otherwise allowable. If it is otherwise not allowable, question of you having to come under 43B would not arise. So when it becomes otherwise allowable, it's only when the liability as such is incurred. So on that premise, what the Supreme Court said is absolutely correct. However, with most respect to the Honorable Supreme Court, just a little while ago, a few months ago, there was one decision of the Honorable Supreme Court in Modipan Limited's case, 400 ITR 1. This case was not even brought to the notice of the Honorable Supreme Court in Maruti Suzuki's case. So what is the position in Modipan's case? In Modipan's case, it is a similar payment, but not through Sanvat credit. So in the case of Sanvat credit or Modvat credit, you pay to the vendor. Vendor in turn will pay to the government exchequer. That is stand to your credit for it to be set off against your liability later on. Whereas in the case of PLA, production ledger account, as it then existed, apart from Modvat credit, you could have made direct payments in the PLA. It's a deposit. A question that arose in Modipan's case was whether the PLA deposit would qualify for a deduction or not. So department took an argument that unless the duty becomes payable, merely because you have deposited, it will not be allowed as a deduction. But the Supreme Court found that, look, the moment that goes into PLA account, you cannot even withdraw. It could only be used. It could be withdrawn in very, very rare circumstances where you'll have to make an application to the commissioner, you'll have to record a reason, and then he'll have to permit you to withdraw. Otherwise, the moment the money goes into PLA account, it is irretrievably lost. And therefore, the Supreme Court said that all the PLA deposits into 43B will have to be allowed as a deduction, irrespective of when the liability to pay was incurred. Now, if this decision was brought to the notice of the Honorable Supreme Court in Maruti Suzuki, the case of the SSC would have been much better than the case of Modipan, for the reason that in the case of Modipan, PLA deposit at least could be recovered in some exceptional situation. Whereas in the case of Modvat credit, there is no way you can get the cash back. So that means that money is like a pre-deposit. If PLA deposit could be allowed as a deduction, why not the pre-deposit in the name of Modvat credit? So most unfortunately, this decision doesn't seem to have been brought to the attention of the Supreme Court. And had it been brought to the attention of Supreme Court, either the Supreme Court would have disagreed with Modipan and referred it to a larger bench, or it would have rather applied the same principle even in the case of Modvat credit. So now we have a situation of when it comes to your own deposits, you will have Modipan applying. When it comes to credits, you will have Maruti Suzuki applying. Now in this context, you look at the GST position now. You will have electronic cash ledger, electronic credit ledger. Input credit will go into credit ledger and the cash deposits will go into cash ledger. Now, what you put in cash ledger, you will go by Modi Pon's case. What you put into credit ledger, you will go by Maruti Suzuki's case. Now you have an interesting decision of the Honorable Madras High Court in Reflex Industries case, where the department, there was a belated adjustment of the tax due from the electronic credit ledger. The department levied interest under GST law. Assessee argued the department has not lost any money, so no need for no need to compensate them, because it's all lying to their credit, lying to my credit, and the money already stood paid in terms of the credit ledger. And the Honorable Madras High Court agreed to it. So therefore, it's important for you to keep in mind the decision of Modi Pon and the Maruti Suzuki case in the context of GST regime as well. Another important thing is, like you have all these taxes, duties, etc. You have two methods of accounting: the gross method and the net method. And you will have 145. You will have the ICAI standards, wanting you to follow the net method. You have the ICDS. You will have the 145A wanting you to follow the gross method. And the Supreme Court in Indo-Nippon's case, 261 ITR 275, held that whether you follow exclusive method or inclusive method, it's revenue neutral. And you have the guidance note on tax audit issued by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. If you look at para 23.22, it also confirms by giving examples, both in the case of a trading concern as well as in the case of a manufacturing concern, that section 145A is revenue neutral. So the implication of these two decisions in the context of 145A also will have to be examined. So with this, now we'll move on to, a slightly different topic, because we spent good time on 40A, 1A and 43B in the last three decisions. Now we move to the case of one recent decision of the Karnataka High Court in Padmini Products Private Limited's case. So here is a case where a partnership firm which is into making agarbattis, the perfume sticks, for last a few decades, had generated a good number of trademarks, which were registered both in India as well as in overseas jurisdictions. One day, they decided to have the business succeeded to by a company in terms of section 47(13) of the Income Tax Act, where succession of business of a firm by the company would not be regarded as a transfer. So what the firm did is, this is extremely important, because from the point of view of depreciation, particularly in the context of business reorganization, this decision becomes extremely important. What the firm did is, all these days it had self-generated trademarks, which obviously wouldn't have been brought into books of account because they were not bought from outside. They were all self-generated. So firm revalued all its self-generated trademarks, fixed a value of 65 crores to it, and then the succession took place. The partners of the firm became the directors of the company and the shareholders of the company, and the shares were allotted by the company to the erstwhile partners for a valuation which has even inter alia included this revaluation of self-generated trademarks to the extent of 65 crores. Then, post-succession, what the company did is, it brought in these trademarks into its books of account because it had allotted shares at a premium to the erstwhile partners. And as it fixed the value, it also kept in mind the trademarks. So it brought these into its books of account and started claiming depreciation. Now, interestingly, the assessing officer did not question the valuation, point number one. He did not question existence of the trademarks and their value to the business. What he did not agree is, look, you have only valued it yourself. It is just from a firm to the company, no outsider is involved, and it's all a revaluation, and out of blue you have affixed a value of 65 crores, and therefore I would not consider this for the purpose of depreciation as part of actual cost. Not only that, he invoked fifth proviso. What is fifth proviso? If you look at fifth proviso to section 32(1), it says, wherever there is an amalgamation, demerger, succession of business, in the year of succession, if the aggregate of depreciation with the predecessor would claim as well as successor would claim were to exceed the amount of depreciation with the predecessor would have claimed had the succession not taken place. That means there is a case of succession, both the predecessor would claim depreciation as well as successor would claim the depreciation. So therefore, there is a mischief of more depreciation than what could have been claimed had the succession not taken place. Then they say the aggregate depreciation cannot exceed the depreciation with the predecessor alone could have claimed had the succession not taken place. I'll give an example. A transfers business to B by way of succession. A would claim 100 rupees depreciation. B also would claim 100 rupees depreciation. So what the fifth proviso says is, look, A is claiming 100 rupees, B is claiming 100 rupees. That is making it 200 rupees. No, we will not allow you 200 rupees. We will rather allow what A would have claimed had A not transferred the business to B. That is only 100 rupees. Let us say there is no transfer of business by A to B. A would have continued to do the business and you would have claimed depreciation of 100 rupees. So what the fifth proviso says is, I will not allow 200 rupees depreciation. I will allow only 100 rupees depreciation, and I would allow it to be allocated between A and B on the basis of number of days of use of the asset in that year. The assessing officer applied this and said that, look, had the predecessor continued the business because it is self-generated, he would have got no depreciation. Therefore, by invoking fifth proviso, I will not give you any depreciation. The matter goes to the CIT appeals. The CIT appeals would invoke explanation 3 to section 43(1). What does explanation 3 say? If an asset is transferred by one person to another person, and if it appears to the assessing officer, if he is satisfied that the transfer of this asset is to reduce the burden of tax by claiming enhanced depreciation on the enhanced value of the asset, then with the prior approval of the Joint Commission of Income Tax, the assessing officer may fix such value as it thinks fit, which means it is a decision which the assessing officer has to take. Now, the learned CIT takes it in terms of explanation 3, which was never invoked by the assessing officer. Matter goes to the tribunal. Tribunal confirms it. When the matter goes to the Karnataka High Court, the Karnataka High Court examined all this and found that it is not denied that the assessee's business depended on the trademarks. It is not denied that the trademarks are registered. It is not denied that the valuation of trademarks to the extent of 65 crore was not doubted. It was not denied that the accounting standards 10 and 26 were applied. And they have found that the Honorable Karnataka High Court has found that it is a case of a transfer by a company, by a firm to the company. And this is a mode of transfer which is recognized even in terms of section 4713. 4713, to exempt it from capital gain, has in the first place recognized this as a transfer. So therefore, there is a transfer, and accordingly, they have said that the depreciation is to be allowed. 2-3 points are interesting here. When the department argued that assessee could not have revalued it, the Honorable High Court examined, look, there is no bar on revaluation. If there is a bar on revaluation, specific provision would have been made. For example, when you look at slump sale under section 50 capital B, there's a bar on revaluation. If you look at section 219 AA, which defines what a demerger is, there is a bar on revaluation. Here, in the context of succession of business of a partnership firm to the company, there is no bar on revaluation at all. And because there is no statutory bar on revaluation, nothing would prevent a firm from revaluing its asset before the succession. Then, most importantly, which will have significant impact, is the reading of the fifth proviso by the Honorable Karnataka High Court. The Honorable Karnataka High Court said fifth proviso would apply only when there is an aggregation. When there is an aggregation, when the predecessor has actually claimed depreciation and successor also has actually claimed depreciation. So there has to be an aggregate claim of depreciation, number one. 2, it is potentially capable of being split between the two on the basis of number of days of use. Here is a case where the trademarks in the hands of the firm were self-generated. Because they were self-generated, there was no question of them claiming depreciation. Because there was no question of the predecessor firm claiming depreciation, the question of aggregate depreciation would not arise. So therefore, fifth proviso will not apply when the asset is brought into books for the first time. It will apply only in respect of an existing asset on which the depreciation was hitherto claimed by the predecessor, which is then transferred to the successor. Then only this would come. And also, the High Court also went on to say one another aspect. Look at this restriction of fifth proviso. Even if it were to apply in any given case, it would apply only in the year of succession. It will not apply to the subsequent years. So those of you who would have the succession issues, whereby there is a restriction in terms of fifth proviso for the depreciation, the Karnataka High Court has ruled that this restriction is applicable only to year one. It will not apply to the subsequent years. And it also stated that the invocation of explanation 3 by the CIT appeal is incorrect because there has to be a finding in the order of the learned AO. And in holding so, it followed the decision of Honorable Madras High Court in Shekhar Offset Press, as well as Gujarat High Court in Ashwin Vanaspati Industries case. So in the matter of depreciation and the scheme of succession, this decision is a very interesting decision that could be referred to. Sir, my time is up. So you asked me to stop at 1:30.
Yeah, you sir, please take another 5 minutes, no problem, sir.
The 5 minutes?
Yeah, we'll extend the session by 5 to 10 minutes.
No, her lordship will have to be available.
Yeah, she'll be available. We'll request her to be with us, sir.
We have another decision of KPTCL's case of Karnataka High Court. There's another interesting decision which would speak on accrual principle. And this would require a very deeper understanding of the concept of legal accrual and the concept of accounting accrual. I will briefly explain you the facts of this case. It's a KPTCL is a Karnataka state government undertaking. Like you have the power transmission companies. In Andhra Pradesh, you have in Tamil Nadu, you have the power transmission companies. See, to draw the power from the central grid, you would, each state in the south will have to use the transmission facility of another state. So it was decided in a meeting of all the southern states that if Karnataka were to use Tamil Nadu's, like infrastructure, it has to pay wheeling charges to Tamil Nadu and vice versa. So the wheeling charges had to be paid, and likewise wheeling charges had to be received. So what KPTCL did is, whatever other states transmission companies owed to KPTCL, it raised invoices. But those power transmission companies never paid, nor did KPTCL pay to others. So though it was agreed and invoices were raised, it was never paid. So after suffering tax for 3, 4, 5 years, one fine day KPTCL's board decides, okay, anyway, we are not going to get it. Why accrue and pay tax? So what they resolved that they will not accrue it. But there is an agreement, there is an understanding. It continued. So what the department did is, look, Section 5 talks about legal accrual. The moment there is a legal accrual, you have to necessarily pay tax. In case you do not get it, you write it off as bad debt much later under 36(1)(7), but now you pay tax. So assessee argued, I follow mercantile system of accounting. Department said your mercantile system of accounting under 145 will not in any manner, prevent application of legal accrual under Section 5 of the Income Tax Act. So matter went to the CIT appeal, who dismissed the appeal. Matter went to tribunal. Tribunal allowed the appeal, and when the matter goes to the High Court at the instance of the department, the High Court considered, look, Section 5 is subject to 145. So that means the legal accrual of Section 5 is subject to being sobered down by mercantile system of accounting, which is permitted under Section 145(1). Then the Honorable High Court went into the notification issued by the CBDT in terms of 145(2), where the meaning of accrual is defined, meaning of prudency was defined, and it also went into various accounting standards which permitted, for example, accounting standard 9, or now existing ICDS 4, ICDS 3, which permitted that the revenue will have to be recognized only when it is not unreasonable to expect the ultimate realization. So that means even in the mercantile system of accounting, it is not that you would, like blindly keep accruing merely because there's a legal accrual. If you can take a commercial call to decide that at this point in time, though there is a legal accrual, ultimate realization is extremely doubtful, in which case, even under mercantile system of accounting, you need not accrue it. This is recognized by none other than the Central Board of Direct Taxes in terms of ICDS issued by them in under Section 145(2). On the basis of this, the Honorable Karnataka High Court agreed with the tribunal to say that there is no legal, there may be legal accrual, but there is no mercantile accrual or mercantile, in the concept of mercantile system accounting, it is perfectly permissible for assessee not to recognize this income. And there is no deviation from the method of accounting. One more aspect is important here, which may be considered. The Honorable Karnataka High Court looked into the decision of Supreme Court in Bokaro Steel's case in 263 ITR 315. In Bokaro Steel's case, certain rental income was offered to tax. It was taken into books on the basis of an agreement in a particular year. After the end of the assessment day, that agreement was cancelled with a retro effect. So whatever was booked was withdrawn. Department argued income legally accrued. It did not, bother to know that the agreement was subsequently cancelled. But when the matter went to Supreme Court said, look, once the agreement is rescinded with the retro effect, though it is taken into account in the books of account, though it is offered to tax, the real income did not ever accrue. And therefore, the assessee is right in not offering it to tax. That was followed here, even in KPTCL's case. And hence it was held that the assessee was right in not offering it to tax. Yes, sir.
Sir, thank you very much.
Yeah, I have a few more decisions, but it would take time because there's no point in rushing through the decisions unless we explain the niceties associated with the decisions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have published all the entire material in our Saurnier, sir. It is only e-book at the moment.
Okay.
We'll release it. We have already released it yesterday. We'll send it to our participants, sir.
Yes.
Honorable Justice, may I request our Honorable Justice Anita Sumant? Madam, can you unmute yourself? Yes, madam. Please.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, madam.
We are able to hear you, ma'am.
Yes. Chaitanya, what about the last four?
Yeah. Last four decisions. I was running out of time. I just asked the organizer.
I thought we are going to extend it by 10 minutes. That's what Mr. Satyanarayana said.
Madam, okay. Can we extend, if you, with your permission, we'll definitely extend it because the next session we have got that next lunch session, lunch break, then we will take 15 minutes.
That is why I switched on my video briefly at the point when you said we'll extend it by 10 minutes. I have no difficulty at all, subject to Mrs. Bansal and the next speaker having to be put on hold for some time.
No, madam. The next session is at 2:30 p.m. So we got sufficient time in between.
I have no difficulty at all. It's always a pleasure to listen to Mr. Chaitanya.
So I would go for another 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Fine.
So I'll be very quick when I would go through other decisions. The next decision is the case of another Karnataka High Court decision, the case of Kempfin Services Private Limited. This is a case of conversion of stock in trade into capital assets. See, we have heard of conversion of capital asset into stock in trade. In fact, the reverse conversion is recognized only about 3 years before, and this related to the period prior to it. And assessee converted his stock in trade into capital asset so that he would get the benefit of no tax under section 1038. He was dealing with some listed scripts which was treated as inventory in the past, and it was converted into capital asset. So what the department did is it said that once a stock, always a stock. So we would not reckon your conversion, and hence they levied tax. When the matter went to the Karnataka High Court, the Karnataka High Court looked at the decisions, two important decisions, Supreme Court. One is Kikabai Premchand's case, where it said that a person cannot trade unto himself and make profit. The other one is Bhai Shirin Bhai Kuka's case, 46 ITR 86. So after considering these two decisions, and also looking at the principles of statute interpretation in GP Singh's publication, the Honorable Karnataka High Court held that the conversion will have to be recognized as long as the genuineness and the bona fide is not doubted. Once the assessee converts, it has to be accepted, and at the time when an asset is transferred, the nature will have to be seen, not what it was originally when it was acquired. So at the time when the shares were transferred, they were already converted into capital assets, and therefore it is the right case of invoking section 45 and not section 28. And now, of course, this issue is may not be greatly relevant because the provisions have been brought in now to say that, by Finance Act of 2018, 28(6)(a) has been brought in to provide for taxation in case of conversion of stock in trade into capital asset. Now, we have two more decisions which are possibly suggesting the slightly contrary position. We'll see how we could possibly reconcile this. The first is the decision of Sri Rama Multitex case. So this is a case of a company inviting the public company making the public offer, and it had received the share application money, which share application money stood invested, and it received some interest of 1.7 crores on the share application money, which was temporarily put into bank, and it did not want to pay tax on this. It rather stated that I would want it to be set off against my public issue expenditure because it is inextricably connected to public issue. This 1.7 crores which incidentally earned should not inure to my pocket, and hence, if at all I will have to retain it, it wouldn't be my income in the nature of revenue. It is rather a capital receipt, and it will have to be offset against the public issue expenditure. Now, the High Court, the tribunal and the Honorable High Court accepted it. The department goes to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court notes that you have made an initial public issue, you have received the share application money, you have deposited the same in the bank, and you may have shown it as your income from other sources. Plus, it may also have been reflected in the tax audit report. However, you are permitted to change your stand. Look at this. The Honorable Supreme Court said, although you have offered it in a return of income, although it is reflected in your tax audit report, it is still permissible for you to take a stand before the ITAT that it is not an income at all to be charged to tax. It's rather to be set off against the public issue expenditure. And then the Supreme Court went on to the merits of the case to say that, see, whenever you receive share application money, by statute, by rule, you are bound to keep it in a fixed deposit. It is not that you intended to keep it in a fixed deposit and earn interest income. So it's an integral part of your issue process, which is a statutory mandate. And therefore, the interest which you earn is inextricably connected to your issue of share capital, and it is adjustable against the share issue expenditure and need not have to be offered to tax. So you have to keep this decision and also apply this decision in the light of principles of the Tuticorin-Alkali case in 227 ITR 172. That's a case where a company had borrowed money, yet to begin its factory, but In the meanwhile, the borrowed money, which was temporarily not required, was put into a bank and some interest was earned, and it was wanting it to be set off against the capital expenditure, but the Supreme Court did not agree. Now, here is a case where the Supreme Court says, yeah, deposit is statutorily required, and therefore the interest income could not be said to be in the revenue field, it has to be treated to be in the capital field. The Supreme Court also refers to Bokaro Steel's case as well as Karnal Cooperative Sugar Mills case and brings out its understanding. Now look at this carefully. What the Supreme Court says in Shrirama Multitex case. It says the common rationale that is followed in all these judgments like Bokaro, Karnal, etc. is that if there is any surplus money which is lying idle and has been deposited in the bank for the purpose of earning interest, then it is liable to be taxed as income from other sources. But if the income accrued is merely incidental and not the prime purpose of doing the act in question, which resulted into accrual of some additional income, then the income is not liable to be assessed and is eligible to be claimed as deduction. So it's extremely important. You have some surplus money. Why are you keeping the surplus money in the fixed deposit? If your prime objective is to earn interest, then it will become an income. Your prime objective is not to earn income, maybe to get an FD to offer it as security for LC facility or security for bank guarantee, and incidentally it earns interest income. Then what the Supreme Court says is, because your prime purpose of putting your money into FD is not to earn the interest income, it's only an incidental accrual, this has to be treated as being in the capital field. So this is an important decision which you will have to keep in mind. But as you play around this decision, you have to be extremely mindful that your fact situation will have to relate to as much as possible to the case in the instant case. Then very soon thereafter, very recently, you have the decision of Supreme Court in National Cooperative Development Corporation in 427 ITR 288. So this is a case where it's a corporation established under National Cooperative Development Act, and its function is to get the loans, get the grants from the government, in turn give grants and loans to state governments to basically finance the cooperative societies. So its inflow of fund. Inflow of fund is by way of grants and loans received from the central government. And it has to keep them in terms of section 13 of the NCD Act, where all the monies that would come will stand credited. And it is expected to give loans and grants to the state governments. Now, what is the issue involved in this case? It had received the funds from the government and it was to give to state governments by way of grants and loans. The funds which it had invested, it received interest. Out of the interest so received, it gave away a portion of it as grant, which never came back to it. A loan would always come back in terms of repayment, but the grant would not come back. It's like a subsidy. So what it argued is that part of interest that I earned, to the extent it is distributed as grant, which is irreversibly gone out of my coffers, should be allowed as an expenditure, laid out wholly and exclusively for the purpose of earning the income. Now the matter, went into dispute. CIT appeal would allow, the tribunal and the High Court would not allow, and eventually when the matter goes to the Supreme Court, several questions arose, which could be of interest to us generally as well. First question is, what is the character of this interest? Is it income from business or is it income from other sources? Now, there is a tendency on part of Income Tax Department to call any interest except when you are into money lending or banking as income from other sources. Of late, of course, the position is changing. The honorable courts are consistently taking a position that if the interest has trappings of the business or is connected with the business, then it will also have to be treated as business income. Now, the Supreme Court gives its imprimatur to it. It says that in this instant case, the only business of cases is to receive fund and advance them as loans or grants. So the interest income arose on account of funds so received. which may not have been presently utilized and hence put into fixed deposit so that the amount doesn't lie idle. And because it is inextricably connected to your prime activity, the interest will have to be treated as part of a business income and it should not be treated as income from other sources. So on this basis, the Supreme Court said that it has to be regarded as business income. Now, there is one observation which is made, which will have to be, careful about. One observation which is made is that the assessee corporation does not carry business activity for profit, is not material, as profit making is not an essential ingredient on account of innate restriction arising from its mother statute, which creates it. What does it mean? It was argued that in terms of the statute which created me, I am not expected to make profit. Therefore, can my activity ever be regarded as business activity? Supreme Court said, merely because you don't make profit, it does not mean you are not into business. So this is an observation made in this context. Now, the difficulty which I have is how far this observation is relevant in the context of section 2 within brackets 15, which defines what is the charitable purpose, read with first proviso. See, the first proviso says, where advancement of object of general public utility involves carrying on of trade or business, then it will not be treated as charitable purpose. Now, we have been taking an argument that, for example, industrial development boards, etc., by our constitution, we are not expected to make profit. And because there is no element of profit, I cannot be said to be into trade, because we go by the decision of Supreme Court in Surat Art Silks case 121 ITR 1 to say that to be in the trade, I had to be having profit. If I don't have intent of profit, it cannot be trade. Now, the difficulty is this observation. So you'll have to be mindful of this observation when you present to service the first proviso and take proper care in respect thereof. Now, there are two things here. One is assessee herein receives all these funds. It is bound to distribute it to others and it cannot keep anything for itself. So assessee could have argued, like in the case of Sri Rama Multitext case, which we discussed just a little ago, that the interest which accrues to me is not my income at all, because I am bound to apply it. It is never my income. But unfortunately, assessee did not take the stand and department happily accepted it. And everyone said that it is income. The question is more on whether when it is disbursed as grant, it has to be allowed as a deduction. According to me, if multitext, Sri Rama multitext proposition was possibly kept in mind, the assessee could have argued that what accrues to it itself is not an income in the revenue field and hence it's not to be charged to tax because it has to be eventually deployed. But anyway, unfortunately, that argument was not taken. It was accepted that the inflow is interest income. The question which was, discussed was confined only to whether the payout of grant out of interest is to be allowed as an expenditure or not. Now, 2-3 principles came in here. Either a concept of diversion of income by overriding title when you would pay it. The Supreme Court says that it, in your case, is not a diversion of income by overriding title because you have the discretion to decide which state government, how much you will give. And therefore, the Supreme Court did not agree with the concept of diversion of income by overriding title. And Supreme Court said that you have to have a statutory mandate or a direction, in which case only you could possibly argue that it's the diversion of income by overriding title. The takeaway from this decision is that if you are statutorily mandated to have an outgoing on which you don't have a choice or a discretion, then possibly you can take a stand that the necessary inflow or the related inflow is not even your income, because it comes with an underlying mandate for it to be applied by a more superior directive. And hence, there is a question of diversion of income by overriding title. And before I conclude, because I've taken another 10 minutes, one important discussion from the Shivraj Gupta's decision of the Honorable Supreme Court in 425 TR 420. See, there are several issues here. I will not get into it because when an Honorable High Court can decide on a question of law, it is necessary for the Honorable High Court first to frame a question of law on the basis of what the appellant proposes. And if the Honorable High Court were to decide on any other question of law in terms of proviso to 260 capital A4, it has to first frame a question and then answer. It would not be proper for the Honorable High Court to straight away answer a question which has never been framed. That apart, the more relevant point which would emerge from this decision in the context of business income computation is the commercial expediency theory. You're all aware of SA Builders case in 288 ITR 1, which is the decision of the Honorable Division Bench of the Honorable Supreme Court, where they have said that a taxman cannot get into the arm shoe of a, the businessman and decide for the businessman as to what expenditure will have to be incurred. The commercial expediency will have to be left to the discretion of the taxpayer. This was doubted by another coordinate bench of the Supreme Court. And that's why I thought I will just mention this. In Tulip Star Hotels case, in 2012, SA Builders was doubted. And the reference was made to the larger bench. So we all were wondering, whether the commercial expediency theory of the SA Builders, whether it get upset or not because of the reference to larger bench. But then, interestingly, the instant case which I'm discussing now, Shivraj Gupta's case, is a bench presided by 3 honorable judges, and they have accepted the SA Builders case. And therefore, the reference to larger bench in Tulip will not be now anymore relevant, because SA Builders case, the division bench decision is now accepted by the larger bench decision in Shivraj Gupta's case, and it has accepted its imprimatur by the larger bench. So with this, we would say that the commercial expediency theory very much holds water now, and it is not disturbed thanks to the decision in the case of Shivraj Gupta. Yes, sir.
Madam, over to you for concluding remarks. Unmute yourself, madam.
Thank you very much for a very thorough and a detailed analysis of the judgments, Chaitanya. I would not want to take much time for 2 reasons. One is we are already way past schedule, as I understand. And secondly, they are all issues, legal issues. So I think may not be very appropriate to say anything one way or the other, except that, in the initial part of Mr. Chaitanya's speech, he did refer to the High Court decisions and how one should view them. And he was saying that one should not view them as law per se, but look at them in context. And that is something that I would agree with completely, insofar as any decision rendered by either the High Court or the Supreme Court would have to be seen in the context of that case alone, and should not be looked at beyond the scope of what the court was in fact trying to say. For instance, if you take the decision of the judgment of the Supreme Court in Chabildas Agarwal on reassessment, it is cited so often by the revenue to say that no writ petition would lie at all in cases of reassessment. Whereas we do have, in fact, in Chabildas itself, in paragraph 15, the honorable judges have said that there are several exclusions that are there to the alternate, the statutory remedy, alternate remedy theory. So, well, yes, it has to be seen in the context of those facts alone and not beyond that. With that, we'll call it a day. Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much to the Federation for inviting me. It was very nice to hear Mr. Chaitanya after a very long time, and very nice to be part of this program. Good afternoon.
Madam, we are very fortunate to have you with us today after a very long time. We're very much thankful to you.
I was on a panel in a program recently conducted by...
Yes, in our zone, yes.
That's right, that's right. So AIFTB programs, though I am very, very reticent normally to join this Zoom meetings, because I have some qualms about it. But AIFTB, well, it's not something that one can ever say no to. Like I said, it's a family gathering, and that's not something that I like to miss. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam, one second. Our Mr. Siddheshwar would propose hearty vote of thanks to the learned chairman and speaker, for having spent a lot of valuable time with us. Mr. Siddheswar.
Thank you, Chaitanya sir, for lucidly discussing each and every case laws in discussing the matters, and also Chaitanya sir pointed out certain issues where he mentioned that how additional arguments could have been taken in those respective judgments, and how it would have helped in those cases. Thank you very much, sir, for sparing your valuable time. I would also like to thank Honorable Justice Dr. Anita Sumanji for sparing the time and giving valuable feedbacks for the session. And it's an honor to have both of you for this sessions. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And I'll hand it over to Shri Satyanarayan sir to take over the proceedings.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thanks, madam. Thanks a lot to you. Chaitanya sir, thank you a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Now, friends, we'll take a break and we'll reassemble at 2:30 p.m. for 7th technical session. Session is Srimati Premlata Bansal, Senior Advocate from New Delhi. The speaker is none other than Dr. Girish Ahuja, well-known personality in the entire country. He's from New Delhi. I welcome you all. Welcome both of you, sir, madam, and Girish Ahuja, sir. Now I request our Mr. Nagesh Rangi, President of Telangana Tax Practitioner Association, to introduce chairperson as well as speaker, Mr. Rangi.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce today's session, chairman and speaker. I feel privileged to invite Dr. Ahuja Garu. Dr. Girish Ahuja is a professor, ICAI and Sriram College of Commerce. He did his graduation and post-graduation from Sriram College of Commerce and was a position holder. He got his PhD from Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi. He has been teaching direct access to students at various levels for more than 35 years. He is a fellow of Chartered Accountants of India and was placed in the merit list of both intermediate and final examinations of the institute. He is a senior faculty member of Sriram College of Commerce, Delhi University, and visiting faculty member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and Institute of Company Secretaries of India. He had been nominated by the government to the Central Council of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India for 2 terms. He is a member of Fiscal Law Committee of ICAI and Editorial Board of ICSI. He is also on the board of directors of many companies and has a vast and rich experience in the field of finance and taxation. Sir, please welcome to the session today's chairman, Premlata Bansalji. She is senior advocate designated by the Delhi High Court. She was medical student initially, but after the gap of 12 years, resumed studies at Delhi in 1980, passed BCom honors from Delhi University in 1983. LLB from Delhi University in 1986 and qualified as Chartered Accountant in 1989. She started practice in Delhi and was appointed as standing counsel by the Income Tax Department in 1994 till she is in the same position till 2011. She was designated as senior standing counsel in 2002 and was designated as senior advocate by Delhi High Court in January 2011. She had been president Delhi Tax Bar Association twice in the year 2005-6 and 2007-8. She has been instrumental for constructing the Chamber of Lawyers in her tenure as president. She was a chairperson of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners North Zone in the year 2010-11, and she was the national president of the federation for the year 2017. As a national president, she led the designation of the federation to Sri Lanka and addressing the gathering in the presence of Indian High Commission Tanjit Singh Sadhu. She worked extensively in the field of taxation, particularly income tax laws, written various articles for various journals. Welcome, madam, for today's session as chairman, and I request now to continue. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Madam, welcome, madam.
Thank you, Rao sir. Thank you, sir. Friends, first of all, I am highly obliged to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be the chairman of the session. I congratulate the organizers, that is All India Federation of Tax Practitioners South Zone, then Institute of Tax Practitioners of India, Telangana Tax Practitioners Association, Andhra Pradesh Tax Practitioners and Consultants Association, Karnataka State Tax Practitioners Association, Kerala Tax Practitioners Association, and Federation of Tax Practitioners Tamil Nadu for organizing such a valuable and wonderful conference. Friends, the name of the conference is Medho Madhanam. I don't know the real meaning of this word, but it sounds very sweet. And therefore, I compliment to the organizers for this selection. Friends, in the earlier session, Mr. M.R. Venkatesh has said that fundamental rights are to be balanced by the fundamental duties. Part 4 of our Constitution, Article 5, Part 4A of our Constitution, Article 51A enumerates our fundamental duties. And most of the relevant, that is C, that it shall be the duty of every citizen of India to uphold and protect the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of India. And the J clause says to strive towards excellence in all spheres of individual and collective activity so that the nation constantly rises to higher levels and or endeavor and achievement. So we have always to strive that nation goes higher and higher. And for these purposes, I must say that for welfare state, the tax is the most important resources of the revenue. In India, only 1.46 crore out of 130 crores population pays the tax. It is the duty of all the persons to pay the tax if they are liable to pay, and to pay the correct tax on correct income. It is the tax evasion and not the tax avoidance which is harmful for the country. And therefore, I request all the persons, and particularly request the tax consultants, to make the assessees pay the correct taxes. Now coming to the subject, friends, this is the fag end of the conference, but I am very happy. Why? that the speaker, Dr. Girish Ahuja, he is the speaker and who makes the session live with his wonderful and dynamic oration. And therefore, I am very happy. Then now on the subject, friends, for the first time in the history of India, that the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi on 13th August 2020 announced that henceforth there will be the transparency in the income tax proceeding and the honest taxpayers will be honored. So this is the greatest honor given to the tax-paying citizen in India. He addressed the nation on the initiative taken by the tax department. The three main features of the platform were faceless assessment, which was made effective from 13th August 2020 itself, faceless appeals made effective from 25th September 2020, and taxpayers charter. The motto behind these schemes, what was the motto? As stated in section 143(3)(a) of the Income Tax Act itself, that is to impart the greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability by eliminating the interface between the taxpayer and the tax administrators to the extent technologically feasible. 2, optimizing utilization of the resources through economies of scale and functional specialization, and introducing a team-based assessment with dynamic jurisdiction. Above reform is a part of government's attempt to make the tax regime seamless, faceless, and painless. Friends, a detailed scheme has been floated by the government. Much have been said regarding faceless assessment and appeals in various webinars by various speakers. But still, certain doubts are arising out of this scheme. Some of the doubts I am putting before the worthy speaker who will clear all the doubts of our mind. And certain doubts are whether scrutiny notice will be issued on limited issues or the, as usual, entire cyclostyle questionnaire will be issued by the NEAC. Because in one of the webinar, in IT webinar, one person has said that his client has received the scrutiny notice. Apart from limited issues, 70 points questionnaire has been issued by the department. And for that purposes, he took 1 month to give and jot down the entire paper book containing reply on those issues. So I am putting before Dr. Girish Ahuja that what will happen? The cyclostyle questionnaire will be issued to the SSE or only on the limited issues. Next, whether 15 days time is sufficient, because there is no mechanism to seek extension. Thirdly, as usual, I mean under other acts itself, there is an experience that response portal closes down after the due date. Say 15 days time is given and the portal will be closed. Then what will be done by the SSE if the portal doesn't open? If for some, due to unavoidable circumstances, he could not give the reply, or for any reason he could not give the reply, then what will he do? Then the next point, what I want to convey to Dr. Saab, that friends, just another point. In response to the long questionnaire, whether 15 days time is sufficient, I am putting to myself only. Say that due to technical glitches, hardship will be faced, say that uploading sizable data, server not working, internet failure, electricity failure in the offices, any reason may be there. So what will happen if reply could not be given within the prescribed time? And in case of no response, whether it would be adverse order would be passed or show cause notice under section 144 will be given to the SSE. Whether principles of natural justice would be followed by the department. Insofar as reopening under section 147 is concerned, who will record the reasons? Who will dispose the objections raised by the SSE? Because jurisdiction of any SE will start with 143(2) notice. In case of reassessment proceeding, 143(2) notice will be issued after 148 notice is issued and SSE has filed the return. So before that 143(2) notice, the entire proceeding will be conducted by whom? Then the next is regarding service of notice, whether it will be on the SSE's portal or through email or by any SMS alert will be given to the SSE or his counsel. Because in most of the returns, SSE's telephone number and SSE's email ID is given. Then better, because SSE will not every day open his portal, then what will happen? Then one more important point, that personal hearing. In what circumstances personal hearing will be given? Complicated issues, one can think that complicated issues can be explained. More conveniently in personal hearing only. Then what will happen to 144A proceeding? That directions will be sought by the additional, direction reference is made to the additional CIT, or 144AA proceeding where the arrangement is made as avoidance agreement, tax avoidance agreement. What will happen to all these proceeding? What is the scope of verification unit if 133(6) notice is not replied by the third person, or the 131 notice is not complied with by the required person? Then whether opportunity will be given to the SSE to file, to produce the person or to produce the document? What would be done by technical unit? I have still my doubt that the report of technical unit and report of verification unit will be given to the SSE. If there is a difference of opinion between the first assessment unit draft order and the technical advice, then can SSE says that two views are available, and therefore which is more beneficial to the SSE, that can be adopted? Whether is it possible? I am putting to Dr. Saab, right? Because assessing officer assessment unit has held something, and verification or technical unit is saying something. So out of that, one view is certainly beneficial to the SSE. So this is so far as assessment process. There are many more points, but I don't want to curtail the time of Dr. Ahuja, because he will contribute much more valuable things. And therefore, I don't want to curtail his time. So far as faceless appeals are concerned, one cannot envisage the decision without direct communication or direct deliberation, because personal hearing is very much important. Judge's gesture can be seen only on personal deliberation only, that what we have conveyed has been accepted by his mind or not. Power is not given to the appeal unit to give the personal hearing. That is only to be decided by the CCIT or DGIT. For insofar as additional evidence is concerned, as soon as SSE filed the additional evidence, then opportunity is given to the income tax department, that appeal unit and CIT appeal. Any SE and assessing officer to give his comment that whether evidence are to be admitted or not. But opportunity is not given to the SSE to file his rejoinder. Assessing officer invariably will say that no, these evidence are not to be admitted. Then opportunity has to be given to the SSE to file his rejoinder. Then next thing is that appeal filed by the SSE is to be admitted by the appeal unit. He can admit it, he can reject it. In case of rejection, whether SSC will be given opportunity to explain his case, that why he has not complied with 249(4)(b) compliance condition, or why there is a delay and why this delay has to be condoned. So there is a doubt that whether this opportunity will be given to the SSC or not. Then no time limit is specified, because under the statute, under section 256A, the time is, though they are not complying with, but time is prescribed that as far as possible within 1 year, appeal has to be decided by the CIT appeal. Even their manual says so. But under this amended scheme, no time limit is prescribed. That is, next is in the press release dated 25th September 2020, in respect of faceless assessment, which has carved out certain exceptional cases involving serious frauds, major tax evasion, sensitive and search matters, international tax matters, and Black Money Act. However, there is no such, this scheme has not carved out, this faceless appeal scheme has not carved out any such provisions, any such cases that here the faceless scheme will not apply, or the directly CIT appeal will hear the matters. So what will happen to these assessments, whether that faceless scheme will apply or the no faceless scheme? Then in cases of set aside appeals, in which personal hearing has to be, mechanism has to be there, because the matters have been set aside by the ITAT, because the complicated issues are there, or which require comprehensive deliberation. So in such cases, personal hearing has to be provided. No provision in respect of cross-examination in case of faceless appeals. Any SE or assessing officer is provided opportunity that I have told. So these are, doctors, of certain issues that we have doubts in our mind. Kindly clarify those things. We will be highly obliged. Now over to Dr. Girish Ahuja, please.
Good afternoon to everyone. Chairperson of the today's session, advocate and CA, Premlata Bansalji. Deputy President of the AIFT, going to be President very soon, Shri Nivas Raoji. The Deputy President again, who is going to be Mr. D.K. Gandhi ji, Advocate J. Gandhi ji. Secretary General S.S. Satyanarayan ji, Vijay Keval Rimani ji, Treasurer of the RAS, from two gentlemen from Delhi. One is Sanjay Sharma, advocate, very close friend of mine, of course, and A.K. Srinivasava, Vice President, North Zone of AIFT. I must not have missed anything, but if there is any other name, please excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. One Mr. Nagesh Mani also. Nagesh Rangi I will tell them, kindly, Mr. Naresh, do not go for Google for introducing somebody. जो आपने बोला वो सिर्फ 20 years पुराना था. It was only 20 years old. You must have downloaded from Google and something from there, and you have read out that I am teaching in Shriram College of Commerce. I retired about 10 years back also from there. And that time 35, that plus 10 years. Today I put in more than 50 years as a chartered accountant also. So my point is, do not see the Google. When you are an income tax expert, you have to be updated for everything. If you start looking in Google about the Income Tax Act or the rules, you will be put into difficulty. You have to be really updated. That's what I'm saying. You read this old biodata by downloading from somewhere, which was absolutely very old one. Thank you. Coming back now.
He's very sorry, sir, on part of us.
No, it's not sorry. It's just I wanted to tell you one thing. Please do not go for Google in income tax.
Okay, sir.
You never know whether it is updated or not. We have to be really up to date for everything. So therefore, I am always of the view that whether it is somebody's biodata or somebody's whatever is it should be up to date. इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि then people feel अरे यार ये क्या हुआ, मैं सोचा मैं इतना young हो गया तो मुझे तो खुशी है. I'm happy if I am that young, but I'm not that young. Okay, coming back now. आप तो retrospect में ले गए ना मुझे, तो nostalgic हो जाता है. One gets nostalgic. Oh yes, I'm still there. Okay, coming back.
Sir, you are always young and energetic, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So coming to faceless assessment, madam has asked few things also from me. Let me tell you, ma'am, I'll tell you everything. But what is there, your question will be answered very practically. You said 15 days time will be given to you. That 15 days time is to inform you that your case has been selected for scrutiny on certain issues. Here, they will not issue you any notice under 142(1) or giving you the detail. 15 days time only to send you the response that you on certain issues your case has been selected, and you file your response to that. After you're filing the response, they will tell you your case has been selected for faceless assessment scheme. So what I'm trying to explain, 15 days notice just to file a response. People do. So see to that, you have acknowledged that you have received 143(2). That is the response which you have to give. And what is the need of extension for giving that response, 15 days notice response? If you don't reply, then they will issue notice under 144 to you. Then they will issue show cause to you why your case should not be selected under 144. So it is a very simple process. 15 days time is not that not that relevant, and you will be told whether it is limited scrutiny or a comprehensive scrutiny. That is told in the issues which have been selected for scrutiny. So what I am trying to explain, there is absolutely nothing, no extension has been given. What is the use of extension for this? Can't you file a response that you have received a notice of this scrutiny and that is all, I have already filed a return and that's all. You are not going to give any detail. You are not asked any detail within 15 days time. Absolutely nothing. You have not been told yet also that your case has been selected on faceless scheme. The second step is that your case has been selected separately. So my point is, there is absolutely nothing to worry. 15 days time is not for filing the complete details. And second point, somebody pointed out, and you also pointed out, that this scheme has come from 13th of August 2020. No, ma'am. No. The notification original was issued in 61. Notification dated 12th of September 2019. The scheme came from 12th of September 2019 by inserting a notification number 61 by 2019 dated 12th of September. The name given was e-assessment scheme or e. The name has been changed by a notification number 60, amending the basic notification number 61. Let me tell you, it has not been introduced from August. From August, 13th August, the original notification 61 has been amended by notification 60 dated 13th of August 2020. You remember when this notification, the 61 notification came, 58,322 cases were selected for scrutiny. 58,322, and that was e-assessment proceeding. Now in this scheme, the name has been changed. The name has been changed as faceless assessment scheme. That is the only change. Otherwise, the scheme is the original one, which was brought by notification number 61 dated 12th of September 2019. Now, this notification has amended the original notification. So don't read only notification 60. You have to read notification 61 and amend that notification by the notification number 60. Merge them. Then one can understand what can be the scope now. Another point, ma'am, another point. these two notifications, 61 amended by 60, is valid only up to 31st March 21. It is valid only up to 31st March 21. Because after 31st March 21, Section 144B has been inserted in the Income Tax Act by the new Taxation and Other Laws Relaxation of Provisions Act, which was passed by the Parliament in the month of September. So let me tell you, this notification 61 as amended by 60 is valid only up to 31st March 21. Whatever I'm going to talk to you is only 31st March 21. After 21, we will take the help of Section 144B, and 144B has incorporated all the facts of the notification in the Act. That has been brought into the Act. So my point is, do not get confused unnecessarily. This 61 amended by 60, valid till 31st March. After 31st March, 144B. And please note, madam, they said we have constituted National E-Assessment Center. मानते हैं ना? NEAC. लेकिन ये भी नाम up to 31st March 21 तक है. The name will be changed from 1st April 21. And the name will be National Faceless Assessment Center. Today the name is National E-Assessment Center. This name is valid till 31st March 21. After that, Section 144B says the name will be changed to National Faceless Assessment Center. The second which they have constituted is Regional E-Assessment Center. The name again is changed. The name from 1st April 21 will be Regional Faceless Assessment Center. Are you getting my point, ma'am?
Yes.
Because
yes.
61 as amended by 60 is valid till 31st March 21, because you rightly pointed out Section 143(3)(a) was introduced way back by Finance Act 2018 with effect from 1st April 2018.
Yes.
It may. And what did it say? The central government by notification shall make a scheme of assessment of your total income under Section 143(3) and now even 144, so as to bring greater efficiency, transparency, accountability, so as to avoid interface between the assessing officer and the assessee in the course of assessment proceeding, and to have optimum utilization of resources by economy of scale. And please note the word, and functional specialization. Please note the word functional specialization. And third was to have team-based assessment with dynamic jurisdiction. ये लाया गया था 143(3)(a, and 143(3)(a, for that notification 61 came. Notification 61. Then there was 143(3)(b. To bring into this scheme, they will bring a notification to have changes in your various sections of the Income Tax Act relating to assessment, whether it is 142, 143(2), 143(3), 144, 147. They will have some adoption, some modification due to the introduction of faceless assessment scheme. So they said the time change has not been done. Like you asked me in appeal, there is only 1 year, and they have not mentioned here 1 year. We have not changed the period. That section remains. That section remains. His only thing is the appeal will be faceless. We have adapted, we have modified, we have changed certain sections, but original time limit, like 153 time limit for assessment, has not changed. The time limit was 1 year, which is not obligatory, which is only suggestive that as far as possible you should complete. It is not changed. And there is no need to mention that, because original section remain with certain modification, with certain adaptation. So therefore, I'm telling you, we are not changing. And the notification came at that time was 62 in 2019, amended by notification 61. And for appeal, notification 676 has come on 25th of September. Notification 76 says that we are going to have a faceless appellate scheme. Faceless appellate scheme, and we will have these many authorities. I'll come to that. So my point is, let us not mix up these two things. First, I'm coming to faceless assessment. They have constituted National E-Assessment Center, which will be known as National Faceless Assessment Center from 1st April 21. And they have constituted so many regional E-Assessment Center, and that will be known as Regional Faceless Assessment Center from 1st April 21. And they have constituted functional unit. And those functional units are, number one, assessment unit. I always used to say that I must have 4 or 5 person in front of me. I have few faces in front of me, except madam. No one is there. It is only photograph. So please, Gandhi ji have come back. Thank you very much, Gandhi ji. I was seeing your photo, now live photo. I can't speak to the walls. I can't speak to the screen. I have to speak to the gentleman concerned, Mr. Gandhi, Mr. Satyanarayan, Mr. Ramani. I'll talk to them. And I'm already talking to Madam Premlata Bansal because nobody was there around me. So I've been always pointing out at her. Now I'll point out at Mr. Gandhi also and Mr. Satyanarayan also. So what I'm trying to explain, sir, functional unit, they have constituted assessment units. Assessment unit to perform the function of assessment, and they will also, that function will also include what? Identification of issues and points which are material to the assessment of your income. And thereafter, they will seek information, your evidence or information on such points and issues which they have selected. And third, after you reply, they will analyze that reply. And this is also the function of assessment unit. But assessment unit is there only to assess, make assessment of your income. But Mr. Gandhi, the unit, assessment unit will not have a function of any verification. There will be separate verification unit which have been constituted. About 30 verification units have been constituted in India at different places. The role of the function of the verification unit to perform the function of verification, which will also include to make any inquiry, to cross examination, verification of books of accounts, witness, recording of witness. That function is not of the assessment unit. If the assessment unit wants some verification to be done, some inquiry to be done, some examination of books of accounts to be done, some some witness to be recorded, that will be handed over by the assessment unit, communicated to the National E-Assessment Center that we want to inquiry, we want examination of books of account, we want these things, kindly respond. And they will give it to verification unit. And verification unit will prepare a report. And there nowhere it is written, the report will be given to the SSC. The report will be forwarded to the assessment unit of the verification report, not to the SSC. The SSC will all deal with the assessment unit. Then, if you want any technical advice, they have constituted technical units. Only 4 technical units so far constituted. The function of the technical unit is to give legal advice. And assessment unit wants some forensic to be done. Assessment unit wants some accounting standard information. Assessment unit wants special audit to be done. Assessment unit wants determination of arm's length price. Assessment unit wants some valuation. The whole of the role is not of the assessment unit. They will write to they will communicate to the National E-Assessment Center, which will be later on known as National Faceless Assessment Center, and they will give it to automated allocation system to give it to technical unit. The technical unit is the role, will do it. And then there is another unit also. We call it as review unit. The role of the review unit will come only after a draft order is prepared by the assessment unit. They will review the order and then will prepare a report and give it to National E-Assessment Center. सो मैं शुरू करने जा रहा हूं. मैंने एक ओवरऑल पिक्चर आपके सामने पेश करी है, लेकिन ये मत समझिए ये फुल प्रूफ सिस्टम जो जरूर है, कुछ टीडिंग ट्रबल होगी, बट यू वेट एंड वॉच, एवरीथिंग विल बी ऑल राइट. ये शुरू में जब 26 AS आया था, एवरीबॉडी शाउटेड. जब ऑनलाइन TDS की क्वार्टरली स्टेटमेंट जाती थी, everybody had lot of difficulties, but now it is all settled. Now you love to have 26 AS, or 26 AS say help you to prepare the income tax return of everyone. So please wait for some time. Things will improve. Let us see this. It has not, no. Sir, वो जो मैडम आपने बोला कि वो 70 पॉइंट्स का इशू आया, वो नया वाला नहीं है, ये फेसलेस में नहीं है. वो जो ई असेसमेंट प्रोसीडिंग के 58,322 केसेस हैं, उसका नोटिस है ये. वो उसका नोटिस है. अभी ये फेसलेस का तो शुरू ही नहीं हुआ है. फेसलेस असेसमेंट स्कीम हैव येट टू टेक द लाइट ऑफ द डे. दे आर डूइंग द ओल्ड वन. वहां पे लिमिटेड स्क्रूटनी तो हो भी चुकी है. They have already responded for limited scrutiny. जो comprehensive scrutiny है, complete scrutiny है, उसमें उन्होंने मांगा. अभी रूटीन चल रहा है. वो जो पुराना छपा हुआ है वही भेज दिया गया है. लेकिन you wait and watch, things will improve. You wait and watch. But अभी फेसलेस का आया ही नहीं है कोई नोटिस. वो 58,322 cases which notice was issued in 19 are yet to be completed. एंड टाइम बार्ड होने जा रहे हैं, इसलिए उनके बारे में आया है. और टाइम बार्ड तो आपको पता है 31 मार्च कर ही दिया. वो तो कर दिया ना उन्होंने, रिलैक्स कर दिया. सो व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से मैम कि देखिए, हमने 61 को 60 से मर्ज कीजिए तो देखिए 4 तरह के फंक्शनल स्पेशलाइजेशन हो गया. असेसमेंट रोल इज टू डू असेसमेंट ओनली, बट दे कैन नॉट डू एनी वेरिफिकेशन. वो वेरिफिकेशन आपका केस आपने मैडम आपने दिल्ली में फाइल किया अपना केस, हो सकता है दिस में बी एलोकेटेड बाय ऑटोमेटेड एलोकेशन सिस्टम. ऑटोमेटेड एलोकेशन सिस्टम कंप्यूटर करेगा. कंप्यूटर ने जो कर दिया. हो सकता है आपका केस चला जाए बॉम्बे, या चला जाए चेन्नई, या चला जाए झुमरी तलैया. अगर झुमरी तलैया में असेसमेंट यूनिट है मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन झुमरी तलैया भी जा सकता है. क्योंकि हम जब बिनाका गीत माला सुना करते थे तो झुमरी तलैया से बहुत ज्यादा रिक्वेस्ट आती थी. तो मैंने कहा वो कोई तो है ही ना झुमरी तलैया. तो असेसमेंट यूनिट will be selected on the basis of automated allocation system. So your case will be sent there. They know who are you. They know whose case is this. Now they want some information. They want some document. They want some evidence. They will write electronic communication will be sent to whom? To the National E-Assessment Center. First, you got a communication in the beginning that your case has been selected for scrutiny on such and such issues. You got it. You have to reply within 15 days that yes, I have received the communication. These are the issues which you pointed out. You reply them. After they got the acknowledgement from you, then they will write to you that you have filed a return. In response to that return, your case has been selected for faceless scrutiny. Then you will be told faceless scrutiny. अभी नहीं बताया जाएगा. अभी तो होगा 143(2) में आपका केस सेलेक्ट हुआ है on these issues. बट वो बोलेंगे नहीं फेसलेस. अभी फेसलेस तो बाद में. आपने कहा कम्युनिकेशन कहाँ जाएगी? मैम कम्युनिकेशन जाएगी आइदर और लिखा है, लेकिन देख लेना मिनिमम 2 में जरूर देंगे. वन इज योर रजिस्टर्ड ईमेल. जब आपने ईमेल रजिस्टर्ड करा ली, बिकॉज यू हैव फाइल्ड ए रिटर्न, इट इज ऑन योर रजिस्टर्ड ईमेल. वो कहते हैं हम देखते नहीं है रोज. ये गलत बातें मत कीजिए. ईमेल तो सारे देखते हैं, रजिस्टर्ड ईमेल है तो रोजाना देखते हो. ईमेल कहाँ से आई है? ये तो मान लीजिए सिर्फ इनकम टैक्स की नजर नहीं आएगी, बाकी सब नजर आ जाएंगे. हम सर हर चीज आजकल ईमेल से हो रहा है. हर आदमी दिन में 4 बार देखता है ईमेल. मैं ये नहीं मानूंगा. जिसका ईमेल रजिस्टर्ड है वो देखता है, जिसका रजिस्टर्ड नहीं है वो बातें छोड़ो. फिर दूसरा पोर्टल ऑफ द वेयर यू आर रजिस्टर्ड विद द इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट, उस पोर्टल में पेस्ट की जा सकती है. और योर रजिस्टर्ड मोबाइल, जो आपका रजिस्टर्ड मोबाइल का मतलब समझ गए, क्योंकि पोर्टल में आपने रजिस्टर्ड करा रखा अपनी ईमेल को, पोर्टल में आपने रजिस्टर्ड कराना अपना मोबाइल को. तो आपने कम्युनिकेशन 3 जगह है, 1 2 3 मिनिमम 1 तो है ही है, वो 2 भी कर सकते हैं. And then there is a mobile app which is of the department, and they will give you real-time alert also. Real-time alert will be given to you. अब आप देखे ही नहीं अपना मोबाइल, ये हो सकता है. सारा दिन तो लोग मोबाइल ही देखते रहते हैं, और सारा दिन तो यही करते क्या हैं, और कहेंगे जी हमने मोबाइल नहीं देखा. सर ये बहाने नहीं चले, गए जमाने बहाने लगाने के. अब तो सीधी सीधी बातें करें. ये कहोगे मैंने अपना मोबाइल नहीं देखा, कोई मान लेगा. ये कहोगे मैंने अपना रजिस्टर्ड ईमेल नहीं देखा, कोई मान लेगा. ये मान सकता है कि पोर्टल नहीं देखा, रजिस्टर्ड पोर्टल में नहीं गया. लेकिन ये मैं नहीं मानूंगा कि आपने रजिस्टर्ड अपना ईमेल नहीं देखा. हाँ कोई प्रॉब्लम हो जाए एक आध दिन, तो भगवान ना करे तो आपने नहीं देखा, नहीं तो रोज 2 घंटे के बाद देखते. मोबाइल तो हमेशा ही हाथ में रहता है. कमाल की बात है, ये वेबिनार हो रहा है तभी मोबाइल मेरे सामने पड़ा है, उसको देख रहा हूं और लिख के भी वहां पे मार भी रहा हूं, आई विल कॉल यू लेटर. क्या बातें करते हैं सर. मोबाइल तो आदमी की जान हो गई आजकल. मेरा मोबाइल मेरे सामने पड़ा है, उधर मैं देखता हूं कोई कॉल साइलेंट पे है, लेकिन देता हूं आई विल कॉल यू लेटर. ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? ऐसा नहीं है. मुझे वो चीज नजर आती है जो मैं देखना चाहता हूं. आप जो चीज देखना नहीं चाहते गवर्नमेंट की, तो वो मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता. देखना तो पड़ेगा मैम, देखना तो ईमेल भी पड़ेगा, नहीं तो रजिस्टर्ड मत कराओ. आपने रजिस्टर्ड कराया है तो देखना ही पड़ेगा. ये मत कहिए, ये जमाना चला गया, बहानेबाजी नहीं चलेगी. मैं बता रहा हूं सत्यनारायण जी, नो excuses at all, Mr. Rimani. I'm telling you, don't come out with such things that we will not see our email or we will not see our registered telephone. मैं मान ही नहीं सकता. खाना भूल जाओगे, मोबाइल देखना भूलोगे नहीं, ये तो मैं मान ही नहीं सकता. You may not eat your food, but you will see your mobile every 1 hour or maybe every 10 minutes. Maybe you are old, maybe your girlfriend is not there, but still you see it. Young men they will see whether some message of a girlfriend is there or not. But even if it is not girlfriend, सबके मोबाइल देखे जाते हैं सर. मैं भी रोज देखता हूँ क्या है. I always take a call of that person whose mobile is not registered with me, so that I take a call. And for others, I know I can
email
call them
भी
later.
मोबाइल पे आते हैं.
हैं जी?
आजकल ईमेल भी मोबाइल पे आ जाते हैं.
सर अभी तो कह रहा हूँ सर, ये मैडम को कहो माफी चाहता हूँ, लेकिन ये तो देखना पड़ेगा मैम. चलिए आगे बढ़ता हूँ. So now communication is electronically. Your reply is also electronically. All communication online. Reply online, your notice online, allocated to the assessment unit online. Assessment unit will reply, will write to the National E-Assessment Center that we want certain information, we want certain document, we want certain evidence from the assessee or any other person. And that letter will be forwarded by the National E-Assessment Center to the assessee or any other person to file his response to that. A reasonable time will be given to file a response. And if that response cannot be given, you can be given an extension of time also on your request. So their extension is allowed. When they want information, when they want a document, when they want evidence, at that time, the extension is allowed. So what I'm trying to say, 15 days extension not allowed. Other places, everything is allowed. Coming back. Now they want some verification to be done. Assessment unit will write to the National E-Assessment Center that we want certain inquiry, we want examination of books of accounts and document, we want cross verification, we want witness to be recorded, and that message will be sent electronically communication by the assessment unit to National E-Assessment Center, and National E-Assessment Center through automated allocation system allot that to any of the verification unit. So ma'am, your case is in Mumbai, but the verification unit may be in Chennai, and they will verification and prepare a report. Then assessment unit wants some technical advice, some legal cases, because you know that there are certain high court cases, jurisdictional high court cases, non-jurisdictional high court cases. There is a cases which have been filed in the Supreme Court. Now whether if there is a case not filed in the Supreme Court and there is a jurisdictional High Court decision in the favor of the assessee or in other body's favor, then that is binding on them. So to that legal department, that what you call the technical department will give the advice of the legal cases to whom? To the assessment unit. Legal advice to the assessment unit. They want some forensic to be done. They will give it, communicate it to the National E-Assessment Center. National E-Assessment will give it to automated allocation system to the technical unit. They want some valuation to be done. They want determination of arm's length price. They want some data analytic. They want some management. Everything will be provided by technical unit. That will be well versed. The assessment unit, no mind to apply. That will be applied by technical. So they got a report from technical unit. They got a report from verification unit, handed over to the assessment unit. Assessment unit will prepare a draft order after going into that both the reports. And of course, the evidence or documents or reply furnished by the assessee and any other person. Now, a draft order will be prepared and will be forwarded to whom? National E-Assessment Center, which in the due course of time will be known as National Faceless Assessment Center.
Yes.
Now they will apply their technical tools, automated technical tools. If there is no change, no suggestion, and technical tools also says no change required, they will prepare a final order and send that order to the assessee electronically. But if some modifications have been suggested by the assessment unit, then they will also apply tools to that. And they can give that modification, apply draft modification to the assessee to file his response to those modifications. And if they feel that the order is not correct or it requires certain review, they can send this order, draft order, to a review unit selected automated. Review unit will see whether the assessment unit had given all the facts of the case, they have given complete judgment, they have looked into every aspect, or they have missed that, or if there is a report of the verification, have they looked into that? There is a report of technical unit, have they looked into that? And the review unit will suggest. If the review unit concurs with the assessment unit, they will reply back. And then assessment order will be passed. But if the review unit gives some suggestions, some modifications, in that case will not be sent to the original assessment unit. It will be sent to some other assessment unit to prepare draft order. Are you getting my? That is revised draft order. Yes. Draft order prepared by assessment unit, revised draft order can be prepared by any other unit, any other assessment unit. And after it comes to that, again, they will apply technical tools and thereafter final order will be passed. So, ma'am, so much of functional specialization, so much of decision to be given by technical unit or verification unit, and then accountability, because it will go to review unit. So accountability will also come into picture. That means you are passing a draft order and it is not up to the mark, or there is some problem, or you have suggested modification which are not attainable. What kind of a law order you have passed? Or the review unit comes out with other report and then it is sent to the another assessment unit for revision. So if the order is revised by another assessment unit, what will be the fate of this old unit who had passed the order? Accountability. Yes. And there is a transparency also. Are you getting my point? इतना नहीं है, लोग तो ये कह रहे हैं there will be lot of litigation. According to me, there will be less of litigation. Now the question comes, the basic issue which you raised is personal hearing. Definitely personal hearing you will have to demand. You will have to write that we want personal hearing. Your request will be sent to Regional E-Assessment Center. You will have to tell them whether assessee is going to appear or counsel is going to appear or both are going to appear, and authority letter you are also going to give. Now, the only hitch here is regional e-assessment center principal commissioner will decide whether to give you opportunity of being heard or not. Personal hearing to be given to you. Why this has been done? It's only a check, because everybody will start asking for hearing. Everybody will say, I want personal hearing. Everybody wants a personal hearing, which whether it is required or not. So to put a control to that, they have said, the principal chief commissioner will decide whether personal hearing is to be granted or not. But it does not mean that they will be biased. They just want to check up whether you are taking on a frivolous cause, you are asking for personal hearing, it is not required, because what do they want? They want transparency. Transparency, but they don't want you to contact them. And there is no point in contacting them also, because assessment unit is only to pass draft order. That draft order can be reviewed. That draft order is after the input given by technical unit. That draft order is after the input given by what you call verification unit. And they are all on record. They're all on record. So he cannot afford to do anything. Somebody said, sir, there must be some way to manage that. मैंने कहा वो जमाना चला गया. When आप कहते थे मैं हूं ना, I am there. 143.2, Mr. Gandhi says, don't worry, don't worry. Well, look after. I will look after. Don't worry. If he is practicing in income tax, he will say, don't worry, I will look after. जाइए जाइए. अपना केस आए तो 4 दिन नींद नहीं आती. जब अपना केस आता है तो 4 दिन नींद नहीं आती है. 143.2 आएगा मिस्टर गांधी. बट क्लाइंट का केस आते हैं तो हम क्या कहते थे? मैं हूं ना. Please go. I will manage. Question of manage gaya. No connection, no face value, only faceless. अब तो फेस वैल्यू ही नहीं है. अब मेकअप लगा के जाने की जरूरत नहीं है वहां पर. वहां जाना ही नहीं है आपको. अब तो जाना ही नहीं है. You don't know where is your income tax department now. You will sit at home. Even for a conference, they will be given either at your office or you can come to the income tax department. But you will not be able to see the face of the person concerned, the officer. He will be able to see your face. अरे सर वो देखेगा कि आपका क्या फेस रिएक्शन है. आप कहते हैं मैम कहती थी हम देखते थे उसका क्या फेस रिएक्शन है. नहीं, वो आपका देखेगा आपका क्या फेस रिएक्शन है. आप क्वेश्चन करने पे आप उसको फेस नहीं देख सकते. He will not give you his mind. अपील में अलग बात है. अपील is more liberal. They will be more liberal. Don't worry. But assessment unit में नहीं करेंगे लिबरलिटी. वहां तो पूरा फेसलेस ही रहेगा. अपील में तो कमिश्नर अपील बैठे हैं, तो थोड़ा सा तो उनको इतनी तो दे दीजिए. पहले इनकम टैक्स बड़ा डीमोटिवेटेड है सर. गांधी जी, द पीपल आर फीलिंग डीमोटिवेटेड. मुझे बोला गया सर, आई एम बीइंग क्रिटिसाइज्ड एवरीवेयर. व्हेन दिस लॉ केम, he says, क्या करा दिया? What have you done? I said, we have not done anything. When we were redrafting the Income Tax Act, at that time we were told to have faceless assessment scheme in our Income Tax Act. At that time, we pointed out to them, suggested to them, sir, look here, it is not good to have a national faceless assessment scheme. Let us have on the zonal basis or regional basis, and then gradually we will shift to, or we will upgrade to national faceless assessment. We gave our suggestion, but Mr. Modi said nothing doing. We will do operation in one go. No question. Complete operation. They fired us on 1st of July 2017 when Mr. Modi launched a GST program at the by Institute of Chartered Accountant of India at their forum. He launched it, and he said many good things and as well as very bad remarks for chartered accountant. Yes. I would not like to use them. I also felt very bad at that particular time. I was there. But at the same time, कड़वी गुट से थोड़ा अकल आती है. सीधा सीधा बोलने में लोगों को अकल नहीं आती है. ये सोचते हैं गवर्नमेंट को कुछ पता ही नहीं. Sir, we have a very strong financial intelligence unit. And Mr. Gandhi, 360-degree profile has been made for each and every assessee. The complete information about आपकी पूरी जन कुंडली बन चुकी है. You give me your PAN number. I'll give you your complete detail of your assets, detail of your FDRs, detail of your mutual fund, details of your shares, detail of your every item. How many times you have traveled abroad? That detail is with them. How many times you have visited India? वो तो मेरे बारे में तो वो भी थी. Visited India, said you have visited India 248 times. I said, yes, I went 124 times and 124 times I came in a year. But I have not spent a single penny. मुझे तो invite Mr. Satyanarayan ने हैदराबाद किया. I came there. He sent the ticket. He made me stay in the hotel. He said, we are not concerned with that. That you go and explain to them. You know that you have traveled 248 times. And you have traveled 4 times abroad. I said, what can I do? My daughter lives abroad. One time was the function of my grandson, who Mundan tha. Second time, my granddaughter. He said, I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned. Have you been traveling abroad? I said, I went to Dubai. I went to Bahrain. I went to Oman. I went to Abu Dhabi. He said, did you go? I said, yes. But I said, I didn't do anything. I didn't pay even Kuwait. Sir, I didn't pay any penny. He said, we are not concerned whether you paid any penny or not. Did you travel? I said, yes. I said, okay. I traveled to US on my money and I traveled to these Gulf places to deliver lecture. He said, we are not concerned with that. But did you travel? It is in your record. I said, yes. Then I said, let me tell you one thing. I went from Delhi to New York, and New York to Delhi, I took a ticket. But from New York, I went to many places. How do you know about that? I took a ticket there only, and I traveled to many places. How will you come to know? He said, don't worry. Don't worry. I said, what happened? He said, when you travel and you take photographs and you put it in your Facebook and we write it, we like it. We like it. They are liking that Facebook also. So please note, everything about you is being watched. आप कोई भी information दीजिए, Financial Intelligence Unit has complete information about you. And now GST is also linked. MCA is also linked. You wait and watch your return. Dividend details will also come. You wait and watch. From next year, total capital gain will be automatically calculated if you have sold through recognized stock exchange. और गांधी जी थोड़े दिन रुक जाइए, वो तो रिटर्न तैयार करके कह देंगे ये रही आपकी रिटर्न, साइन कर दीजिए, बिकॉज सिग्नेचर जरूरी है आपके, बाकी हमें कुछ नहीं चाहिए. We have complete information about you. With folded eye, Mr. Satyanarayan, I'm telling you, tell your clients, gone are the days. Gone are the days. Or now you have to prepare your case. Or sir, you have to prepare your case and reply electronically. You have to be brief, to the point, and it should communicate you what you have in mind. When you have a personal hearing, sometimes you say, no, I didn't mean this. I did not mean this. I meant this. वहाँ change हो जाएगा. But in written reply, whatever you are communicated, you can't say, no, I did not mean this. I did not mean this. What you mean is already there on a communication. So your reply should be very crystal clear, well drafted, to the point, and वो नहीं होगा जो आपने CA एग्जाम पास करने के लिए कॉपियां भर दी 20-20 पेज, फालतू चीजें लिख दी, वो नहीं चलेंगी. कि सोचो पन्ने भर दो, ये कॉम्प्लेक्स देते थे कई स्टूडेंट्स. मैं जब किताब अपना एग्जाम दे रहा होता था, मेरी आधी कॉपी खाली रहती थी और वो नई कॉपी का पेपर मांग रहे, फिर वो दूसरा पेपर मांग रहे. अरे मैंने कहा मेरा तो एक भी नहीं भरा. अरे I was really surprised. They are asking for an extra sheet. और मैंने तो एक कॉपी बड़ी मुश्किल से भरी और फिर दोबारा मांगता था तो घंटी बज जाती, टाइम खत्म. तो मैं ये सोचता था मेरे नंबर नहीं आएंगे, उनके नंबर कुछ नहीं आए और मेरे नंबर टॉप पे आए. तो क्या है? क्रिस्प, टू द पॉइंट, अंडरलाइन, प्रॉपर इंडेक्सिंग, प्रॉपर रिप्लाई, प्रॉपर कम्युनिकेशन. और नाउ इंप्रूव योर इंग्लिश ऑल्सो. मैं बोल रहा हूं, रेन एंड मार्टिन की ग्रामर ले लीजिए. अपने जमाने में एक रेन एंड मार्टिन की एक बुक आती थी ग्रामर की, आई एग्री और नॉट, वो रेड कलर की होती थी. वी यूज्ड टू स्टडी दैट. Everyone, don't think South people know a lot of English. No, There also the mistake is there. Nobody knows present tense, past participle. उनकी भी गलतियां हैं. Sir, grammatically they are also, they are communicating in English does not mean their English is very good. Even North Indian is better because they are very particular about the grammar. Because they speak less. They may be speaking, but they are to the point. So whether you are a South Indian or a North Indian or East Indian or Central India, I don't know. You will have to improve your English. You be careful. It should be correct, grammatically not wrong. And you should be able to communicate what you are doing. A report bhi aise banani hai. Reply to the show cause also you have to give. And when you are going for personal hearing, it is being video recorded. Please note, no hanky-panky there. It will be video recorded and copy can be given to you of that video recording statement. So statement is permanent record. वो वाली नहीं है कि जब भी चेंज करा दो. वो निकल गए जो फाइलों में से कागज निकाले जाते थे और डाले जाते थे. वो खत्म जमाना. वो जमाना चला गया ओल्ड का. मैडम बंसल भी हंस रही हैं. करा तो इन्होंने भी होगा अपने जमाने में. बाद में स्टैंडिंग काउंसिल बनी. पहले तो वो थी ना, करना ही पड़ता था. Those were different days. Now it is different days. Now you have to be on your toes. Knowledge. Start studying. I'm telling you, start studying the law and start knowing the cases. You have to bring out the cases in a very lucid and correct manner. तो मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि मैम ऐसा नहीं है. That the report and then these documents will be handed over after the completion of order to whom? To the jurisdictional assessing officer. But वो भी time being. I'm telling you, in future they have brought many sections which are all faceless. 263 will be faceless in due course of time. 264 will be faceless in due course of time. Even collection and recovery will be faceless in due course of time. Even notice will be sent in due course of time. Parity proceeding will also be faceless. Nothing will be there. You don't have to enter the office of the income tax department. गांधी जी कहते थे कभी कभी हम वहां पर एक समोसा खा लिया करते थे और एक कप चाय पी लेते थे लंच ब्रेक में. वो भी गया. Now you don't have to go to the office. हैं जी?
फिर प्रैक्टिस क्या करेंगे? आपने एडवोकेट का जाना ही बंद कर दिया.
नहीं मैम, प्रैक्टिस तो घर से होगी और अपने ऑफिस में बैठकर होगी और दिमाग की होगी. ये नॉलेज, ये स्किल, knowledge and skill will play the role. And you don't have to bother. You have knowledge and skill both. There is nothing to worry. You have knowledge and skill both. It is only face value will not be there.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, don't worry, ma'am. Don't worry. जो पढ़ते नहीं है उनको पूछिए क्या हाल होना है उनका. वो जो कहते थे लिफाफा प्रैक्टिस वो खत्म
हो गई.
लिफाफा प्रैक्टिस खत्म. अब तो अकल की प्रैक्टिस, स्किल की प्रैक्टिस, नॉलेज की प्रैक्टिस, कम्युनिकेशन, रिटन कम्युनिकेशन की प्रैक्टिस. रिटन, no oral except in during the course of hearing. No oral communication at all. So what I'm trying to explain, don't think कि अब कोई वक्त बदल गया है. Ma'am, whatever you are buying from Flipkart, whatever you are buying from Amazon against cash, उसकी भी information वो ले लेते हैं.
Okay.
I'm telling you, they have complete detail of your, they have complete Janma Kundali. And whatever you're spending on cash, they are coming out. वो TCS भी ले आए गाड़ी पर, अरे कई चीजें ले आए. I'm telling you, data mining has become so strong. Data mining, that complete data availability will be there. And I'm telling you, India is much ahead of any other country in data mining. Much ahead in any other country. इतना उन्होंने data mining कर रखा है, linkage कर रखी है. And I'm telling you, gone are the days कि ये नहीं दिखाऊंगा, ये दिखा दूंगा, क्लाइंट को कह दो, फंसेगा तू, मुझे कुछ नहीं लेना दे. और अपने कंप्यूटर पे कोई चेंज करना नहीं. No, nothing to be deleted from your computer. I'm going to tell you, they can catch. ठीक है, आप एडवोकेट हैं, मजे ले रहे हैं. हम तो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है, हमें तो मजे भी नहीं आते. क्योंकि अगर किसी क्लाइंट का रेड हुआ तो सीए का सर्वे जरूर होगा. It is must. They will do it, or they will catch hold of your computer or laptop and take out the hard disk from you. लॉयर के यहाँ नहीं आते, इसी के तो मजे ले रहे हैं आप। यही तो यूनिटी है आपकी, यही तो यूनिटी है। जैसे फार्मर की यूनिटी लेकर देखो, हिला दिया, और आप लोगों के साथ पंगे लेता कौन है? आप तो हिला देते हैं सबको, सबको हिला देते हैं लॉयर्स। सो मैं लॉयर्स की बात कहूंगा, जो भी है, बट आई एम टेलिंग यू स्टिल, फॉर गॉड सेक, do not change anything in your computer. Don't do that. I am telling you, they have lot of information available with them. And if you want that this system to be successful, you will have to communicate, tell your clients that become honest. As Madam has pointed out. Madam ने यही कहा है, टैक्स दीजिए, जान छुड़ाइए। अब कोई ज्यादा टैक्स नहीं है जो आपको लग रहा है। वो करोड़ों रुपए की बातें छोड़ो, नहीं तो 30% मैक्सिमम मार्जिनल रेट होकर, और कोई ना वेल्थ टैक्स है, ना गिफ्ट टैक्स है, ना स्टेट ड्यूटी टैक्स है, फिर भी हम टैक्स नहीं देना चाहते, तो मत दीजिए, सरकार अपने आप ले लेगी। और ये सोचते हैं मोदी जी चले जाएंगे, मोदी जी नहीं जाएंगे। 2024 को वापस आएंगे, ये मैंने बता दिया, 2024 को फिर वापस आएंगे। सो प्लीज, फॉर गॉड सेक, tell your client that this is the system. Coming to the appeal now. Ma'am, as regard appeal is concerned, they have also constituted National Faceless Appeal Center. Name is, यहाँ तो सीधा ही कह दिया, National Faceless Appeal Center. Equivalent to, and then Regional Faceless Appeal Center. And third is appeal units headed by Commissioner Appeal, whether one or more than one Commissioner Appeal, name is appeal units. These are here functional specialization nahi hai. Appeal unit, the appeal unit may employ some technical person, may have some consultant on their role, may have some consultant for advice, but appeal unit has to do the appeal. Now what you have to do, ma'am, you file an appeal, Form 35 yes, electronically, which you are doing already by paying the fee. National Faceless Appeal Center with automated allocation system will allot that appeal to some appeal unit, one of the appeal unit under the charge of Regional Faceless Appeal Center. Any appeal unit. You file appeal in Delhi, it may go to Bombay. It may go to Chennai. It may go to Calcutta. Appeal unit there. They will receive the on appeal allotted to a appeal unit headed by a Commissioner Appeal. Now wait. Sometimes you file an appeal after the due date. With the 30 days time nikal jata hai. You apply for condonation of delay also. Now you file your appeal with letter of condonation of delay with the National Faceless Appeal Center. They will forward that with condonation of delay letter to the appeal unit. They will not take decision. The decision will be taken by appeal unit under the charge of Commissioner Appeal. Now Commissioner Appeal will see what is the reason for not filing the appeal within the time allotted. And if they are satisfied, there are genuine reasons, you are prevented from sufficient cause, they may accept the appeal after giving a condonation, after condoning your delay, or they may reject your appeal. That power of appeal, that power of acceptance or rejection for condonation is with the appeal unit. There you will not be given personal hearing. With the appeal unit, the Commissioner Appeal will decide whether to accept condonation of delay or not to accept. When you are applying for,
सर एक मिनट पॉज करना चाहती हूँ। इसका मतलब हमें अपील के साथ ही पेपर बुक और रिटर्न सबमिशन फाइल कर देने चाहिए। और दूसरी बात, फॉर लेट फाइलिंग के लिए कंडोनेशन लेटर और उसमें जो हमें केस लॉ और एक्सप्लेनेशन फाइल करना है,
यही तो दिमाग लगना है, यही
वही साथ में फाइल करना चाहिए।
Why were you prevented? What are the reason for not applying within that time period?
और केस लॉ भी साथ है फाइल कर दे।
Correct. They will give you, they may approve, give you condone, they may condone and accept your appeal, they may reject your appeal. Number one. Number two, you were talking about section 249 subsection 4 clause B. That is advance tax payable if you have not filed a return and you have not paid the amount of the advance tax payable. So what will be done? That will also decision will also be taken by Commissioner Appeal. That decision will be taken whether to forego that. They may give you exemption for not paying the advance tax, or they may not give you an exemption. That point will be taken care of by Commissioner Appeal. Here there is a possibility of hearing. If they want to give you, they may give you otherwise. Clear? Ab aaya. You have filed an appeal, it has been accepted. Now you want additional ground of appeal.
Yes.
You apply for additional ground of appeal. To whom you will give it? National Faceless Appeal Center. They will hand over, forward that letter or whatever grounds to the appeal center. Now, appeal center will forward the copy of that ground of appeal to the National E-Assessment Center or the assessing officer as the case may be. आपने assessing officer सुना क्यों? क्योंकि सर्च केसेस के लिए भी अब वो क्या है, यही है. और सर्च केस किसने किया है? असेसिंग ऑफिसर ने किया है. मेरी बात समझ रहे हैं? और जो बाकी केस किसने किए हैं? नेशनल ई असेसमेंट सेंटर ने किए. सो दे विल फॉरवर्ड द कॉपी of that letter of additional ground of appeal to either to the National E-Assessment Center or the assessing officer, as the case may be, to give their comments on that. Now, ground of appeal. Now, the National E-Assessment Center or the assessing officer, as the case may be, will give their argument, their comment on this issue, whether to admit additional ground of appeal or not to admit. What are the reasons for not admitting? What are the reasons for not admitting? They will give it, or they may not give any comment. If they don't give any comment, then it will be accepted by the appeal center. But if they give their comment on that, that comment will be forwarded to whom? National Faceless Appeal Center. And National Face Appellate Center will forward that comment of that ground of appeal of the National E-Assessment Center or assessing officer to whom? To the appeal center. Now, appeal center will now see the comments of the National E-Assessment Center and your assessing office. Uske baad they will decide whether to admit the additional grounds of appeal or not to admit. You can ask for again hearing at that particular point of time. But what I'm trying to explain, additional ground of appeal will be forwarded to the National E-Assessment Center or the assessing officer, as the case may be, to give their comment, whether to accept those grounds or not to accept those grounds. Whether to, or if they don't want to make any comment, time will be given to them within the specified time or extended time. You please reply back. Time will be given to them. And they will, if they don't comment anything, okay, they will admit the grounds of appeal by applying his mind. He has to still apply the mind. Appeal the center, Commissioner Appeal has to apply the mind whether to admit. But they are also asking for a comment from National Faceless E-Assessment Center or the assessing officer. After looking into the comment or your hearing and applying his mind, they may accept, the Commissioner Appeal may accept the ground of appeal even after your comment, or may reject the ground. That will be communicated to the National Faceless Appeal Center, which in turn will apply and reply to the appellate. Now you want additional evidence to be submitted. Submit your additional evidence. It will be forwarded to the Commissioner Appeal, that is appeal unit. Copy of that will be sent by the appeal unit to whom? Through the National Faceless Assessment Appeal Center to the National E-Assessment Center or the assessing officer, as the case may be, whether to admit those evidences or not evidence, and what is your opinion about these evidences. Are you getting my point?
Yes,
they will prepare a report, and that report will be sent to National Faceless Appeal Center. National Faceless Appeal Center will forward the report to the Commissioner Appeal, that is the appeal unit. And you may be given also personal hearing. And thereafter, they will decide whether to admit additional evidence or not to admit additional evidence. ये सारे चीजें वही हैं. ऐसा नहीं है कि आपको वो चीजें खत्म कर दी गई हैं. एक प्रोसेस बना दिया, एक
Yes.
सिस्टम बना दिया गया.
हाँ जी.
Everything will be done. Let me tell you, everything will be done that are order. So additional ground of appeal, additional evidence. So you know rule 36A, strictly according to
46,
rule 36A, they
46A.
will go. Strictly according to rule 36A, they will go. And they will, whether to admit or not, depending upon, आपने कहा ना वो पर्सनल हियरिंग का, वही तो हुआ. अब अपील वाले को चाहिए कुछ इंक्वायरी कराना, कुछ केस के लिए रिमांड करके कोई इंक्वायरी कराना. They will write to the National Faceless Appeal Center that ask the National E-Assessment Center or the assessing officer, as the case may be, to do inquiry in this case. वो आपसे वो भी मांगेगा जो रिपोर्ट ऑलरेडी उनके पास हैं about the assessment का. Please send us all the details of those reports. उसके बाद इंक्वायरी की रिपोर्ट नेशनल बेसलेस अपील सेंटर लेगा और आपको देगा. अब ड्राफ्ट ऑर्डर बनाएगा अपील सेंटर. And draft order will, along with the penalty proceeding, if any, will be sent to the National Faceless Appeal Center. अब फिर वही टेक्निकल टूल लगाए जाएंगे. अगर आपने अपहोल्ड कर दी, टेक्निकल टूल लगाए जाएंगे. आपने कोई चेंज नहीं किया या चेंज किया या मॉडिफिकेशन सजेस्ट की, कुछ तो होगा ना. Now, if you find technical tool says no, the order is not correct, और the technical tool says ये वाले look after नहीं किया है, तो वो forward कर देंगे. पहले तो modification suggest की, you will be given an opportunity. Copy will also be sent to National Faceless E-Assessment Center or to the assessing officer to give their response to the modification which they have suggested. Enhancement करिए. अगर तो उन्होंने enhancement कर दी, एक limit से ऊपर, अगर enhancement करिए, तो वो definitely case review unit के पास जाएगा. एक लिमिट बताएंगे. They will specify the limit. If the enhancement is be done in the penalty or the interest or in the quantum, if beyond a limit, that case will definitely go to the review unit.
Review unit.
वो तो जाना ही जाना है. Parallel unit है, parallel assessment review unit है. वही है, वही वहां पर भी कमिश्नर अपील बैठा है, उसको रिव्यू कर रहा है. देंगे. अगर तो एक लिमिट से ऊपर बढ़ा दिया तो, अगर वो केस नहीं है तो फिर टेक्निकल टूल्स लगाकर और देखना है कि इसको रिव्यू कराना है कि नहीं कराना है. नहीं कराना है तो फाइनल ऑर्डर पास करके एसएससी को भेज दिया जाएगा. कॉपी अपीलेट सेंटर उसको भेज जाएगी नेशनल ई असेसमेंट सेंटर. अगर कोई अमेंडमेंट करानी है तो रिव्यू यूनिट को भेजा जाएगा. रिव्यू यूनिट विल प्रिपेयर ए रिपोर्ट एंड सेंड इट टू यू. और वो जो रिपोर्ट आएगी उसके बाद वो केस डिसाइड. आर यू नोटिसिंग माई पॉइंट कि यहाँ पर भी इंटरनल चेक है, इंटरनल कंट्रोल है. यू आर सेइंग दैट देयर इज नो अकाउंटेबिलिटी. देयर इज फुल अकाउंटेबिलिटी विल बी देयर. वहां उनके ऊपर भी चेकिंग है. वो यही तो परेशान है. और जो ये केस डाल दिया हाई कोर्ट में कि भैया हमें अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ बीइंग हर्ड हमारा ये कमिश्नर डिसाइड करेगा. हाउ कैन ही डिसाइड? ये तो हमारा बर्थ राइट है, फंडामेंटल राइट है ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी बीइंग ऑफ राइट. वो केस आप जीत जाए और वो जीतने के बाद वो लॉ में आ जाएगा कि अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ बीइंग हर्ड तो यहाँ तो जरूर दी जाएगी, चाहे कुछ भी कहो, दी जाएगी. लेकिन कांटेक्ट नहीं कर सकेगा कोई. समझ में आ गया ना?
Yes.
ये सब खत्म हो गया.
Yes.
ये सब खत्म. So my point is, मेरा पॉइंट 4 बजे का टाइम था, मैंने 4 बजे तक कंप्लीट कर दिया है. अब नाउ क्वेश्चंस एंड क्वेश्चंस व्हाटएवर यू हैव, यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम टू आस्क. बट आई एम टेलिंग यू, लाइन सिमिलर है. जो आप फिजिकल में कर रहे थे वो अब कम्युनिकेशन इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली होगा. वही रजिस्टर्ड ईमेल, वही पोर्टल, वही एसएमएस, एवरीथिंग ऑनलाइन. यू हैव टू अप्लाई योर माइंड. केस स्टडी आपको करना है, केस को कैसे प्रोड्यूस करना है. दिस इज ऑल योर जॉब नाउ. अब तो दिमाग का काम है, शक्ल का काम नहीं है, बातों का काम नहीं है, बातों का काम नहीं है. सर वो क्या आप, सर आप तो वैष्णो देवी बहुत जाते हैं. हो सर मैं भी जाता हूँ. ये बातें करने का टाइम नहीं है कि तुम वैष्णो देवी जाते हो तो मैं भी जाता हूँ. ये बातें करने का टाइम नहीं है. सर दिवाली में आपका घर आना है. वो दिवाली खत्म हो गई. अब उनकी तो दिवाली भी निकल गई. अब तो कौन सी के पास जाओगे दिवाली के लिए? किसी के पास नहीं जाना है. मैं पहले बता रहा हूँ, अपने घर रहिए और अपने ये रहिए और अपना तैयारी करिए, दिमाग लगाइए, पुट इन योर लेबर. जो कॉस्ट लगती थी जाने की वो घर बैठकर आप पढ़िए और काम करिए और वेबिनार करिए. आपस में डिस्कस कीजिए, लर्निंग बढ़ेगी. अब तो ये फायदा होगा. आई एम टेलिंग यू, विल हैव टू इंटरेक्ट विद ईच अदर. कोई छुपाने की बात नहीं है, नथिंग टू हाइड. लेट अस वी लर्न फ्रॉम ईच अदर. ये सोचना कि मैं ही आपको पढ़ा रहा हूँ, 10 बातें मुझे आपसे भी सीखती. मैं सब कुछ सीखता हूँ. आई हैव लर्न फ्रॉम ऑडियंस ओनली. आप क्वेश्चन करते हैं, सीखता हूँ. कोई नया पॉइंट पूछते हैं तो मैं सीखता हूँ. मैं उस, अब मैंने कई लेक्चर दे दिए तो मैंने उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट कर लिया. शुरू का पहला लेक्चर और लास्ट लेक्चर में बहुत फर्क होता है. मैं क्योंकि आई एम इनकॉर्पोरेटिंग वॉट एवर क्वेश्चन वर आस्क्ड टू मी एंड वॉट एवर यू आस्क्ड. सो व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू टेल यू that I'm requesting AITFA people to have as many programs as they want to have on various programs. ये बहुत, और कोई प्रैक्टिकल चीजें भी करिए. अब बहुत जरूरी हो गया है. जैसे मॉक वो करते थे, मॉक ट्राइब्यूनल, मॉक ट्राइब्यूनल होती थी. ये चीजें अब करनी पड़ेंगी मैम. एक और मौका दीजिए सबको तैयारी करने.
हाँ जी,
ये करना पड़ेगा. अब वक्त बदल गया है. अब बातों से काम नहीं चलेगा. बहुत कर ली बातें, अब तो बातें नहीं है, बातों की बातें रह गई. अब तो लिखने की बातें. चलिए सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच. पूछिए जो पूछना है.
Sir, my query is one. Sir.
हाँ, Mr. Rao.
17, 18, there are pending appeals are there with the C8 appeals as of now. This provision is not there in the date, as on the date. What is the
Up to
situation?
10 lakh, so they are otherwise doing. If the appeal effective only up to 10 lakh is there, they are doing still doing otherwise. But wait and watch. Still things have not started. Everything is restructured. Sooner or later, the internal information will be given to them. How do they proceed? At this time, it's complete stop of work. Complete
It will take
stop.
up to March, sir. It will take up to March.
Let me see, because 10 lakh, less than 10 lakh, whatever notice have been issued, and they are doing it. They are doing it. At about 10 lakh, they are not doing it. They've been told not to do it. Yes, that's why you wait and watch. Different place, different instructions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
सत्यनारायण सर, कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो क्वेश्चन आंसर.
बहुत आए हैं मैडम, बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन.
पूछिए आप.
आपका कंक्लूडिंग रिमार्क्स बोल दो मैडम.
अच्छा, क्वेश्चन आंसर खोलूं?
क्वेश्चन के बाद कंक्लूडिंग कर देना.
हाँ, उसके बाद ही मैं कंक्लूड करूंगी. पहले क्वेश्चन आंसर की पूछ रही हूँ सत्यनारायण सर.
Madam, there are a few questions, many questions here.
You can read, sir. You can read.
सत्यनारायण सर, आप रीड आउट कीजिए.
So then, sir, mails may go into spam. I have seen notice that communication is sent and mail to null.
Sir, start seeing the spam.
Where the mail
also.
doesn't get
start seeing
intimated.
the spam also now.
Yes, sir. So next question is jurisdictional.
सर, मैं पढ़ रही हूँ.
Yeah, madam.
सत्यनारायण सर, मैं पढ़ रही हूँ. मेरे को मिल गया. सर, एक क्वेश्चन है. jurisdictional judgment will apply on the basis of SSC's jurisdiction.
Correct.
Because assessment may be
It will apply.
completed
The
by
technical
leaving
unit.
another
Technical
jurisdiction.
unit will advise them. If they have filed a case against, if they have filed appeal against that order, then it is different. If they have not filed appeal, the technical unit will advise them. They will not have contempt of court. Let me tell you, they will not have contempt of court.
So next question: can a lawyer file wakalatnama in faceless scrutiny?
Yes. Why not? Yes. Why not? Why not? Who will do that? If you people, counsel will not do, who will do the case?
Yes.
You have to do it.
Whether it is advisable to file even paper book and case of compilation also along with the appeal, along filing of appeal, or it can be filed after.
Don't file bundles of papers, you know.
Yes.
Crisp answer, executive summary should also be there. Don't expect them to read so many things. It is very difficult to read from the laptop, everything.
No,
so
sir.
The executive summary, they will be doing it.
Sir, the query is whether at the time of filing itself it should be done or only after the receipt of the notice of appeal. That is the query.
After receipt of notice of appeal, you can do it. अभी भी तो यही करते हैं.
हाँ, बस
After filing or you received, when it is accepted, you file your appeal paper.
Yeah, but that's what he is asking, sir. That is
you do. Whatever procedure you are adopting today, the same procedure should be adopted.
Sir, in many cases, consultants have registered their email ID on clients on behalf. Then in such cases, what we should do?
Whatever is your registered email, they will reply on that. They can't help it. It is your or their. You are allowing, the client is allowing the name of the email of the council. So what can they do? What can they do?
Yeah, any possibility of faceless appeal before ITAT in line of
It is
first
already
appellate?
it is already there. They have already introduced the amendment in the this one. They said this will also be recommended. ITAT a faceless appeal. You wait and watch.
Is time
You
limit
see section 257B. They will tell you what is that written.
Is time limit prescribed for disposing appeal?
256B, if I'm not wrong. Haji, what do you do? Time limit is the same.
Same.
Time limit has not changed. They have not changed the sections. The procedural part is changed. Section not changed.
This is an incomplete question as SSC is illiterate. Incomplete.
One who is making money can never be illiterate. He is more literate than we are.
Yes, he is employing illiterate person to look after.
Don't tell me that he is illiterate.
Sir, there are
It is
certain
only illiterate who earns money. We don't earn money. We only earn peanuts.
there are
We
certain
only earn peanuts and they earn.
Yes.
अब
There
क्या
are
बोलूं मैं?
certain queries on YouTube also, madam. मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ 2-4.
हाँ सर पढ़िए.
If I am contesting the jurisdiction of the AO or CIT or any such quasi authorities, which High Court?
What jurisdiction now? There is no jurisdiction now. Dynamic jurisdiction. Gone are the days of jurisdiction.
Wrong, yes.
Gone are the days of jurisdiction.
The
यही इसी केस तो जीतते थे. हमेशा टेक्निकल पॉइंट से जीतती थी मैडम भी और बाद में ये मैडम जब बनी सीनियर काउंसिल तो ये करती थी उसको रिजेक्ट कि ये कैसे हो सकता है. अरे मेजर पॉइंट तो टेक्निकल यूनिट टेक्निकल इशू में जीते हमने. अरे सारे टेक्निकल इशू में तो मारा है. वो गया jurisdiction वाला काम.
All over India.
Oh, dynamic jurisdiction all over India. Centralized.
Centralized. Last time you have told, sir.
Yes.
Last time you have told about all over India.
Yes.
Second point is whether the records will be forwarded directly to CIT appeal in all cases.
Sir, you have to file on your portal. You
No.
don't have to file the CIT appeal. Your portal, you file it, automatically they will do it through the national e-assessment. Yeah, you don't have to do anything. आपका कोई link ही नहीं है. There is a China wall in between. And China wall is National Faceless Assessment Center or National Faceless Appeal Center. वो है आपका वही है माई बाप. उनका भी माँ बाप वही है. उसी के थ्रू जाना. दोनों में बड़ा अंतर हो गया. हाँ.
एक technical query है, will denial of personal hearing not amount to denial of principles of?
Sir, that is already pending in the court. You will be given the chance. You will win the case. Don't worry. You will be given a hearing. और आपका case already court में pending है. And the government is of the view that we will give you, but not privileged type of a hearing. And it is going to be properly recorded. Let me tell you.
Yes.
Video conference.
In personal hearing, ठीक है. Whether cases covered under 148 will also be heard by?
148 today is not still not faceless. 148 notice will come from the assessing officer. You will file a return in response to that notice. After filing a return, you can file your objection for that 148 notice. And after the disposal of the rejection, your objection. After the disposal of the objection, whether he will accept or not, if he drops is okay. If he doesn't drop it, he will reject it. And then it will be forwarded to National E-Assessment Center to issue a notice under 147. वहां से notice आए. But till that time, it is not yet. But wait for some time. It is also going to be faceless.
सर मैं तो ये कह रहा हूँ प्रेस ही लिखना आना चाहिए. Don't write essay, write on.
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ प्रेसी अब काम आएगी. रेन एंड मार्टिन की किताब अब काम आएगी.
Yes. One who knows how to make the things precisely, they will.
Correct. बहुत बातें कर ली हमने.
Yes, sir.
सर एक टेक्निकल क्वेरी और भी है. फाइल साइज अगर बढ़ जाए सबमिशंस में तो?
सर बढ़ जाएगा. अब उनके पास साइज उनका बढ़ता जा रहा है. सब बढ़ जाएगा.
And we'll take this last question. What is your say on 2 commissioners hearing the appeal?
2 commissioner appeal will not be there. अभी डिवीजन बेंच नहीं आया है. डिवीजन बेंच कोर्ट में होता है. यहाँ तो डिवीजन बेंच आएगा, देखेंगे. ये तो जो ही ऑलरेडी कमिश्नर और मोर देन 1 कमिश्नर होगा ही होगा. 2 तो होंगे ही होंगे फेस. अगर टीम बेस्ड है यार, टीम बेस्ड.
सर रिव्यू यूनिट में जाएगा तो 2 CIT अपील्स अपने आप इन्वॉल्व हो जाएंगे. रिव्यू यूनिट में जाएगा तो
ठीक है. मैडम, these were the queries. Now back over to you.
Now I may summarize the things.
Yes.
सर क्या समराइज करूं? आपने तो सब कुछ क्लियर कर दिया है. Everything has been clear regarding notice, regarding scrutiny notice, limited scrutiny notice, identification of issues by the functional units, then time limit for deciding the appeal, time limit for assessment year. Then आपने जो एडवाइस की है वो भी बहुत ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है कि रिप्लाई शुड बी क्रिस्टल क्लियर, क्रिस्पी, टू द पॉइंट, प्रॉपर इंडेक्सिंग होना चाहिए. ये सब में अभी भी बहुत एडवोकेट्स लैकिंग कर जाते हैं कि प्रॉपर इंडेक्सिंग नहीं करते और एज पर इंडेक्सिंग पेजेस शुड बी एनेक्स्ड. Then proper explanation is to be given. Then one most important advice is our English has to be improved. That is the most important thing, sir.
This is the main problem.
So that is the, I mean, everything has been made crystal clear by you, sir. और इसीलिए मैं कह रही हूँ कि सर बार बार यही होता है कि गुरु गोविंद दो खड़े.
Oh my God.
काके लागू पाए, बलिहारी गुरु आपकी जो इनकम टैक्स दियो समझाए.
चलिए मैम.
तो सर बहुत बहुत थैंक्स करती हूँ इतने सारे पॉइंट क्लियर करने के बाद. और सर आपको सुनने के बाद one thing has become crystal clear that income tax department wants to digitize everything.
Correct.
I mean assessment, appeals, and utilization of technical resources, administration, everything. Now they have one more law, that is the Taxation and Other Laws Relaxation and Amendment of Certain Provisions Act, which contains various provisions regarding faceless inquiry, faceless transfer pricing proceeding, faceless dispute resolution penal proceeding, faceless collection and recovery of tax, faceless effect of appellate orders. But above all, sir, one thing is again I am making clear, which has been made clear by Dr. Girish Ahuja, is that face-to-face hearing was an advantage in the appeals. So now we have to explain the crucial matters before CIT appeal by making the robust and self-explanatory submissions. However, considering the assessment proceeding being faceless, whatever submissions are made during the assessment proceeding will become relevant in the appellate proceeding as well.
Correct.
And therefore, the very basis should be made sound by the advocates and chartered accountants. Before the assessment proceeding cannot be taken lightly now. Whatever has been filed, whatever documents have been filed during the assessment proceeding will be relevant, more relevant during the appellate proceeding. So the glitches are bound to occur. There is no problem in it, but those will be resolved periodically. Like this filing of returns. Earlier that was relevant, I mean applicable only to the companies, and now it is made applicable to all the SSs. So, but now after 4, 5, 6 years, nobody is finding any problem in filing the returns and all, like TDS returns and all that. So even in appellate proceeding and assessment proceeding also, everything will be resolved during the passage of time. So I think that the scheme will become a grand success, but only the time will tell. So that is all. Thank you, organizers.
Thank you very much for both Chairperson and learned Dr. Girijo, sir. Thank you very much. So kind of you, sir. So kind of you for being with us for more than 2 hours, almost 2 years. So you have been waiting there in the lobby. So I'm very much thankful to you.
मैडम जो मोटो है ना कॉन्फ्रेंस का जो लिखा था इन्होंने उसका मीनिंग ये बता देंगे देयर वाज ब्रिंगिंग द नॉलेज दैट इज व्हाट वी वर टोल्ड इन द मॉर्निंग सत्यनारायण सर
yes मेधो मदनम
मेधो मदनम पर मेरे को वो इतना अच्छा लगा बिना मीनिंग समझे हुए कि बड़ा साउंड स्वीट साउंड कर रहा है
इसका पहले सेशन में
मैडम वो तो अच्छा लगा लेकिन बेसस अभी अच्छी नहीं लगी है
Dr. Anita Sumant very clear about the Medho Madanam, madam.
Yes.
Right, sir.
Mr. Rai, please
say vote of thanks.
Propose vote of hearty vote of thanks. Just wait 1 minute. Mr. Rangi.
Sir, I am audible now, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ahuja sir. Noted your advice. Next time we don't depend on the Google. And all our professionals really today experienced faceless assessment here only in this session. Without going there or without attending faceless assessment in future. And madam, thank you very much. You are right person for this particular session as chairman, I feel. And you both used your professional experience to enrich all the members. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All the best.
Sir, Girish sir, we once again apologize to you for mistake done by us. For
this is all just a joke. Please don't take it seriously. Please never take it seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you for the memento you have sent. Thank you for everything you have done. Mr. Gandhi, Mr. Premlata Bansal, Sanjay, all came to my office.
Medho Madanam mana PV Subbarao sir garu kada peru.
Thank you for your memento.
Thank you.
Srinivasrao garu, thank you. For good name, Medho Madanam బాగుంది పేరు.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
All the best. Take care. Take care, please.
We can continue the session directly. I think.
Yes. Now it's already 4:12.
Rao Saab, next session.
Valedictory session.
In 3 minutes we'll begin, madam.
In between, you show the summons, whatever it may be, the summons you have.
Yeah.
You have to telecast.
सर आहूजा साहब इतनी सिंपलर लैंग्वेज में बताते हैं कि it can be grasped in a fraction of a second.
He is authority of the act, madam.
Yes.
He is authority of the act. There is no.
नहीं उनका वे भी समझाने का राव साहब ऐसा है ना कि anybody can understand immediately.
Yes. You are right.
Friends, we'll be starting the valedictory session in a few minutes. Kindly bear with us. sent you the video of Bharatji also.
Bharatji video.
Yeah.
You play Bharatji video.
Okay, I'll play it.
Even Vijayji,
Hanji.
our Honorable Deputy CM of Karnataka has joined us.
Yeah, but he is yet to come.
Yeah, he's there. He has joined. He's joined.
His office has joined. He is not yet come. This office is there since long.
Hello?
वीडियो चालू है. सर बंद कर दीजिए. हाँ.
This was Bharatji's.
Jayji.
Hanji.
Honorable Home Minister, Deputy CM is waiting.
Yeah, so he can join now.
Yeah, he has joined already. He is waiting for our response.
Okay, so I have sent a request to ask start video also.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Good evening, sir.
Sir, good evening. Sir, good evening. Good evening, ma'am. Gandhi, good evening. Good evening. విష్ణుది వీడియో ఎనేబుల్ చేయండి. సత్యనారాయణ జీ అడ్మిట్ చేయండి విష్ణుని. విష్ణు అండ్ శ్రీధర్. You are right. You are right. Compliment. Sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Let it go.
Prasad Sridhar is not there. He is not available. He is not logged in.
Satnarayan ji admission change. Sridhar ji admission change.
Then you
ITP.
Then you switch off one instrument.
On చేసుకున్నారు.
Okay.
Okay, everything is okay.
Bhaskar
ನಿಮ್ದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಂದು
Bhaskar.
So can we start? Srinivasram?
Sir.
Can we start, sir? Can we start, sir?
Yeah, one second.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Only 1 second. Bhaskar.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please begin.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. This is a 23rd National Convention of our AFTP. So something is disturbing, I think. Something is disturbing.
You logged in from two systems.
Ask everybody else.
Mute madaki.
Now it's okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Unmute agidillappa.
Unmute, please. Unmute all.
Yes. Please carry on. Go ahead.
Convention of South Zone All India Federation of Tax Practitioners associated with the Institute of Tax Practitioners of India, Telangana Tax Practitioners of India, and Andhra Pradesh Tax Practitioners of India, Karnataka State Tax Practitioners of Association, and Kerala Tax Practitioners Association, and Federation of Tax Practitioners Association, Tamil Nadu. So first of all, my thanks to all Federation of Tax Practitioners who gathered and are supported to this event. So this is the event in the 2000.
Prasad, unmute yourself. You are muted.
No, it is open.
Yeah, now it's okay. Yes.
Okay. So inaugurated by Honorable Governor of Telangana, Tamilisai Soundararajan, and Honorable Mr. Justice Vinit Saran, Judge of India. With his blessings, our past presidents and National President Nikita Badeka also involved with his cooperation, great cooperation, and with Samir Jani and Dr. MVK Murthy and our chairman PV Subbarao Convention Committee and Dr. Ashraf Chief Patron and past presidents of All India Federation. In this regarding, all the associations are supported very well to success this event. So now we are going to take this event as a valedictory function with Karnataka Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Shri C.N. Ashwath Narayan, Dr. Ashwath Narayan, C.N. Ashwath Narayan. So first of all, I welcome to our Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister C.N. Ashwath Narayan, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, so in this regarding, we are requesting for inauguration for valedictory function. We are very much thankful to come for this occasion. Through all over India, on behalf of AIFTP, once again, we are welcome to you, sir. Thank you, sir. And so I welcome Dr. MVK Murthy Garu, past president of the AIFTP, and Malladi Srinivasarao Garu, next president of India, next president of national president of AIFTP. I welcome heartfully. Welcome, sir. And Satyanarayan Singh, secretary. I welcome this event, sir. Thank you, sir. Please over to our Vishnu Jamakandi, sir.
No, in the meanwhile, I request our Mr. Sridhar Parsarthi, President of ATP, to give address. Address the members. Mr. Sridhar Parsarthi.
Address the members. Sridhar Parsarthi, please address the members first.
Sridhar Parsarthi. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Respected respected national president of the federation,
Not audible, sir.
Not audible. You're not audible.
Not audible.
Greeting from the Institute of Chartered Practitioners of India. On this 23rd National Convention, happy to be part of this tax festival.
Next.
It is a golden day in the history of All India Federation of Tax Professionals that an enrolled tax practitioner, TPR Malani Srinivasa, is being elected as national president, and he is the second tax practitioner after TPR Mohammed assumed his highest post in the year 1990. Happy to acknowledge the federation, a fabric formed with 5 threads called tax practitioners, advocates, chartered accountants, cost accountants, and company secretaries. I, being the incumbent national president of the Institute of Tax Practitioners of India, happy to share with you all the dream of B.V. Mukherjee of Hubballi and Appayyaji of Ballari from Karnataka was sold by Dr. M.K. Murthy, Deepak Babaji, and Malani Srinivasa on 24th December 2014, just became email ID gmail.com at Jaipur. Sponsored in the 18th National Convention in Hyderabad on 25th December 2015, is now grown as a tree to give shelter to the whole of the tax practitioners community. As you all know, tax practitioners are the backbone mortgages executing the ancient streams of taxation. They are the fulcrums in the business activity perceived every day, but found nowhere in all these days in absence of an appropriate institutional mechanism. Now the waiting is over. The resultant of relentless efforts of the Institute, tax practitioners have got a clear definition and an area of demarcation confined to taxation statutes. At the government, we have TPA 1, a central office, Bengaluru, Karnataka. The Institute has promoted a national self-regulatory body having central head office at Bengaluru and a proudly dedicated and appropriate post to its domain, a way towards self-reliant India. Atmanirbhar Bharat, introduced by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, embedded with manifold skills and chartered tax practitioners in application with the Sector Skill Council, MEPSC, by the National Skill Development Corporation and the Office of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. The course syllabus is specially designed to uplift GST and IT practitioners of the nation to transform them as non-litigant cooperators in supporting the compliance needs of the stakeholders and augment legitimate revenue to the government. The Institute is committed to provide appropriate academic support to the stakeholders at large, support the examination needs of GST practitioners, support professional tax practitioners to carry out profession smoothly, promote and support tax law reforms, improvement, modification and developments, acquire recognition for standard food and security, enable the code of conduct to control the fraternity, among the members fraternity, effectively equipped with registered people and logo of the institute, including efforts to act and enact for the accomplishment of tax practice law in India. The institute introduced an enterprise by the Sector Skill Council. It is to deliver this course in association with ICT, taxman, person, mindset and FBI foundations. Mandalam to appropriate and to appreciate knowledge is power, certificate is a proof, examination is to assess proficiency. It is generally called child born genius. Education makes ingenious ambience as the jugglery of vocation fulfilled in absence of proper expertise. Then skill becomes the road of expectation in the performance. First, the attitude in uplifting attitude, everybody is power code of conduct and disciplinary attitude. It is also said that the work of the government is work of God. We believe serving stakeholders is being a servant to the government. This is about the institute. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Sridhar
much.
Parsarthiji, Chairman of the ITBA. Okay. Next program.
Now we request our
Vishnu Tirtha Jamakandi,
no, one
Secretary
second,
of
one second.
Karnataka State Tax Practitioners Association.
Prasadji.
Good evening, respected dignitaries.
No, you are not audible. Please come near to your cell phone. Please come near to the cell phone. Not audible.
Nikita madam, ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಪ್ರೇಮಲತಾ ಬನ್ಸಲಿ past president.
Yes, Vishnu, please.
Now, sir, it is audible, sir?
Yes. Now you're clear. Yes, sir.
Sir.
Please go ahead.
Respected dignitaries, very good evening. It is my proud privilege to put forth the overview about our beloved and dynamic and Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Dr. Ashwath Narayan, sir. Sir, Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan has a long and illustrious record of diligently servicing the citizens of his constituency as well as Bangalore. He has been a three-time MLA from Mallepuram Assembly constituency, Bengaluru, Karnataka, with his victory in the 2018 Karnataka Assembly elections by a margin of 54,000 votes, being the highest for a BJP leader in Karnataka. Also, the managing trustee of Padma Shri Charitable Trust. Respected members, as a minister, Dr. Ashwath Narayan has been determined to make Karnataka the premier state technology-driven entrepreneurship and innovation. He showed his commitment to foster tech entrepreneurship in the state by successfully organizing a grand event in the form of the Bengaluru Tech Summit. Under his leadership of state government has also set up the Karnataka Innovation Authority, that is KIA, to empower startups and support their
Please
latest
switch off the other phone. Please switch off the other phone. It is echoing. Echo is coming. You please switch off the other phone.
Now, sir?
Yeah, now it's okay. Please go.
Okay, sir. Respected members, as a minister, it is echoing, Satyanarayana, sir.
Yeah, but you switch off other phone, other instrument.
There is some other phones over there. Please.
You can use one device.
Now, sir?
Yeah.
Now, sir, it is audible clearly?
Yeah, now it's clear. Please go ahead.
Sorry, respected Deputy Chief Minister, sir, for innovating caused by me. Please apologize. Sir, as a minister, Dr. Ashwath Narayan has been determined to make Karnataka the premier state for technology-driven entrepreneurship and innovation. He showed his commitment to foster tech entrepreneurship in the state by successfully organizing a grand event in the form of the Bengaluru Tech Summit. Under his leadership, the state government has also set up the Karnataka Innovation Authority, that is KIA, to empower startups and support their latest methods in the field of innovation. This is an addition to the launch of Vision Group for startups to ensure constructive engagement with the startup ecosystem. Respected members, Dr. Ashwath Narayan has always been a man on a mission determined to make a difference in improving the lives of people and help the society at large. He comes from a highly educated and respected family. His father, Sri T.K. Narayanappa, is a retired superintendent of education from Bangalore Rural, and his mother was late Srimati V.L. Padmashri from Mandya. His spouse, Shruti, from Chikmagaluru, is also an active social worker involved in various community activities, sharing Dr. Ashwath Narayan's commitment to social welfare. Mr. Vijay Kirangadur, a famous producer of the Kannada film industry of KGF movie, fame is valued family member. Along with being a doctor by profession, Dr. Ashwath Narayan is a multifaceted personality. He is an educationalist. He is a healthcare entrepreneur. He is a tech enthusiast and a philanthropist, sir. Sir, Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayana, Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. He holds the portfolio in the government of Karnataka as the Ministry of Higher Education, Information Technology and Biotechnology and Science and Technology, Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood in the government of Karnataka. Respected members, it is my proud privilege to present a overview of our dynamic, daring and dashing Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayana, sir. Thank you. Thank you everybody for providing me an opportunity to overview the Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan's details, profile, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jamkani, sir. So brief history of our Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, so thanks for your details.
Malladi Srinivasarao sir, Nikita madam, she is not adding. Please add him. I had her immediately. She is online.
Okay.
She is online.
Nikita Badeka.
Joined. She has not joined. She has not joined.
Hello?
Prasadji, she has not joined. Abhi, yes, no, yes, just no, she has joined. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir. Now,
Sorry.
the time, sir? The time has now.
Yeah, please. Go
Deputy
ahead.
CM will address to our fraternity, AFTP. Thank you. Sir, please.
Good evening, my dear tax practitioners of All India Federation. Greeting on this 23rd convocation program to Srimati Nikita Badeka, National President, Sri Malladi Srinivas Rao, Deputy President, and next incumbent President, and South Zone Chairman, my good friend, S. Nanjunda Prasad, and all other dignitaries who are participating in this program. I am immensely happy to be part of this gathering as a representative of Government of Karnataka, especially to address the elite members and tax practicing professionals of the nation on the first ever virtual valedictory of National Convention, making digital India a reality. Tax practitioners are the fundamental and the foundation stone of every business activity and bridge role in tax compliance. They are equally empowered to audit under sales tax and VAT acts. They are well cared by and respected by Karnataka Commercial Tax Department as well as the pioneers in getting trained at Fiscal Policy Institute. Later, this footstep has been followed by many states in the nation. It is notable to recognize and appreciate the Government of India and the Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Srimati Nirmala Sitaram, has dedicated first National Practitioners Day on 5th October 2019 at Hubli, organized by Karnataka State Tax Practitioners Association. It is really remarkable. In the honor of tax practitioners, a day has been dedicated by Government of India by the Honorable Finance and Corporate Office Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitaram. Indeed, it's a great achievement. I would like to appreciate the tax practitioners for having done this or getting recognized by the entire society and government. My state practitioners are pursuing for a tax practitioners bill in Karnataka. However, I promise to put all my efforts to see whether our government could streamline them by starting a tax practitioner board, aligning with the existence of their institute to make them more strengthened to augment legitimate tax revenues. I once again heartily congratulate the new body of the Federation and moving towards self-reliant, strong India, Atmanirbhar Bharat India. I congratulate for making all the sincere efforts in building the economy and the nation of the tax practitioner contribution across the country is really appreciable, laudable. I congratulate once again on behalf of the entire society and the government of Karnataka, all the tax practitioners across the country on the virtual platform for organizing a national convention program for the tax practitioners. I once again thank all of them, congratulate, Jai Karnataka. Namaste.
Thank you very much for your good advice and suggestions. Definitely we are with you. We are the bridge between government and taxpayer affairs. So we are the bridge between department and so we are the major
part of the collection of revenue. So in that, please give our everything we promise to everything. Our fraternity always with the
body of the government.
Thank you,
sir. Thank you for your good addressing, sir.
So now, sir is busy now. So he is going to one more meeting. That's why now we are facilitated to Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Sri
Ashwath Narayan ji.
ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್, ನೀವು ಜಮಖಂಡಿ ಸರ್ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಶರಣ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್ ನೀವು.
ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾದಲ್ಲಿ
Let her talk. I'm in a big.
ಟೈಮ್ ಸ್ಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಿಕ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಬಂದು
Satyanarayana, please move. Please move. 2 minutes, I will join.
Sure. Okay. Now, may I request our National Vice President from Southern Zone, Mr. Sitapat Rao. Mr. Sitapat Rao, address the members, please.
Thank you, Mr. Charan Garu. Good evening to today's chief guest of plenary session, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Sri Dr. C.N. Ashwath Narayan sir. Good evening to past president and our guide, Dr. M.V.K. Murthy sir. Immediate past president Ashok Sharaf sir. National President Sri Nikita Madam. Chairman of 23rd National Convention Sri P. Subba Rao sir. And Deputy President, incoming President of Mr. Srinivas Rao and colleagues. I actually, at present pandemic situation, our Southern Zone has taken a good decision to organize 2 days virtual national conference, very planned and with successful manner under the guidance of our Southern Zone guide, Dr. M.V.K. Murthy Garu and Chairman of Convention, Sri P. Subba Rao Garu. I have personally appreciated team of conference committee of virtual conference on 23rd convention Hyderabad, because I know very well how much hard work they have done for the last 3 months. Our Southern Zone organized education programs for the year 2020, nearly 20 webinars in virtual systems to update our members on direct internet data access from time to time, even though pandemic situation. I appreciated our chairman Sri S.N. Prasad and his team to organize 20 webinars by virtual system with coordination of Mr. our NEC member Sri S.S. Satyanarayana Garu for the year 2020. I appreciated our South Zone chairman Sri S.N. Prasad, vice chairman Mr. Ganeshan, national joint secretary Sri Radhakrishnan to make efforts to develop our membership. There were nearly 246 new members from our Southern Zone, and Mr. Ganeshan got an award of AFTP Membership Development Award for the year 2020. I personally appreciate Mr. Ganeshan to get an award. Our Southern Zone Chairman, Mr. S.N. Prasad, organized another important program, that voluntary contribution to the government to give help to COVID-19 victims through Prime Minister Relief Fund, rupees 90,000 in the year of 2020. As a national vice president from the Southern Zone, I have contributed 50,000 to the PM Relief Fund, fund of COVID-19, and 25,000 rupees contributed to our CM Relief Fund of AP to give support to the COVID-19, and also contributed provisions and rice for 1 month through our local association APTBCA. Friends, our AFTP has developed culture to our members to give support to the government during natural calamities at our level best. Finally, I thank you very much to Sri Dr. M.V.K. Murthy Garu, Sri P. Subba Rao Garu, and our National President Sri Nikita Madam, incoming National President Mr. M. Srinivas Rao Garu, to give me this opportunity. Sir, thank you all.
Sir, 1 second. 1 second, sir. Madam.
Congratulations, ma'am, for National President.
Madam President.
Namaskar, sir.
Your response.
Namaskar, sir.
Honorable Deputy CM of Karnataka is online.
Apologies, sir, I was a little late. Namaskar, nice meeting you and my lord, sir. I would be very happy if the bill comes through.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, please, sir. Please continue, Sitapati Rao, sir.
Southern Zone Chairman Mr. S.N. Prasad organized another important program, that voluntary contribution to the government to give help to COVID-19 victims 90,000 rupees through Prime Minister Relief Fund in the year of 2020. As a National Vice President of the Southern Zone, I have contributed 50,000 to the PM Relief Fund COVID-19 and 25,000 rupees contributed to our APCM Relief Fund. And also, we have given 1 month provisions to the 20 members in our local association APTPCA. Friends, our AFTP has developed a culture to our members to give support to the government during natural calamities at our level best. Finally, thank you very much to Sri Dr. Ambika Murthy Garu and P.V. Subbarao Garu and our National President Srimati Nikita Madam and incoming National President Mr. Srinivas Rao Garu to give me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now may I request Mr. Radhakrishnan, National Joint Secretary of AFTPSZ, to address the members. Unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Satyanarayan ji, for offering me this opportunity to address in the validity section. I thank everyone from the bottom of the heart. I really thank the Honorable 8th Deputy Chief Minister, Karnataka, Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Chikkakalya Narayanappa Ashwath Narayana, a doctor in profession, who is a social champion, who has authored this health insurance scheme and pension scheme for the oppressed. He is laudable in his efforts, and he is also a medical professional who has turned to this tax professional. I thank him from the bottom of the heart. I now extend my appreciation for the work done by our National Convention Committee. National Convention Committee being governed by our none other than the Lion of the profession, Mr. P.V. Subbarao, an elderly gentleman who guides ever and ever. I thank him for all the efforts he has undertaken to convene this national convention in a congenial atmosphere. Thank you from the bottom of the heart. Then our national convention team, that team, chief patron is our immediate past president, Dr. Ashok Saraf. He has been doing all the wonderful things from his own place. He should also be thanked. And also, and the best man of our South Zone ever, our guide and mentor, Dr. M.V.K. Murthy Garu. He shall be thanked for all the efforts what he has been doing in all the 3 months for this national convention took place in it virtually. I thank him from the heart. And also, our national president, Nikita Badega Madam, who has taken so much of measures in attending this program. I thank from the bottom of the heart. Thank you, Madam. And our incoming president, Mr. M. Srinivas Rao, he is also working for the last 3 months in a majority time over this particular convention. It's effective successfulness. Thank you. And our chairman, young and vibrant, S.N. Prasad, he is a politician turned chairman of the tax professionals of South Zone. He shall be thanked for all the arrangements which has been rendering for the last 3 months.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And our Secretary General, Samir Jani, he has been sitting over Mumbai, but he is deeply concerned about convening this national convention in a greater extent. I should thank him also. And our S.S. Satyanarayana, the Vice Chairman of the Convention Committee, who is working as Winston Churchill, who has been working in the World War II underground for about 24 hours in 7 days. He has been working throughout the night and day, and he has connected almost not only the South Zone people, throughout India, all the zone people have been contacted, and I learned there are a lot of people like Madhya Pradesh Chairman Rajesh Mehta and somebody from Allahabad, somebody from Assam have helped in this particular convention to took place in a pleasing way. I thank him from the bottom of the heart. Next one is our Secretary Convention Committee, Mr. Nagendra Prasad, the past chairman of the South Zone. He shall also be thanked for all his hard and skilled work. And our National Vice President, our beloved B.S. Sitapati Rao. He has told about me about organizing, imbibing so much of membership. Thank him from the bottom of the heart. And also, he has been working for the cause of this particular national convention. I thank him also. And the convener, Mr. Amarendra, he is going along with our Satyanarayana for all the time. He shall also be thanked from the bottom of the heart. And our vice chairman, the incoming chairman of our South Zone, Mr. M. Ganeshan, who is from Kerala, he is also going along with all these gentlemen and interacting in every affair. He shall also be thanked. And the secretary of the South Zone, Mr. Mahantesh Mudunu, he is also rendering a good service. After our beloved friend, late Mr. Prakash, the dynamic secretary of our South Zone, has left, our Mudunu, the young chap, has took over as the secretary. He is also rendering a good service. He should also be thanked. Our treasurer of the South Zone, P.G. Shallikari, shall also be thanked because he is doing some other work over there. And Sridhar Pathasarthi, previous NEC member of our AFTP, now the president of ITPA, he is also very cooperative in all his efforts. He shall be thanked in all his divine looking nature. And also, our Nagesh Rangi, the president of Telangana Tax Practitioners Association, he has been standing in line with our Amarendra and also our Satyanarayana. He also should be thanked and thanked. Srinivas Rao of APTPCA president, he shall also be thanked. Mani Rattan, president of KTPA, Balasubramaniam from our state FTPTN, Vishnu Tirth Jamakandi, secretary KSTPA, who is a good friend of our S.N. Prasad, who comes in every event along with him, he shall also be thanked for all these things. And D.M. Bhattan, secretary of ITPI, Pani Rajakumar, secretary of APTPCA, Vittal, secretary of TTPA, P.S. Joseph, general secretary of KTPA, Sonil Kumar, joint secretary of APTP, South Zone. All these people have done a tremendous work. Above all, Satyanarayana and Amarendra have done a very long and hard work. They have done a commendable work in bringing this convention to the truth. I salute them for all the work they have done. Thank you very much. And I also appreciate our Satyanarayana Garu and our team. I mean, our PV Subbaras team have also published an e-journal of about 300 pages. It is commendable. And I thank Nikita Padega madam for having allowed the Ajay Singh to issue the book of reassessment on income tax. It has been our Ajay Singh has the privilege of being issued that particular book to our Supreme Court Justice Vinith. Thank you very much. And I also thank our Honorable Governor, Her Excellency, Madam Tamilisai Soundararajan, for having come to our inauguration function and has given a commendable comment about tax practitioners awareness. Tax practitioners with a request to create awareness among the taxpayers to pay the tax. I thank her also. And also, recently our Deputy CM also talked very neatly. He should also be thanked in the same line. And all the participants throughout the South Zone, they have numbered in a very large number to learn the subject in a proper virtual manner. I thank everyone from the bottom of the heart. All the associations, all the states, all the union territories which are being connected with the South Zone, every member and every other non-member who have attended this. Thank you very much. So kind of. Mr. Satyanarayana, thank you, sir. Satyanarayana ji.
Yes.
I have completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. Now I request our 23rd National Convention Committee Chairman, Sri P.V. Subbarao Garu, to address the members. Sir, unmute yourself, sir.
Andarki Namaskaram. We are fortunate today. We have Dr. C.N. Ashwadhanarayan Garu, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, as the chief guest. On behalf of the Convention Committee, I thank the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister for providing his gracious presence to join us today to enhance our joy. Dr. Ashwadhanarayan Garu is well known for his involvement in providing health insurance schemes, pension schemes for widows, handicapped persons, and senior citizens. The backbone and pivot of the two-day convention is Sri S.N. Prasad, Chairman South Zone, who has great leadership qualities and who took a lot of pains to make the convention successful. Prasad Garu, without your involvement and dedication, it is not possible for the organizing committee to achieve this success. Thank you for your
Thank you for your all of your blessing of you and Murthy sir, sir. And all cooperation of Lady Srinivasa sir.
We are proud of Sri Sridhar Parthasarathi Garu, Chairman, Institute of Chartered Tax Practitioners India and President Institute of India for his excellent work in bringing recognition to all the tax practitioners in this country. Educational programs on the new GST law conducted under his guidance received a lot of appreciation by one and all. I congratulate Sri Malladi Srinivasa Rao Garu, incoming national president, and his team, and wish them all the best. I am thankful to Srimati Nikita R. Badeka Madam, our Honorable National President, Dr. M.V.K. Murthy Garu, Dr. Ashok Saraf Garu, Sri S.S. Satyanarayana Garu, Amarendra Garu, Nagendra Prasad Garu, and all other office bearers for their great support from day one. I am thankful to all the members of the organizing committee for their cooperation in making this two-day event a grand success. Thank you, Radhakrishnan Garu, for your kind words. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our Deputy President, Mr. M. Srinivasa Rao Garu, to address the members.
Nikita madam.
Next. You please speak.
Dr. Murthy.
You speak. You were then last one. Next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Satyanarayana Garu. In relating to this valedictory session, I am very thankful to Dr. C.N. Ashwadhanarayana, Deputy CM of Karnataka, and our mentor, guide, Dr. M.V.K. Murthy, Convention Committee Chairman, Sri Subbarao Garu, and other all colleagues in the Federation, ladies and gentlemen. This is a auspicious occasion to share with you something about this convention. Right from the beginning, yesterday morning 9 o'clock up to till date, there is a registration in our groups, more than 2,200, and subsequently the persons joined in YouTube yesterday 863 and 667 people are joined in the Zoom. Total 1,530 the day one, 5th, and second day in Zoom platform. YouTube is 67 and Zoom 896 today. Yesterday 863 Zoom, YouTube, and 1514 Zoom. This is the attendance yesterday and today. 1,530 yesterday, 2,410 today. This is the attendance of members that the people are having interest on behalf of South Zone, and we conducted the convention in a decorative manner, and we have started with the program of inauguration by the Honorable Governor of Telangana, Dr. Srimati Tamilisai Soundararajan, and as well as the Honorable Justice, Mr. Justice Sri Vinit Saran Sir, Supreme Court of India, Judge Supreme Court of India, and with our beloved past presidents who are attended for this function yesterday. Immediately we move to the technical sessions. Yesterday 3 technical sessions, today is 7 technical sessions, including 1 inaugural and last is valedictory. These are the 9 sessions we heard. At the outset, I have already told in the beginning of our convention committee meeting, I would like to announce the awards of convention, which will be handed out to the each and every zone. Highest participation. The highest participation goes to South Zone. The South Zone participation is more than 1,200. That's why the South Zone gives a big clap. And secondly, we have selected 5 persons from 5 zones who has worked hard and who has involved, who has already they're taken a lot of pains from last 2.5 months. I thankful to all the team members along with our zone chairman and as well as vice president Sri B.S. Sitapadirao Garu and the joint secretary Sri Radhakrishnan Garu, Amarendra Garu, Nagendra Prasad Garu, and all other team members of the state bodies, state presidents. I am being a time constraint. I don't want to reveal the names because of the five Mr. Sri Sridhar Pathsarthi Garu from ITPA and other state.
Connection is lost. I think his connection is lost.
Technical problem.
He will have to buy a good, what do you say, Wi-Fi instrument.
But
the area itself is a problem.
Correct.
है क्या?
Madam, 2 times asked Deputy CM.
I'm very sorry. It was
Yes.
my apology. I was out somewhere and I missed out the time factor.
Ma'am. No issue, madam. No issue.
Am I audible?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Yes. Please.
The inaugural speech of Srimati Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan has already dealt about the practitioners' involvement in the taxation field, and she has already called upon all the people in the inaugural session. More taxes should be paid and the government will move further in doing a mankind services. And I am very thankful to Mr. Justice Sri Vinit Saran sir to be with us as a guest of honor on yesterday's inaugural session, and I am very personally thankful to him taking oath from his golden hands and mouth. Thank you very much, sir, to Vinit Saran sir, Justice Vinit Saran sir. And I announce the individual awards to the 5 zones. Start with South Zone. In South Zone, S.S. Satyanarayana has made a commendable job since from last 3 months without any sleeping nights also, and he has done a very good job, for which the South Zone is taking care of him, as Mr. S.S. Satyanarayana will take over the award to the South Zone. And subsequently, we went to the Western Zone. In Western Zone, Sri C.A. Vijay Keval Ramani is also one of the member of the federation, and he has supported a lot from the inner core of his heart. And thirdly, we move to the central zone. In central zone, Sri C.A. Rajesh Mehta is also supported like anything from last 2 months. And next, we move to the eastern zone. Vivek Agarwal, who has from Calcutta, is also supported a lot from last 2 months. And finally, but not least, Sri D.K. Gandhi from North Zone as advocate from Ghaziabad is also awarded these 6 awards. Zonal award goes to Sri S.N. Prasad, Zone Chairman. Zonal award goes to Sri S.N. Prasad, Zone Chairman of South Zone for his maximum services rendered to this convention, 23rd National Convention. I thank one and all for this excellent event. If I may excuse to not deliver any personal names of this convention, I'm very sorry, but I am from my inner core of the heart, I would like to thank one and all. They're giving a great support, the beloved support. That support should be required to be in coming 1 year also. I thank you one and all. Thanks. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Over to Sachidan, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. M.V.K. Murthy, past president, AIFTB, and our mentor from Hyderabad to address the members. Murthy, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
The chief guest in absentia, chairman of the convention committee, and my friend Mr. Subbarao Garu, my sister Sri Premlata Bansal from New Delhi, and Srimati Nikita Badeka, National President, Mr. Siddheswar, Mr. Satyanarayana, Secretary General, and the incoming National President, Mr. Srinivas Rao, and all other dear ones who have contributed for the great and grand success of the National Convention. See, I don't want to add any amount of thankfulness because the bucket is already weighty and it is difficult to carry.
Thank you, sir.
Nevertheless, I would like to point out only one thing. For everything, the governmental authorities or nodal agencies or the deputy president and the yesterday, fortunately, the governor also commended the services of the federation. To that extent, it is all right. But we have to make an introspection. Why the federation is not invited as an invitee before the GST council meetings? Why they are not confided in us? So there is something is lacking. And that is what I say. I am not pointing out against anyone, but we should continue the efforts for liaising with the government so that we are taken into confidence. Having done so much for the nation, and when the government itself has recognized and realized the role of the tax practitioners in realization of the taxes, identifying the defaulters, and when we are considered as a bridge, then naturally we require the legitimate recognition. For that, we must work in liaison with the government officials as well as the Honorable Finance Minister, because I know some of the associations, trade associations, and some others were also invited as special invitees before the GST Council meetings. So why can't we? Are we not entitled? Are we not deserving? So for that, in that direction, I would like to appeal to the concerned, at least who are situated in Delhi, Mr. Madan, the chairman of the Indirect Taxes Representation Committee, and the concerned people at Delhi. We must have, because it is not enough that we have entered into 45th year of our existence. Unless we secure a predominant place with in the eyes of the government, with the due recognition, it will not be sufficient whether even if we cross the magic figure of 10,000 members, only to say that hardly 500 or 600 people are attending any convention or conferences when they are physically held. Of course, the virtual platforms have registered a commendable percentage of the participation. But that is possible only when we are sitting here in our offices or chambers or in the houses and attending the conference. So what I suggest to the incoming president is that you continue the liaison, and before you complete your tenure as the national president, we must secure a position before GST Council. Otherwise, I feel that no efforts are being made except addressing on various platforms and forums.
Certainly,
that is one thing. It is unfortunate that we have missed the chief guest of today's function, Dr. Ashwath Narayan, a Deputy Chief Minister of the Karnataka. In fact, I wanted to suggest to him that at least in the state of Karnataka, in GST Act, you make a provision for certification or verification of the annual return 9B and 9C, because they are prepared on the basis of the entries in the books of accounts. And yesterday, in my technical session as chairman, I have pointed out that GST is the watershed of the transformation, where the Constitutional Amendment Act, 101 Constitutional Amendment Act, has given concurrent powers to the union as well as the state governments by way of amendment to Article 246, whereby there is a pooled sovereignty being exercised by the central government as well as the state governments. And they wanted the pooled sovereignty to be shared among us, the two stakeholders, for the benefit of the national economy. In that being the case, suppose I put a question to myself, in the absence of the respective state GST acts, is it possible for collecting the SGST? No. So for the purpose of administering the GST law, in sharing with the pooled sovereignty along with the union government, you are required to have your separate state legislation. In such case, when you have got your state legislation and statute, why can't you are not altering anything. Why can't you recognize the enrolled practitioners with the compliance work of the certification or verification? I'm not saying, I'm very much cautious in using the words. I am not going into the aspect of the audit, because we are a multi-fabric of advocates, chartered accountants, company secretaries, cost and management accountants, and the practitioners. So at least one state where we are taken into confidence. I request Mr. S.N. Prasad, the present chairman of the zone, to be in continuous liaison with the Deputy Chief Minister, because he has recognized you as his friend. So at least you bring this, do some pioneering work in the interest of the tax practitioners, and see that this kind of conferment of compliance with as to the verification and certification of the annual returns is concerned. If that is done, it will be a kind of a recognition. And first of all, you are also try for the AFTP to be the legal advisor to some extent, at least for the purpose of GST. That would be a wonderful work from your hands. And as far as our National President Nikita Badeka is concerned, and Premlata Bansal is concerned, and all others are concerned, see, there is a time has come for recognition of the tax law practitioners. In that direction, we must move every inch. We must utilize our good offices. We must utilize our friendly relations with all the politicians to see that tax law practice bill is introduced, because it was already there. I have gone through that bill, and it was once upon a time it was introduced in the parliament. But unfortunately, that act was drafted in such a way to cover the advocates, chartered accountants, and company secretaries. That was that inclusion has triggered the problem for enacting that bill, because advocates, chartered accountants, and company secretaries, they have objected to that, because they are governed by Advocates Act, chartered accounts are governed by Chartered Account Act, and company secretaries. So for all those three categories, there are respective enactments governing those categories. So what is the law that is not there in favor of practices is, so in respect of, we can get it modified, and it should be limited only to the tax practitioners who are enrolled under GST law and who are under Income Tax Act as income tax practitioners. So to give a recognition, to give a legitimate realization for their existence, we must strive hard for tabling that bill in the modified form, and to see that once it is passed, once it is enacted, that will take care of everything in favor of the tax practitioners. So this is my advice. And now, Mr. Srinivasa, being a tax practitioner, he should put his weight and spare his time, because I am always there. Still I am moving. And I am moving through various associations, not only through AFTP. And I am working on that behind the curtain. But from the side of AFTP, let Mr. Srinivasa put all his weight and his efforts. Let him spare time to see that in his tenure, something is done for the sake of the tax practitioner. I am thankful for the opportunity given to me, and I congratulate Mr. Subbarao and his team of the organizing committee and all other office bearers. I wish them a wonderful year to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request Madam Premlata Bansal, past president of AFTP, to address the members. Madam, unmute yourself.
Yes. Friends, I am extremely delighted to see this wonderful convention, this 23rd convention in 45th year of existence of AIFTP. I must compliment the organizers for doing this such a valuable and wonderful attempt. Friends, it is a matter of great pride for AIFTP that Her Excellency, Honorable Governor of Telangana, Dr. Tamilisai Sundararajan has inaugurated our conference, and the guest of honor was Honorable Mr. Justice Vinit Saran, Judge, Supreme Court of India. So it's a matter of great pride for us. Even our valedictory session was inaugurated by Chief Governor, if I am corrected, Deputy Chief Minister. So it's a matter of great pride for us. AIFTP is a pan-India federation, and its motto is ethics, education, and excellence. And we are doing the work wholeheartedly to impart the education, imparting the legal knowledge. But what Dr. Murthy had said, that carries the weight. Only imparting education is not sufficient. We have to, we have to improve our liaison with the government offices. Then only recognition and the real motto of AIFTP will suffice. So even tax practitioners are also an important wing of AIFTP. And we have to do work for upliftment of this category as well, because tax practitioners are equal to advocates and chartered accountants in AIFTP. So I endorse the views of Dr. Murthy. Then it is also a great pleasure for me that at the national level, we are doing, even this corona pandemic, we are doing this excellent work by way of webinars and all that. Our national president has done a great job. She has organized more than hundreds of webinars in this very year. So it's a great work on the part of Federation. The theme of the conference was also very apt, that improvise tax reforms and immunize the tax professionals. Nowadays, stress on tax professionals has very much increased. So the tax reforms should be such that each and every tax consultant can work efficiently and effectively. Friend, at the end, I must say that the seminar of this conference, consisting of 300 pages, is a great job done by Satyanarayan Garu. I must say it is a great job. I once again compliment P.V. Subbarao sir and his team for organizing such a wonderful conference. Thank you, Rao sir, and entire his team. I congratulate you for the great success of this convention. Thank you, friends.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much for your blessings. Now, may I request Shri Nankani ji, Jagdish Nankani ji, past president of AIFTP, to address the members. Nankani sir.
Thank you very much, sir. At the outset, let me congratulate my good friend, Srinivas Rao, for taking over the charge as the president of AIFTP for 1 year. And I wish him a good success and any kind of help if he wants. It will be from my side. I can be of his service. All support from our zone, all support from a core of my own.
Thank you,
and
sir.
God bless you. Take care.
Thank you, sir. Now it's turn of the boss to speak, Madam Nikita Bhadeka, President of AIFTP.
Don't call me boss.
Done.
All right.
Well done.
Okay. Sir, now let me finish the task. Honorable past presidents, Premlata ji, Dr. Ambika Murthy, J.D. Nankani ji, the chairman of the zone, Shri S.N. Prasad, President-elect, Shri Srinivas Rao ji, chairman of various organizing associations, National Convention Chairman, P.V. Subbarao Garu, with whom I have a relation since, ages, I believe. Satyanarayan ji, Radhakrishnan ji, Siddesh, these are the names I recognize from the screen, and all the other delegates present here. First of all, apology for being late today. I had some other assignment and I had to go there. Apart from that, this 5th and 6th December would be remembered forever. For what? First ever e-convention. And all the time we had the physical convention. This is the first ever e-convention with the highest number of attendance also. So this would leave a golden mark in the history of the association. Of course, it has to be a result of a good teamwork, but the person who leads the team is also important. And I'm sure all the persons at the helm have done very good work. And of course, Souvenir Madam has already said Satyanarayan ji has always done good work for webinar also with me. So I can always recognize him for doing all the good work. Now, sir, no, before I go to the issues raised by Murthy sir, for the friends, Satyanarayan ji, make available on website YouTube of each individual sessions, because we upload it on the website so that everybody can have a look and they can refer to it whenever they want.
Sure, madam. Sure, we'll do it.
Referring to Murthy sir's address. Sir, I don't know whether how many of you are aware, but birth of AIFTP in 11th November 1976 was to oppose 44AB at that point of time. And all the CAs and advocates supported also. And thereafter it became a wide banyan tree. We all are aware. Of course, that was constitutionally not challenged because it was opinion was given, this will not survive, Mr. Nani Palkhiwala also said. And that was the whole reason, to support the practitioner. That was the birth of federation, was to support the practitioner and also the advocates, because 44AB, everybody as a person also were opposing, because it was affecting everybody as a person. All joined. But now, we have grown. Sir, as regards lesion, let me point out, we had a good lesion work this time. We had PC Modi coming twice. That was a personal efforts of mine, Samir Jani and all. Mr. Madan did arrange a meeting on with the PC Modi chairman and other persons, but unfortunately, because of pandemics, they said we cannot meet. Now, meeting on Zoom was anyways not going to serve any purpose. So I said, maybe, we will go. He said, I can arrange in December. I said, whenever you arrange, there are 10 persons at least who are ready to come and meet the highest officials. So the efforts are still on by Mr. Madan, and he would be doing it because he has always been doing good work, and I must salute him for that. Coming to the AIFTP recognition as legal advisor, sir, majority of our members are made the members of the grievance cell in the individual state at the recommendation of AIFTP as a president, my recommendation. And coming to the practitioners going high, sir, I think we are forgetting Shri L.M. Mahurkar, who was our past president from Nagpur. He was also one of the best tax practitioners. In fact, he fought up to Supreme Court. Murthy sir may be aware. He fought up to Supreme Court to say that he should be given equal right as an advocate. But somehow there were some technical issues and the Supreme Court rejected. That's all. So, fine. We are constantly improving. We have to improve. In fact, if somebody says that there is no need to improvement, then there is a stagnancy. And stagnancy means you are dead. So it has to grow year to year. This year, 20 was a bad year, let me tell you. I mean, I must admit, I could not meet all my friends who are there on the screen also today. So that was the year we had to meet with, and we tried to make the best possible, effort to take out the best possible out of this different difficult times. Last 2 months, we slowed down. As everybody advised that please, we are now busy with the offices are reopening. We are busy with the compliance, and people are busy now. So now again, we will pick up. But of course, the offices, courts, everything has started coming. So we will do it on Saturday and Sunday. And of course, I know the team 2021 would do much greater work than what we have done today. So, sir, I appreciate your what you say ambitions, and we should move in that line. We tried, but this time the nature stopped us. So next time the nature will not stop us. We will move ahead with such representation, and we will be recognized, sir. Because our name is now known to FM and Modi personally. Personally, Mr. Modi has talked to me on what do you say, the Zoom platform like this only, and we had a very nice conversation also. Unfortunately, he himself got corona thereafter, and then it was not possible to meet him, or whatever it is. So, best of luck to the new team led by Srinivas Raoji. Srinivas Raoji, we are always there.
Thank
Now
you.
I'm in the link of past president, so we are always there. Let me point out.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we are always there at your command, at your wish, whenever you need any help. Even in this month, Madan has been telling me, Madam, should I try? I said, you keep on trying. Because हम सब जा सकते हैं. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि एक ही जाना, दो जाना. 4, 5, 6 persons, whoever it is possible, we can go and meet and we can start the work. So that when you take up, at least something, is there as a stepping stone and you can move further. So all the best to the new team. Satyanarayan ji, all the best. Gandhi ji, all the best. All of you work as a team and you will have a nice year ahead.
Vijay Keval Ravani.
Thank you for the past year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam ji. Thank you.
Before our secretary proposes hearty vote of thanks, I take the privilege of acknowledging the support I got in the last 2 months. I hope I'll get the permission from you, madam.
Of course, why not?
Thank you. Thank you. Friends, good evening to all of you. I, on behalf of our technical team, would take this opportunity to acknowledge the support and help received by us while discharging our duties for the success of 23rd National Convention being organized by All India Federation of Tax Practitioners Southern Zone jointly with Institute of Chartered.
ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ವೆಯ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
Continue.
Continue, sir.
Yeah, please. Sorry. Organized by All India
Satyanarayan ji,
Federation.
continue.
All India, organized by All India Federation of Tax Practitioners Southern Zone jointly with Institute of Chartered Tax Practitioners of India, Telangana Tax Practitioners Association, Andhra Pradesh Tax Practitioners and Consultants Association, Karnataka State Tax Practitioners Association, Kerala Tax Practitioners Association, and Federation of Tax Practitioners Tamil Nadu. While aiming at and looking for success of this mega event, we have gone through several tensed moments, as we all are aware to this that virtual platform is in organizing this kind of programs because it has got several technological constraints. Crossing all these hurdles, we have reached the last leg of this mega event. Firstly, let me thank the chairman of AFT Southern Zone, Sri S.N. Prasad, and Mr. Ganeshan, Vice Chairman, and other governing council members for their valuable support and guidance given to me. I thank our Dr. M.V.K. Murthy, past president of AFTP, Mr. M. Srinivas Rao, deputy president, Sri B.S. Sitapati Rao Garu, NVP, and the National Joint Secretary, Sri Radhakrishnan, for their words of encouragement during last 2 months. I sincerely thank our Sri P.V. Subbarao Garu, Chairman of the Convention Committee, for valuable guidance given to me in preparation of souvenir and in designing the entire program. I also thank Sri Amarendra, convener, and Sri V. Nagendra Prasad, Secretary of the Convention Committee, for spending their valuable time during this entire process. I acknowledge and thank the support I received from my Parent Association, Telangana Tax Practitioners Association. I also acknowledge the support received from our joint organizing associations in making the program a grand success. I'll be failing in my responsibilities if I do not thank my good friends, Mr. Arvind Mishra from Prayagraj, Mr. Rajesh Mehta and his son, Mr. Apurva Mehta from Indore, and ever supportive Mr. Vijay Keval Ramani from Thane, and AFT Head Office CEO Mr. Ravi Patade for helping me technologically in various stages of this entire program. As I said in the beginning, that we are all new to this virtual platform in organizing these kind of programs. They have helped me with a great dedication, friend with love and affection, due to which I am able to perform my duties. My sincere thanks to Sri G. Bhaskar, advocate from Chennai, who was a moderator of the inaugural session yesterday. I thank all the learned speakers and chairman of all these 7 technical sessions for spending their valuable time and for sharing their knowledge with the participants. From the bottom of my heart, I thank each one of them for their invaluable and unstinted support in making the program a grand success. The success goes to them, but if any shortcomings, if any, I take the responsibility. I once again thank one and all. Thank you very much.
President, 1 minute. About the souvenir is roughly 300 pages. The souvenir will be printed within couple of days, maximum 1 week. And we would like to share in a physical copy by post and courier at free of cost without any advertisements. We would like to printing and share with all paper writers and chairmen and as well as our own members of the team throughout the country, like dhoti and gamcha and saris to the ladies, like that. Everybody should get it. Everybody should get it at the earliest possible. There is no issue.
It's a new revolution in AFTP also.
No revolution. It is a customer. Because
no. The culture. Gift from good culture.
No, sir. This is a learning from Dr. Murthy. Lot of learning from Dr. Murthy only. That's why
definitely.
We would like to give all the members, roughly 300 or 350 or 400 in head office. We will kept some copies of it in head office also. We would like to share the issues at the earliest possible, maximum. 1 or 2 days, you give me a time and we will sort it out and we submit each and every person in a physical copy by courier or by post. As whatever it may be the earlier availability, I would like to send. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Now I request Mr. Mantesh V. Mudnor, Secretary of
DK Gandhi. Sorry, DK Gandhi. DK Gandhi.
He's not there.
Yes,
He's there.
I would just like to thank Mr. Rao for arranging a beautiful musical program and giving us the feel of the convention also. Thank you.
Sir, please, you wait some more time. DK Gandhi is speaking up.
Respected past president, chairman, seminar committee, Subbarao sir, Dr. Murthy, Madam Bansal, Madam Nikita, my national president for 2021, MS Rao sir, Secretary General Sachidanand, my friend Vijay, and all listeners. It is high time that I am left with few words to say, because everything has been said by my previous speakers, and definitely I am appreciative of the guidance shown by Dr. Murthy. That is the most important thing and the direction in which we must move. And Dr. Saab, we assure you, we'll try our level best to move in that direction and always take your help, guidance at every moment.
Thank you.
And the beautiful arrangement, the convention, I could not feel that this is not a physical one. It was a more successful than a physical one because it was beautifully arranged and so many persons coordinated in such a way that I can't express my words to say thanks a lot to each and everyone who contributed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sajjan garu next. Vijay Keval Raman.
Vijay ji, please.
Thank you.
Vijay Keval Ramani.
Yeah, thank you in President-elect Rao sir for and Satyanarayana ji for giving me an opportunity to work with the team and be part of the team of the convention. And it was always a pleasure working with you guys. And I hope I have tried to fulfill my duties and do the best. Yes, the convention was a memorable one. And for the first time, I think we had a governor coming in, a deputy chief minister coming in, and messages coming in from the Chief Justice of India, which is a commendable achievement by the incoming president. Congratulations. Congratulations also to the outgoing team led by Madam Nikita for supporting the team fully. And I would again, from my heart, like to thank you for giving us the feel of the convention by organizing 2 musical programs, which normally we have at the end of the conference and the convention. So it never felt, as DKG rightly said, that it was not a physical, it was much more than the physical, because in the evening we also had cultural events and we enjoyed it. Thank you, and looking forward to have a successful year with you in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I request our Secretary of AFT Southern Zone, Mr. Mantesh Mudnur, to propose vote of thanks. Unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself, Mudnur. Yes.
Respected President Madam and Vice President, I am very happy to give a vote of thanks for 23rd National Convention. I first give vote of thanks to Honorable Governor of Telangana for giving us the time to inaugurate convention yesterday, Dr. Tamilisai Sundararajan Madam. And I give thanks to Honorable Justice Vinit Saran Sir, Supreme Court of India. And I give today's chief guest, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Dr. Ashwath Narayan Sir, giving us a valuable time to give today's function great success. And I give all the technical sessions, learned chairmen and speakers for giving us a wonderful sessions. I am very thankful to all chairmen and speakers. I give thanks to Sri P.V. Subbarao Sir, Chairman Convention Committee, and our mentor Sri M.V.K. Murthy Sir, AFT Past President. And I give thanks to Ashok Saraf, Chief Patron, and I give vote of thanks to Sri S.N. Prasad, Chairman South Zone, and Sri M. Srinivas Sir, Deputy President AFT. And I give thanks to Samir Jani Sir, Secretary AFT. And I give vote of thanks to Vice Chairman S.S. Satyanarayana, Convention Committee. And I give vote of thanks to M. Amarendra, Convener, Convention Committee. And I give vote of thanks to Sri V. Nagendra Prasad, Secretary, Convention Committee. And Sri B.S. Sitapati Rao Sir, National Vice President AFT South Zone. And I give vote of thanks to Sri Radhakrishnan, National Joint Secretary AFT South Zone. And I give our South Zone Vice President and becoming Chairman of the South Zone M. Ganeshan Sir, and our Treasurer Sri B.G. Sellikeri Sir. And I give thanks to Sridhar Parthasarthi Sir, President ITPI, and Nagesh Rangi Sir, President TTPA, and R. Srinivas Rao Sir, President APTPCA, and Mani Ratnam Sir, President KTPA, and K. Balasubramaniam, President PTN. And I give thanks to Secretary KSTPA Vishnutir Jamkandi Sir, and Secretary Sri D.M. Bhattar sir, ITPI, and Sri Pani Rajkumar, Secretary APTPCA. And I give thanks to R. Vittal, Secretary TTPS, and P.S. Joseph sir, General Secretary KTPA, and K. Sunil Kumar. I am very happy to give this vote of thanks. Thank you one and all.
And also thanks to our beloved secretary, Mr. Mudnurji.
Thank you.
Very much thankful to your cooperation for this year, and I thankful to all our.
Sir, all are requested to hold 2 minutes. Hold 2 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. I thanks to special thanks. 1 second, sir. Special thanks to our Satyanarayan, because he is the backbone of the virtual conference and virtual seminars and educational informations and everything. I special thanks to our Sri Satyanarayan Garu, sir. Very much thankful to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Dear Chairman, you are driving and talking. This should be avoided, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, while concluding, there should be national anthem.
Yes, madam. Yes, I agree. Yeah, that is, I'm ready. It's ready, madam. Before that, Mr. Ravi wanted to play one video. Mr. Ravi, post the video. Mr. Ravi?
Ravi is ready.
Yeah. Ravi, full screen karo. Full screen karo, Ravi.
Ravi.
Double click, Ravi.
Double click, Ravi.
Ravi, play once again from the beginning.
You have to select and play all.
स्क्रीन नहीं दिख रहा है. नहीं दिख रहा है.
Vijay ji, नहीं आ रहा है, something wrong with it.
नहीं आ रहा था.
नहीं आ रहा है.
तो विजय फोन करो रवि को.
हाँ.
नहीं आ रहा है क्या?
नहीं आ रहा है.
नहीं आ रहा है.
कुछ तो भी इशू है. हम नहीं गए तो.
व्हाट्सएप केलं सर मला.
व्हाट्सएप
आपने स्क्रीन शेअर किया रवि?
हाँ, स्क्रीन शेअर किया.
अरे डाउनलोड पण केलं.
फुल स्क्रीन शेअर इसके.
आता त्याला डबल क्लिक कर व्हिडिओला.
नहीं आ रहा.
फाइल ही नहीं खुल रहा है तुम्हारा.
रवि फाइल ओपन करके
Okay, leave it. चलो. ठीक है।
एक मिनट अभी दिख रहा है?
नहीं,
नहीं,
फोल्डर दिख रहा है।
फोल्डर ही आ रहा है, वही प्रॉब्लम है। वीडियो क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है? दैट इज टू बी सीन। एक मिनट, I'll do in some other thing, but just give me 1 minute. अभी दिख रहा है कुछ?
मैंने मैसेज कर दे जो
स्टार्ट करो, स्टार्ट करो।
विजिबल है ना?
या
फुल स्क्रीन?
यस। Nice video.
This is
very good.
Very good.
This is prepared by
Perfect, perfect.
Yes.
Super, excellent.
Now let's raise for national anthem.
National anthem, please.
Yes.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात द्राविड उत्कल गंगा हिमाचल गंगा तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय जय
जय हे
भारत माता की
जय।
चलो goodbye everybody. Over.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your cooperation, madam.
Satyanarayana, you are calling.
Madam. Thank you. Satyanarayana, thank you.
It is ended, na? It should end, na?
Yeah, end.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Srinivas Rao garu.
Thank you, sir.